everyone, and thank you for being here for this regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach. If you have an electronic device, if you could, please make sure that it is on silent so it doesn't disrupt the proceedings this evening. We'll call this meeting to order, and we'll begin with an invocation from Pastor Tim Black from the Emerald Coast Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So please join us and stand if you're able.
Good evening. Pray with me. Heavenly Father, we honor you tonight at this City Council meeting. And Jesus, you are the hope of the world. You are full of grace and mercy and love and peace, and we thank you for that. We pray for Fort Walton Beach, and each person that's in attendance here tonight is here because they love this community. We pray your blessing over our City Council members, our city manager, our city mayor, and Lord, for our beach town. We pray, God, for Fort Walton Beach. We lift up the City Council, and Lord, that you would give them wisdom with every agenda item. Lord, we ask that you would help them and guide them with every decision. We pray for our city, for economic growth, for safety and peace in our community. And Lord, we thank you for a great summer season, that you blessed our community with all the tourists from the north. We thank you for them sometimes. And Lord, we pray over all of our businesses, especially our small business owners. God, be with them as we close out 2026. We're thankful for our military influence on our community. We pray for the men and women who serve our nation and our community. We pray for all the veterans that make Fort Walton Beach their home. And Lord, protect all of our first responders, every police officer and deputy and firefighter and medical personnel. Be with them, Lord. And Jesus, again, we pray for this meeting tonight. God, give each council member peace in their lives and joy in their task. And we thank you for the sacrifice that they give to our community and the sacrifice that their families give as well. Bless this night in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Council will need approval of tonight's agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the agenda with the modification of moving item 13.3 to after 5.2.
Second. Okay. Motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Schmidt to approve tonight's agenda with the alteration of moving item 13.3 directly after item 5.2. Any additional comments?
Yes, sir.
Good call. Council, please vote. It does pass unanimously, which brings us to presentations and the Greater Fort Walton Beach Chamber of Commerce. Ted Corcoran, their president and CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, City staff, interested citizens here and on TV. Ted Corcoran on behalf of the Greater Fort Walton Beach Chamber of Commerce. We're here today to talk about what is arguably the greatest activity that ever happened to Okaloosa County, and that was in 2018, the Okaloosa County residents voted for the 1/2 sales tax for infrastructure needs. And it's interesting, a little history on that. In the early 1990s and 2000s, when I first moved here, in buildings such as this, the big catchphrase was, we're so proud to live in Okaloosa County because we have the lowest ad valorem taxes in the state of Florida. And by 2010, 2015, the saying changed to, we're proud to live in Okaloosa County where we have the lowest ad valorem taxes in the state of Florida, and it shows. And by that time, we were having rundown roads, our law enforcement wasn't challenged, so the committees, such as the City Council and the business community, determined what could we do to try to supplement the income here in Okaloosa County. So ultimately what happened, we, as the Chamber of Commerce, hired an organization called, am I doing the clicker here? No.
That's it.
You got it? Thank you. We hired the Haas Center, which is the think tank of UWF, and they came back with some options, and that was this. They suggested a local optional sales tax, which is the surtax, which applies to most transactions subject to sales tax up to the first $5,000. They indicated that that tax is paid by everyone, unlike property taxes, which are only paid for by property owners. In 2016, Okaloosa County was one of the 8 of 67 counties that did not have a discretionary sales tax. And at that time, they forecasted that about 28% of all taxable sales in Okaloosa County are generated by non-residents. They also added to that they forecasted that it would raise somewhere between $12 and $14 million. That was in 2016. So as a result of that, the communities got together and started the sales tax, which was passed in 2018. However, the breakdown on that was very important to know. It says the revenue is divided among cities based on population, with the majority going to Okaloosa County, 66%, the remaining going to the cities based on population, and those funds could only be used for public safety, traffic flow, water quality, etc. And that was where we all learned what a local optional sales tax was. As we know, it passed, and now the results are in. The surtax has raised more than $136 million for Okaloosa County in just over 7 years, obviously averaging $20 million a year, not the 12 to 14 that have been forecasted. Those funds are leveraged using matching funds that Alan will talk about in a second, for a total of $279 million of value in our community, and it is averaging that a third of the surtax revenues come from tourists. Continuing on, without this surtax, my friends, property taxes would have to increase by 19% to generate the same revenue as the infrastructure surtax, 19%. Next slide, please. What has happened as part of the overview process, a 5-person overview site committee has been selected. These are the 5 representatives who every project goes through them before it is approved by the county. So those 5 folks doing a great job for the community. Continuing on. So let's see where some of the money is spent. One of the key ones, it's helping save lives. One of the key issues, as Eric Aiden has indicated, is that they created this emergency service communication system that I know Chief Shipman and Chief Page are very proud of. It also helps pay for the SRO. Next slide, if you could. Eric Aiden says, the half-cent surtax the people of Okaloosa County approved has been a true game changer for public safety. One of the biggest things it made possible is our new countywide P25 radio system with 12 new towers and modernizing and connecting all 30 organizations together, which is fabulous. So now, next slide if we could. It's also helping with military readiness. In Crestview, the Crestview bypass is being worked on, as many of you know, and what is called the West 98 Collector Road or the Herbert bypass. All of those helping to be funded by the Okaloosa County surtax. Next slide, if you could, my friend. It doesn't apply as much here, but in the north part of the county, over 200 miles of dirt road have been stabilized or paved. And when they pave a road, it helps the taxpayers because in road maintenance costs, which is another savings for us. Next slide, my friend. So here in Fort Walton, people like Craig Coffey and others have helped organize these. These are a couple of projects that the county has used their funds, and you see here Santa Rosa, not necessarily in the city, but certainly in our vicinity. Around the Mound, which we know, they funded their section. A couple of things. Next slide. They just reviewed the other day. These are some projects they're looking at for the future. When it's renewed, these are some of the projects for the future that would occur in the greater Fort Walton Beach area as funded by Okaloosa County's percentage of that money. So I asked my good friend Jason Davis, I said, what has the city spent the money on? If we could, next slide. And here it is, police department, all of these great things. Chief Page, you've enjoyed this, haven't you? Yes, he has. He's outside, I heard him. Next slide. Fire department, also you see $2 million of great expenditures, trucks and so on and so forth. Next slide, if you could. Parks and Rec. $2 million in Park and Rec, and you can see all the listings there. No doubt you folks have seen it now. If you do not have this, this will be on the website or available somehow. Next slide, if you could. Infrastructure, there's the one that I'm very proud of. Around the Mound funding right there, $2.5 million. And you'll see now that the city has generated $12 million of infrastructure because of the surtax. So now we have the option, if you're not aware, it's on the ballot on November 3rd for renewal. We're here advocating that it be renewed, of course, and just to double check, we hired, or the county actually hired, the Haas Center again in 2026, and let's see what they said. Oh, here's the next list of other items that you'll be seeing for the city and referencing using some of that money. So now the last slide, if we could. So this is what the Haas Center has said in 2026. If the local optional sales tax half-cent infrastructure surtax does not continue, Okaloosa County may experience significant gaps in the budget for improving public safety, roadway congestion, stormwater drainage, and other substantial hazards that may not have the resources to pull funding from. So I want to introduce now our 2027 chair, whose name is Alan Jowers. He's a partner with Carr, Riggs & Ingram, to give his perspective on the surtax. Mr. Jowers?
Sure, thank you very much. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. I was am a resident of Destin, and I was working mostly in Destin 10 years ago. I was not involved with the chamber at that time, but I remember when Ted came and, kind of did the rounds, and he actually spoke at our Destin Rotary group. And he gave a very good pitch and said, we want the county to vote for a half-cent sales tax. And in my mind, I was thinking, why in the world would I vote to tax myself more, right? I mean, I think that's a legitimate question. And over time, I've gotten more involved in the chamber. I am the chair next year. I've been the treasurer for the past 4 years, and I know the answer to that question now. And it was on a slide earlier. The county has collected approximately $150 million. And of that amount, $50 million has come from tourists. So we, the residents of Fort Walton and Destin and Okaloosa County, we've paid in about $100 million in sales tax over the last 7 years. And we've gotten about $400 million in benefit because the tourists are paying a portion of that tax. And because we can then leverage that money, as the city has done, with state funds, with federal funds, with Triumph, Gulf Coast funds, and other funds that are available, we can take that sales tax money and we can leverage it. And so if I can pay $1 in tax and get $4 worth of benefit, then to me, that's worth it. And so that's the answer to that question. And we, along with the Niceville Chamber, Crestview, and Destin Chambers, along with the EDC, along with the Emerald Coast Association of Realtors, have been working with the county. The county has approved, as Ted mentioned, it's going to be on the November 3rd ballot. And so what I'm here to do to ask on behalf of our 2026 chair, Bonnie Barlow, and on behalf of all the members of the chamber, we would ask that the city pass a resolution in support of renewing the half-cent surtax for infrastructure. It became in effect on 1/1 of 2019. It will currently sunset 12/31 of 28, and if the vote passes this November, then it will extend for an additional 10 years. And we can revisit it again in 10 years and go back to the Haas Center and see what they say and see if it is still necessary within our community. So again, on behalf of the chamber, on behalf of 2026 chair Bonnie Barlow, we would ask that the city pass a resolution in support of renewing the half-cent sales tax for infrastructure.
Questions?
Thank you, sir. Anyone with questions for Mr. Corcoran or Mr. Jowers? Seeing none, gentlemen, thank you for your presentation tonight. We sincerely do appreciate it. Did you have one, Bryce?
Would you guys like action taken tonight, or do you need this resolution in the future?
That'll be up to you, but it seems like it would need to go through some process of drafting up a resolution and coming back at a later date to do that.
Do you need head nods to go on and start that, or would you like a motion?
Me and Jason could probably operate off head nods. I think that's.
Head nod for me. I totally support it. Thank you for the presentation. Yes, I support it.
Thank you.
See one head shake and several head nods, and one tired guy from having a baby. All right. We will move on to item 5.2, which is another presentation. This time, our golf course director, Mr. Jacob Hill.
Thank you. The goal tonight is just to go through and highlight some of the growth that the golf department has had over the past couple of years. First of all, what does Fort Walton Beach Golf Club does for the city? Number one, we're a tourist attraction to help bring tourists to hotels, restaurants, and other businesses within the city. We actually, in April of this year, implemented a new system where we can track our customer base. And since Since April, we've added over 9,000. Actually, I looked it up at 4 o'clock today. We're at 9,866 customers since April. We also host junior golf, 4 different junior golf tours. We host both Fort Walton Beach and Choctaw High School, as well as the 4 local middle school golf teams, as well as keeping an almost 360-acre green space for the city. And just this past week, we got awarded the District 1 FHSAA District Tournament, as well as the District 1 Region 1 FHSAA Regional Tournament. This chart compares October through July of the past 4 years, just to give apples to apples. Right now we're at 23.2% total increase in revenue, averaged over the past 3 years. Biggest things we've seen increase, we added the TrackMan driving range last year, which has been hugely successful. We've increased membership and increased the merchandise offering in the pro shop. The merchandise is a huge thing too, because that's advertising for the club as well. People wear that. I actually got an email a couple weeks ago asking, hey, where can I buy the hat that Mr. Schmidt was wearing on the city council meeting? As well as another golf pro recently reached out to me and said, hey, what's going on? I keep seeing a bunch of your shirts at my golf course. So that's a cool little thing. One of the big places where we missed a lot of revenue this year compared to last year is we're working through some of the issues with trying to figure out how to continue doing golf club fitting days and selling more merchandise. We canceled all of our fitting events this year, and even then we're still $41,843 over where we were at last year. And we did $40,000 in club fitting events last year. The hard thing for us now is when we do these fitting events, which are a huge service to members, the member gets fit for the club or customer gets fit for the club, they pay for the club in advance, and then we place the order. Right now we can't do that because we can't forecast how much we're going to sell, and that impacts our cost of goods sold. Now for something really exciting. Thanks to funding from the TDC, we will be reopening the old Edwin Watts space in the clubhouse this winter with 5 TrackMan IO simulators. This will bring in an estimated $300,000 to $600,000 in revenue just from bay rentals. That's not accounting for additional merchandise sales, advertising, club fitting, if we can figure that out, leagues and clinics. And then I just want to highlight 2 of our bigger capital requests this year. The first thing, our current cart fleet lease expires soon. We're looking to get new carts. Biggest thing with this cart fleet is we're looking to add GPS to the carts. One of the biggest things that we have to monitor is keeping people away from greens, away from wet areas, stuff like that. So this allows us to actually geo-fence off areas where we don't want carts. It actually stops the cart, tells them, hey, you've entered an area, and they have to back out. The other thing that this does is this makes our maintenance crew so much more efficient. Right now, every time they go to mow a given hole, they have to go through that hole, pull up all the ropes that we try to use to block people off, signs, things like that, hop back on the mower, mow everything, and then put it all back. So they're starting and stopping mowers. So this would make the maintenance crew a lot more efficient when it comes to that. We also have the opportunity to sell advertisements on the GPS screens as well. And then to our next capital request, we're looking to get some new maintenance equipment this year. As a 36-hole golf course, we maintain 36 holes with 14 people on our maintenance crew. A typical mid-level 18-hole golf course would have about that. So we're doing the work of a 18-hole maintenance crew for 36 holes currently. This is just an example of some of the maintenance equipment that we're working with right now. Current stats on our current equipment, the median age of our equipment right now is year model 2015, with 25% of that being 2008 or older. The mower that you see on the slide right there used to be one of the greens mowers. We only use it for verticutting now, but it has 5,549 hours on it, which, using the USGA's chart right there, is about 500,000 miles on a car. And that's all I've got. Any questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Questions? Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah, not really questions, but I'll start with the questions with respect to Robert Rules side of the house. We'll go. Appreciate that.
I know you went over it quickly, but I just want to kind of use this opportunity to kind of educate where the numbers are at. But on that slide on the packet, page 8, it's that 5.2, that recent growth chart. But it shows, like, for an example, the driving range in 2023 went from 141,000 to the driving range in 2026 is already at 380,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And this year's, we still got a couple more months left. On the membership side, in 2023 it was at 156,000, and in 2026 it's at 223,000 per year. So that delta of about 80,000 a year. That driving range about 160,000 delta. So just, it's only been 2 short budget processes that you've been a part of, and you can tell the tremendous growth of changing that environment, not only from the aesthetics of it, but just the numbers of it, so that, you know, those folks who don't play golf, that expect the potholes in the parks and all those things to be taken care of, these numbers really mean something, so thank you.
Councilman Jeter?
You talked earlier about like the district and region tournaments, linking it all kind of to tourism and the TED side. Do you know about how many teams will be at that?
It should be 12 to 15 teams, and the region for the first region for 2A goes from Pensacola just south of Jacksonville.
So teams with 5 or 10 kids on it. Golf is kind of like baseball. They travel with their parents and their grandparents. So you're talking a week long of hundreds of people coming and spending money and reinvesting back in the community. So just didn't know the exact numbers on those kids. That's a lot of people. Going through earlier when you were saying some of the revenue you missed this year, some of that we missed it because of the cap. You couldn't really spend any more. But going forward, as we've talked about in some previous meetings in the past, going forward to an enterprise fund, a reserve account in the future, an enterprise fund, that will help you be able to fix that and operate like a business.
Especially with the new indoor TrackMan, will be one of the best places around to get fit for golf clubs, having those indoor simulators, because that's really the most controlled environment with probably one of the best simulator products out there.
Yeah, and I see the growth in the chart all the years too. So just this year to date, are we in the red or black right now, like the golf course? Does it make us money or does it cost the taxpayers money?
The last number I saw, I think a report was pulled on the 17th, we were a little over 300 grand in the black.
So the golf course, is that correct, Nicole?
Yes.
So the golf course is operating
Starting to operate in the black.
in the black, making us money at a time when, as a community, we're looking for other sources of revenue because of, you know, some funds being down going forward, maybe some cuts in November. So the golf course is a place where we can really tap into a source of revenue. And really, some of your requests are coming from your profit. As we all say, run the city like a business. You're just wanting to reinvest back into your business. So thank you for everything you're doing out there. A lot of great stuff. Keep it up, and hopefully the arrow continues on the same chart. So, but also going forward, when we go to that enterprise fund, this will also let everybody know too, if it ever operates back in the red or this and that, then we'll still treat it like a business at that time too. Correct? So we're telling Jacob, run as fast as you've been running. Run as fast as you've been running, making money. We're now going to allow you to make more money, in essence. I love it. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Follow-up questions, anybody else?
Councilman Walker and then Councilman Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. In the presentation, you you shared with us revenue. What have the expenses been over the last 5 years, comparatively speaking?
Pretty level. The only addition, obviously, is we added the TrackMan system. The TrackMan system is $84,000 a year, so it paid for itself plus some. Looking at, sorry, I've got it right here. Total expenses, we're actually currently under the past 2 years and a little over, or sorry, my bad. We'll end up less than 24 and 25.
Gotcha. That's a little confusing, Barry, but I think you can probably get us some numbers afterwards if everyone else wants to see the expense ratio over the last 5 years would be good. The reason I asked that because someone in the community mentioned something to me, and I want Nicole or Mr. Davis, if you guys could check me on these numbers. While we congratulate you for doing well now, there is a spending cap that's been placed, a spending cap of a 3% increase per year. I don't know what that has to do with revenue, but you can explain that later. But the question I have regarding expenses is that it was told to me, and this is what I'd like for you to check, Nicole, that over the last 12 years, it has cost taxpayers, those people who don't play golf, $5 million in their taxes to support the golf course. So if you could check into that, look into that, report back to us. Nicole, Mr. Hill, if you could report back to us on that. Thank you. You had mentioned hotels and tourists. If another entity was running that golf course, they'd still come here for our golf course, and hotels and tourists would still play golf out there, right?
It's possible, yes, sir.
It's not just because the city operates it. Speaking of the city operating it, are you familiar with it's a little before your time, but I've brought it up several times in these public meetings. Are you familiar with the Quint Studer report that taxpayers paid? I think it was about $200,000 to commission a study for a municipal expert to come in here and talk to us about things to do, don't do, and how things might be running better. Are you familiar with that report?
I've heard it mentioned, yes, sir.
Yeah, and in it, he said when finances get tight, you should look to two non-core services. He points out that they point out, and those non-two core services were the cemetery and the golf course. Mr. Davis, in going through your budget process here, have you looked at seriously looking at how what Mr. Studer was speaking about when he said when finances get tight, we need to look at the cemetery and the golf course? Was that part of your process?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Just to take a minute too, speaking with another member in the community, I would like to, publicly give a shout out to Shalimar Point. I understand they're honoring members who are members at our course, but who can't get on out at Shalimar. Were you aware of that?
So I know that during our renovation of the Pines last year, Shalimar Point was nice enough to offer our members a discount during the time that the Pines was closed last year.
Great, thank you. That same gentleman who represented a group called me, and we spent some time together. He mentioned that you have a booking system that's 14 days in advance online. Is that correct?
No, sir. It's 15 days in advance for members,
okay.
30 days in advance for a select group of member groups that have 16 or more players, and it's 14 days in advance for the public and 7 days in advance for employees.
Well, he's an older gentleman, and when I say older, he's the youngest of the foursome, and he's 84. I think the oldest one's right at 90, and he was just so happy and proud and thankful to be able to come out there and walk and get his exercise. It's one of the things his doctor recommended to him, and he's been having difficulty getting times because he's not proficient on his cell phone, he's not proficient online, and he says that when he comes out there to schedule a tee time that he can't ever do it. Are you familiar with that problem?
I am. We are very busy, so tee times do fill up very, very quickly, just with the amount of demand we have right now. We also, within the past 2 years, have allowed people to walk any time of the day, because before I started 2 years ago, walking was restricted to the afternoons and not at all on holidays.
I gotcha. So yeah, he had mentioned that one of his colleagues there was able to get online and was up at midnight, 12:01, and tried to book the 15 days in advance for him and his group, and he said he couldn't.
Yep.
So if there's that many people booking?
6 a.m., 15 days in advance.
Gotcha.
That's posted on our website as well.
Thank you. And there in your presentation, you had mentioned capital requests of how much? How much was the million? 1 point something odd million?
So we're at, I believe it's 440, and then the TDC has agreed to pay the other, we're talking about paying the other half of it, so it's 880 total.
It was 880, not $1 million on capital request.
Correct.
And that, just out of curiosity, that our half of it, where does that come from?
Comes from the general fund, I believe.
General fund,
Yeah.
taxpayers' dollars. Got you. Thank you. Let's see. You had mentioned, or Mr. Jeter had mentioned the cap. As I mentioned, it is a 3% increase every year. So what was your cap this year? What is your cap this year based on last year's expenses? How much can your expenses increase based on the 3%?
3%? I mean,
What's that number?
on that specific example of merchandise?
Not of merchandise, of your entire operations. You've got personnel and you've got operations. Both are capped at a 3% increase. What are those two figures?
I'd have to get that exact number for you, because I believe that 3% cap is not department by department, it's citywide.
Right, so yeah, it is citywide, not department by department, so theoretically, your expenses could go up 12%.
It's possible.
Okay, great. That's it for now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You got it, Mr. Jeter. I'm sorry, Mr. Schmidt.
To read, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Schmidt and then Mr.
To start off with a question, Ms. Barnes, roughly, do you remember what time that study was with Quinn? I think it was 2019. I just want to start off with a question, not to think. All right, 2019, and I would say that I would also suggest not to run a golf course the way the price is and it was being in the red. I can understand why objectively someone might evaluate it that way, but the numbers where we're at today compared to where that was in 2019 is night and day. So I just kind of, while we're here in Robert's Rules of Order, and this is the only time we can talk, just to kind of add some light on the Quint Studer study, golf was in a completely different financial shape now than what it was today, thanks to Jacob's leadership on that. And to kind of piggyback off of what Bryce and Payne were saying, so with that request of $440,000, that equipment would get you what you need. And if I remember this correctly last meeting, and Nicole and Jason help me button this up if I'm butchering it, we're going to try to get to that special revenue fund this year, October 1, 2026, and then that more restricted fund, October 1, 2027, and then enterprise in 2028. Is that kind of the workflow? And if you getting this equipment and this capital request and that $440,000 with this carts and the tractors that's way overdue, does that get you what you need to run with these numbers without coming back for a capital request in the future years?
Yes.
So,
Okay.
No.
Okay.
You need maintenance buildings.
Yeah.
So capital equipment, I think can be okay. Capital projects, definitely no.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we're split. Yeah. Thank you for that. And then each year we've been hearing from golf on the request and things like that, where there may be a one-off, a certain capital project every few years, but essentially golf won't be coming back each budget cycle asking for money. Correct?
I'm not sure I follow. Once it goes to enterprise fund, he can get his own loans. He can run his.
That's where I'm getting to. Yes. Where the past 10 years I've been up here, and rightfully so, golf has needed to come to the city to get general fund.
Correct.
Money is kind of the question. So my hope is that we can get you whatever you need with the money that I'm seeing that we're showing in actuals, so that October 1, 2027, you can be hopefully exempt from some of the legislation that has the cap, so that you can make those expenses that Mr. Walker's talking about and it not be applied to the operating side of this cap exemption, because every single person that's paying into this is choosing to golf. And anybody that does not golf does not have to pay pay into this. And so in the future, we won't see these requests coming back each year to be subsidized from the general fund. So big picture, I know we'll probably get into a lot more of this stuff tomorrow at the budget meeting, but while we're looking at this growth and why we're talking about this presentation, I just wanted to share with staff and share with this board where my head's at. So,
Thanks, sir. Councilman Jeter.
Yeah, just to follow up on a few of those things. Times have changed. I'm with you. The Quincy report is very old. Our golf course did not used to have Jacob. It did not used to have these fees and everything it has now. I think all at the same time about COVID. Didn't COVID send golf and outdoor sports on just an extreme upward trajectory when that's kind of how all this funneled? So we're at a point now, I can honestly say, Councilman Walker, if we were in here 10 years ago and the golf course was losing $1 million a year and we had revenues down and this cap over our head, and we rolled back the millage rate years in a row and our savings accounts being depleted, and we got these November cuts, I'd be the first one going, sell the golf course. But I think it's really truly flipped now. The golf course is where our profit is coming from, and that's what we need to feed. So you said earlier, taxpayers pay for it, not this year. You're asking for $440, you're going to track the profit about $440. Where does your profit go? In the general fund? And your request is coming out of the general fund, right? So you're just asking for your money back that you made to invest in the golf course. You're not asking for tax dollars. But I'm with you. There are certain projects that ask for tax dollars. We're doing a boat ramp down here with tax dollars. I don't use that boat ramp. So we can sit up here all day and say, we paved roads that I don't drive down. We build boat ramps that I don't necessarily use. But at the end of the day, that's part of being a community. But you're asking for your profit money to come back to that. So, and another one, just to clarify with the TDD, you have a corridor out there with some huge expansion from the Rigdon Center over there to everything J.O.'s done at Freedom Tech to the TrackMan to the golf course. It's a huge upward spiral and it's become a major attraction with more stuff being built out there. And if it was to privatize, you wouldn't get those TDD funds in that district. So you got to look at it from all different sides. But I see you as just asking for your profit back. And again, thanks for everything you're doing out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with a statement? Ms. Riley.
Just a quick question. Just based on the numbers in here, and you speak on how your operating budget has been running. Would you tend to say in maybe the next 2 years, just projecting out where you're at right now in the next 2 years? Because it kind of sounds like you're very self-sustainable right now. So would you project out that you will still be?
Yes, yeah, we're going to have.
Can you project? Yeah.
Next year we'll have a huge increase, especially with us getting the indoor TrackMan system as well. Everything that we're doing right now, I plan to keep it continuing to grow, but then adding those extra streams too. It's just going to keep going.
Thank you so much for what you do. Anything that's self-sustaining, I'm loving it.
Councilman Walker, then Councilman
Yeah,
Schmidt.
sure. Thank you. Start off with a question.
You don't have to during this period of
Thank
time.
you. So just to clarify on that, for all the public, everybody watching, yes, times have changed, environments have changed, but not the statement Quint Studer, the expert that taxpayers paid for, his opinion. His opinion was there are two services identified as non-core services, and he quotes, "Governments do not usually operate cemetery or golf course. When finances, the long-range plans for the golf course need to be considered. These can range from selling, outsourcing, to possibly reducing it." So that's from an expert, and here we are up here, second guessing a $200,000 expert, the taxpayers. We didn't like that. Not these people here, but parts of this body up here took from that report a fire assessment fee of about $3.2 million and implemented it on taxpayers. But they didn't take the advice to outsource, sell, or otherwise manage this. So Quint Studer spoke on it. I support Quint Studer in that. And I believe, several have spoken about the revenue increases and all. And revenue increase to the government body is different than a revenue increase to taxpayers. When taxpayers get it off of their back through privatization, the money that comes into the government is through leasing the property to a private organization, profit sharing, plus we don't have the capital expenses ever on us. They're on the entity that leases it from us. So I think it's come up here at this public meeting that You are apparently doing a great job out there. You're working on the right numbers, you're moving in the right direction, and that's all. But another COVID event, another hurricane, another series of events, whatever it is, it's going to put you at risk, and that puts taxpayers at risk. I would personally like to see it removed, but I would also like, if and when it does go out for privatization bids, that you be one of the bidders on it. There's nobody that knows it better than you. Form a group, bid on it, show us what you can do, get it off of taxpayers permanently. As Quint Studer said, long-range plans, not a 5-year plan. So thank you for that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, Mr. Davis, I know you do a lot of due diligence in preparing these packets, but why didn't you use the Studer report?
Couple of reasons. I mean, 6-year-old data. So I am open to bringing Mr. Studer back. I hate to throw money at something like that, $200,000 to tell me that we're doing really good, right? We can look at our own data. But if you want me to, I will.
No, I brought it up. Yeah, I wanted to.
No, I get you. And then, again, I take direction from 5 of you who told me to make an enterprise fund. So, I mean, I'm just doing what I've been told.
That's it.
So,
That's it. And if we bring Mr. Studer back, hopefully it's more in the scope of this around the mound design and those kind of things of building a vibrant community. I respect Mr. Studer, but I was here during that time of the study, and in this report, it wasn't digested over golf data. It was just a general statement, especially with what our budgets were showing in public records at that time. Golf wasn't too healthy. So these numbers are tremendously different.
I don't know if he would do this, but he has been kind enough to allow me to drive over to Pensacola and sit down. Super cool dude, but way smarter than I will ever be. I will shoot him an email to see if he would give me a friendly saying, seems like you're doing pretty good, or still a bit bad idea, but if you'd like. But yeah, that's where it's at. It's not like I blatantly ignored somebody who's substantially smarter than me.
No, I like the trend of the golf's direction and being able to get restrictive with this enterprise fund. Those I know what Mr. Walker's saying. When revenue comes up, that means taxes are going up. But when it goes into an enterprise, the only people that are going to be adding to the revenue are going to be the ones that are playing golf. And there's nobody else that's going to be adding revenue, which, yes, when we're looking at a budget, and when these numbers do continue to increase, our budget may be bigger, but I'm okay with that because the only people that are contributing to this special fund are those that want to pay that rate to go out there and play golf. All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Jeter.
If you do reach out to him, ask him if he also recommends like rolling back the millage rate 3 out of 4 years, or doing a 3% cap. Ask him how he feels about all that too. Let's pick his brain. I mean, he's the genius. Let's pick his brain.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Hill. We really appreciate your time and all the information. It was very good. All right, that moves us at 6:42 on to the consent agenda. Council, we have a motion?
We got we moved 13.35.
Oh, I'm sorry, we did. Yeah, you're right.
It'll be 7 o'clock. We're going to get to
That's right. We moved to item 13.3, a discussion of a proposed A Penny to Save Our County Homes legislative initiative. Mr. Davis, do you want to introduce it or just kick it to Mr. Coffey?
So I will just introduce it briefly, right? So there's been some discussion on property tax being voted. Honestly, day one, if that goes through, some of our nice-to-haves are just going bye-bye. We can't afford them anymore, right? So I believe Mr. Goodwin has come up with a different strategy, and Mr. Coffey's kind enough to walk us through it.
Thank you for having me. I'll try and be brief today. I don't have a fancy PowerPoint presentation, although you might have stuff in your backup. This is all about starting a conversation. And so there's nothing I'm going to ask you to approve today. There's nothing that's going to be on the ballot in November. So this is a conversation. It's more of a grassroots campaign to start that conversation today. And what it is it kind of riffs off the first presentation you have, surtax. So one of Florida's strongest assets is we have a lot of tourists coming here, and they pay a lot of taxes, they buy a lot of stuff. So how can we benefit our local property owners? How can we totally get rid of homestead exempt property taxes for all the homestead folks for city and counties? Well, it turns out we can do that because we're blessed with having tourists here, and they can actually pay part of that bill, and a third of that bill, and substantially reduce the cost to homesteaded properties. So even though the measure that's on the ballot today is 150,000, right, homestead exemption, then 250. Well, a lot of homes still are more than 250. A lot of properties, are still dealing with that. What this does is it creates that discussion. And for example, in Fort Walton Beach, you collect 9,522,105 roughly, in property taxes. Of that, about 3.2 million comes from homesteaded properties. Well, if you passed a penny on that, for just like you did the surtax, you would actually generate for Fort Walton Beach over $4 million. So that would make up for that property. It would relieve all those property owners in homestead property taxes. And if you go county-wide, we have about 88,000 homes in our county, almost 89,000. 50,800 of those are homesteaded. Could you imagine all those property owners don't have to pay city or county taxes anymore? And this is for all the jurisdictions. It actually works out because we're a heavy tourist county, and it would bless us with that capability. It doesn't force anybody to do this. This would be a local referendum thing, much like the surtax, so that you didn't have to do it. And whether this amendment passes on the current thing or doesn't, property taxes are going to be back in the spotlight over and over and over again. And they're going to be there by the new governor, whoever that is, and they're going to be talking about how to lower it further and get to where ultimately the governor said, hey, I want to get rid of all homestead property taxes. So this is a proactive measure to start that conversation with the legislature, say, hey, let's get on the same page, because right now cities and counties are kind of pitted against the state government a little bit because we're the ones that got hit. No one else got cut. It'll be cities and counties that will face that measure. This would be like, hey, give us the power to let our voters choose. I will tell you that at our budget hearings, we've had no one show up and say, my taxes are too high. I want you to close parks. I want you to close libraries. I don't want to fund this. I don't want to. I've been here 7 years. Never happened. Never once. Not one single person. People are willing to pay for a certain quality of life, and this gives that to them with cutting their property taxes. So if they're paying $1,000 in property taxes, the sales tax measure would cut that in half by 50%. And it would put that burden back on tourists. It would put that burden some still on everybody equally, and it kind of balances property taxes. If you think you guys passed a measure on property taxes, and that's a top-down approach, this allows them to vote and balance that. So not all of them are some of it's regressive, some of it's more balanced with property taxes and sales tax. Kind of balances that. Now the question is, I've been asked, is this going to hurt us as a county? Well, right now we have a 6% tourism tax. Other counties have 5%, some have 3%. It hasn't slowed down our tourism. So at the end of the day, when people book here and stuff, they're going to come here anyways, and they're going to spend that money. And it's a growing enterprise as far as that's going to continue to grow and continue to support you as a local county, just like surtax will. And it's just an idea. We're here to entertain any questions, or we definitely can get you some more information. But it's a proactive approach versus just waiting for the next shoe to fall and say, this is what we're going to put in front of you. And I think it's something we could pitch to our legislative bodies and governors.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the board for Mr. Coffey? Mr. Schmidt.
On its face, very supportive of this. And I appreciate you and the county being proactive and trying to figure out solutions. I know that we heard a lot from Tallahassee that, there's no proposals, there's no solutions out there on how to address this Amendment 3 coming up in November. But commend you and the county for coming up with this concept for us to discuss. From a workflow standpoint, so this would need to be a legislative priority, and then our state delegation and the friends in Tallahassee, they would at least need to sign off on this so that we could take it to a referendum?
Yeah, they would actually have to pass legislation, just like they did before, and it would be almost a framework with surtax or sales tax or something like that, and it would be county by county. This would not work out for every single county in the state, but if you can imagine, let's say it passes, okay, then you're left without that revenue. How can we not hurt the taxpayers, the homesteaders that they're trying to affect? How could we take that burden off them, what the remaining burden, and not wait and put it somewhat on tourists and balance that and cut that in half? If it doesn't pass, then we're back to square one. How do we deal with that? How can we put forward a measure to still get rid of homestead property taxes like they're wanting to, but not kill us 100% financially, kind of balance that load a little bit with some
And like you
creative
said,
ways.
what's key, it just gets it to a referendum that gives the people allows to educate like we're doing now, the educational campaign, where theoretically we're still some time away from a said referendum. Because like you said, legislation would have to happen in session, and that session doesn't even start until, early next year, I believe, or something like that.
Yeah, it would start in March next year. Could you potentially get it in November of the following year or 2 years? Yes, you can, depending on how timing works out and how quickly they pass, something like that. They would pass it before July, so you would have to work on that kind of issue.
Well, thank you, Mr. Crawford.
But the question is, how do you would have to educate folks and stuff, but it would be the same kind of thing. People would have a choice. If they chose not to do it, great, you have whatever tax system you have. But if you want to get rid of homestead property taxes completely, this is a solution to do that.
It was a proactive plan. If you told me that I had to pick between writing Mr. Anderson a check every year or just a slow consumption throughout the year, I would choose that over the, having to pay my homestead property taxes. So thank you again for being proactive on the concept.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Jeter.
Yes, thank you for the breakdown, thank you for the presentation. It makes a lot of sense. I definitely support it on the front end, just like we do our penny surtax. I also want to say thank you for being proactive, but let's just go down one road that we hope we don't have to. If this weren't to pass, and that were to pass, it's what do we have to do as municipal or county governments? Cut stuff, right?
Yeah, you have choices. Basically, you have to cut stuff or you have to raise revenue a different way, whether that's fees or you can pay for it one way or another, or you have to severely cut services or some hybrid between that.
And nobody wants to do that. We don't want to, I mean, when I ran 3 years ago, but we all run on the same platform.
Yeah.
Lower your taxes and make things better. It's kind of like, well, wait a minute, you can't, it's like a business. We're going to cut expenses, but I promise you we're going to, we're going to spend more money. They kind of go hand in hand, correct?
Correct.
So if some of these start getting cut, we're going to have to look around and we're all going to have to cut some stuff. Hopefully we don't have to do that.
Yeah.
I definitely support this, and maybe we'll see how that passes in November. But definitely thank you for being proactive so that we go a year or two and go, oh my goodness, we got to cut X amount of money from our budget. We don't have the money. So this is a win-win.
I want to take credit for it, but I'd give credit to my commissioners. So I'm just here presenting on their behalf.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on the board? Councilman Walker and then Councilman Merrill.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Crawford. You had mentioned that, the only two options I heard come out of you about if the revenue gets cut is to cut services or to increase revenue. Is consolidation an option?
Yeah, correct. But that would be probably cut services at some point, I would argue, but maybe not.
Right. Consolidation may not cut service, may actually increase them for some. And privatization, is that an option that could also reduce the burden on taxpayers?
Sure.
Okay.
There's probably a million options out there.
Yeah, that's the four big ones, but yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Merrill.
Just so I understand, the initiative to get rid of the county and city, this would be, the goal from this wouldn't be necessarily just to replace income loss if the property tax passes. Would this be tied to going to like a zero millage? Was that?
This wouldn't be going to zero millage because obviously you'd still have school and special districts and stuff, but it would be zero millages for city and county for the homesteaded properties. It wouldn't be for non-homesteaded properties.
Gotcha. Commercial properties, I know that. But it could ease the burden of, because that's also, those could go up and the businesses and non-homesteaded properties could see potentially higher taxes?
I wouldn't say they would see higher taxes. I think it would be a wash. You would be required to repeal and not have taxes on the homestead properties, but you'd have, think about it, 51,000 homes in your county that would be paying the city and county, and that would take it from wherever it's going now, if this measure passed, to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, if we didn't find some way, then that would be an option to make up some of the loss. So this would kind of spread out. And what they said with the surtax, a third of it was paid for by tourists.
Yes, sir.
And you get that benefit. So just so one other thing I don't understand, we already have the surtax moving. They're talking about this going to legislation. Is it just because it has different standards, or it's a new
This is not, the enabling legislation is currently not in Florida statutes right now, so you'd have to create that just like you would other kinds of surtaxes that are voter initiative driven. And you would,
So whatever process the half-cent sales tax went through initially, probably would have to go through that?
yes, yeah, it would be that would be a ballot measure just like we're facing today, and we'd have to go through that. And it, like I said, it may not work out for all counties, but if the goal of the state government is to eliminate those taxes, this would be an alternative if the other doesn't pass for sure, because it would be, you could, get 20 counties, 30 counties, and then eventually you'd have the scale to then tip the ballot fully. And it would be a higher sales tax, but who wouldn't want to move here and not pay homestead property taxes once you got homestead, once you're in the club?
Right.
Versus waiting 5 years. The new initiative, you got to wait 5 years. Well, why not move now, get homestead, and you could start it right away. You'd have to wait next year when you're homestead.
Better be building those roads in the meantime if everybody's coming like that. Huh?
Yeah.
One more question, Ms. Riley.
Sir, thank you so much for the information, very informative. My question would be, do you have a specific number for our area, for Okaloosa County, homestead opposed to non-homestead?
Yes, there are out of 88,000, almost 89,000 homes. There are, hold on, I got it right here. There's 88,982 homes in Okaloosa County. 50,800 are homesteaded, or 57.1% are homesteaded. Now, homesteaded properties make up about 31% of your revenue, because you got to blend in businesses and non-homesteaded houses and stuff too. But 57% countywide are homesteaded properties of the people of the homes.
Okay, and so 31%, is that what I heard you say?
31% makes up the homesteaded revenue of your taxes you collect.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's a little different than your percentage of homesteaded properties is probably higher in the 50s, but the percentage of taxes it makes up for your taxes you take in is less.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Yes.
Would anyone from the public like to speak on this item?
Seeing none, thank you, sir. Council has, or staff has asked council for any type of direction for any desired follow-up to this. Anybody have any action to take?
I don't have any action because I think my understanding is it's just educational campaign. I mean, I don't think we need any action. Is that correct, Mr. Coffey?
That's correct. There's more to follow. This is just kind of like if you hear about it, sometimes you read the paper, they don't have all the facts or details, and if you get into it more, we're happy to provide more information, but there's going to be more coming out. We just kind of laying the groundwork, and we'll be meeting with your city managers and getting those together, and there's going to be some outreach, legislator to legislator.
Ms. Riley.
One last question.
Yes, ma'am.
So in terms, and I'm with you on Councilman Smith on the educational campaign, because I believe that the people need to know and what is happening in their city and what's going on with the property taxes, because there's a lot of people that don't really understand. So to be proactive, with the educational campaign, are we talking maybe town hall meetings or something where we can invite the residents and have a forum where they can ask the questions that are needed, because I think they need to make informed decisions. When you go to the polls in November, if there's something there, you really want to make an informed decision.
Correct.
And so are you all willing, whether it be the county and the city going in together, town hall meeting or something, just to address the concerns and issues of the citizens?
As we get closer, we definitely will engage in that. Right now, we're just in the process. I know one of my commissioners or two of my commissioners are out speaking on this a little bit. We're dealing with the Association of Counties and the League of Cities, just trying to see if we can include this in their legislative priorities.
Okay.
But if it ever got passed as legislation, then we would start to engage that process, and that's probably when we would do more detailed groundwork on that. Because right now, it's not even, it's kind of an idea. There's no legislation. There's no way you could do it right now until we bring it along further. But there's going to be more and more outreach of it, and some infomercials and videos and stuff like that. But we got a journey there, a year, 18 months to 2 years probably before we can even consider an item.
I wish we could have a town hall right now for the November election.
I wish we.
There's a lot of people there.
Yeah.
What's key though is Tallahassee, right? But because to Ms. Riley's point, the first domino that would have to fall would be in the legislative session in that March for them to prioritize it. If that local bill does pass, then we're regrouping and having more of an educational campaign conversation. But if Tallahassee doesn't prioritize it and doesn't make it a local bill, it's not a concept.
If it fails in November, this is going to be a lot more attractive to Tallahassee, probably. What they're trying to accomplish, so.
That part, yeah.
But
thank you, Mr.
Before I depart, I just want to say thank you for partnering. You guys are a great city to work with. I was telling Councilmember Jeter this, that out of all the TDC entities we work with, you guys are by far the most spot on, most come with the best proposals and matches and all that stuff.
We appreciate you saying that, but we do want to point out that these are recorded and the other cities can see it. But thank you, sincerely.
Thank you, Mr. Jeter.
Councilman Walker, you wanted one more question before you leave?
Yeah, one more. So the county can't pass a sales tax by the county commissioners alone. It has to go to the voters, is that correct?
For almost everything we do, yes. There's some smaller counties that can pass a small county surtax by just voting the commission, but we can't based on our size.
But the county commission, like the city council, can reduce property taxes to zero by a vote.
That's correct.
And the county commission can reduce it to zero by a vote.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Make sure I understood that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. All right. So we will now move back on the agenda to item 6 and the consent agenda. Council, any action on that?
Move to approve.
Second. Motion by Councilman Peters, seconded by Councilman Schmidt to approve tonight's consent agenda. Any additional comments?
Thanks for getting janitorial services taken care of.
Council, please vote. It does pass unanimously. Real quick as well, before we get to public comments and move forward with the rest of the meeting, I do want to let everyone know as well, because I heard today that it was unfortunately misinformation on everyone's favorite public diary, Facebook, where people were saying that we were not going to allow any comments on the library situation tomorrow during our budget meeting. That is not true. Any public meeting that we have in this room, we always allow public comment. Just because it's not listed on an agenda that reads specifically public comments, if there are items that are on an agenda that we're voting on with taxpayer dollars, with everyone's best interests in heart, we are absolutely always inviting people down to this room to speak on behalf of whatever cause that is. So during tomorrow's meeting, we will allow all the comments you want to make regarding anything that's on that agenda. Tonight, if you came here to speak about the library, you can also make those comments, that's fine. I'm not going to not allow anyone to make public comments, almost ever, unless they're really, really rude. All right, we'll move on to item 7, which is the mayor and council comments, and we start tonight with Ms. Riley. All right, thank you, ma'am. Councilman Schmidt.
Really going to dive into more into the budget meeting and using that, but just had my 6th kid on Saturday.
Congratulations, sir. Let's go.
And we got a lot to do in a short period of time and ready to lean in. There's going to be a lot of tough decisions. There's going to be a lot of math problems we have to work through. There's going to be a lot of tomatoes thrown. We're going to make people happy. We're going to make people mad, but the nerd in me is I'm excited about this. We're going to work through whatever challenges we have, and the city of Fort Walton Beach is still going to be the best place in the world to live, so that's what I got.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Walker.
I'll hold mine till the end.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brown.
I'll say mine for the end, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Berry.
I'll save mine for the end.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Jeter.
Yes, sir, just to piggyback off what Councilmember Schmidt said, congratulations again, but this is a process, and I hope going into tomorrow, which I will dive into it as well, but this is a process that we're all having to navigate through. Just like the county is, we're trying to figure out what to do if we have to cut, just like the city is. I've had some great conversation with people in the community the last couple of weeks, and it's been really cool to go back and forth via email, in person, different stuff. And people are now starting to realize, oh oh wow, rolling back our millage rate, depleting our savings account, voting for a 3% cap, and now cutting property taxes, this affects me. So I really have enjoyed all the civic debate. I know it's going to continue tonight. I know it's going to continue tomorrow. Eventually, between now and October 1st, we got to approve a budget, and hopefully we don't dip so far into our savings that we don't have any money in our savings next year. But I've enjoyed the process, and I'm like Councilman Schmidt. I want to continue to enjoy continue to enjoy the process and continue to learn together where we can find ways to improve, and where we can also find ways to stay around 5 and 10 years from now. So I look forward to it.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Merrill.
I'll save it to the end.
Same. That moves us on to public comments. So anyone from the public wishing to comment on any item that's not on tonight's agenda, you're welcome to come on up to the podium and make your comments. Remember, if it is on the agenda tonight, just save those comments for when we're on that item. So for example, the second ordinance on the cottage foods situation, we will have an entire time devoted to that. But anything else that's not on tonight's agenda, come on up. We'd love to hear from you. Just state your name and your address, please, when you reach the podium.
Hi, I'm Cindy Carter, and I represent the Elks Lodge. And I actually have good news for everybody tonight.
Let's go.
City Council, staff, and neighbors. I would like to ask everybody if you just close your eyes for a minute. Okay. Imagine that you're on Choctawhatchee Bay. You've got the sun shining in on you and a nice little cool breeze. And you float up to this dock. And this dock leads you up to a white sandy beach. And over to the right is a nice little tiki bar. You sit out on the back patio, enjoying a festive beverage, burger and onion rings. You're at the Elks Lodge, 1795 over on Okaloosa Island. Why this is important? September the 19th from 11 to 4 is our annual Oktoberfest event. This is our biggest fundraising event that we do all year long. We also are allowed at this time to invite everybody to come into the lodge to see who we are and what we do. Now, with this being one of our largest fundraisers that we have, I will say we have raised more funds already, and we still have a month to go, than we ever have in 5 years. And what this does, the campaign that we have right now, is we are bringing the community together to give back to places like One Hopeful Place, to give to our high school, to the sports teams, to our veterans, to our first responders. That is really all that the Elks do, is we like to have fun while raising money. And I just want to invite everybody to Oktoberfest and let you know that this is going to be one great event this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. You said it's September 19th, 11 to 4.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Jason, for all that you did.
All right. Anyone else from the public? Come on up.
There's a line. Hi, my name is Mary Gutierrez, and I'm a resident of the city of Fort Walton Beach. Hyperscale data centers are often presented as symbols of technological progress and economic development. But as an environmental scientist and advocacy for environmental and public health, I believe we have to ask a simple question. What will those facilities cost our communities? A hyperscale data center is not simply a large building filled with computers. These enormous facilities can consume extraordinary amounts of electricity, placing significant new demands on our power grid. Meeting that demand may require new transmission infrastructure or even additional power plants. When that electricity comes from fossil fuels, it means more greenhouse gas emissions and more air pollution. And the impacts go far beyond electricity. Data centers require a significant amount of fresh water for cooling, potentially competing with the needs of residents, agriculture, and the ecosystems that depend on our water resources. These facilities also require enormous amounts of land. Construction can mean clearing forests, removing tree canopy, destroying or fragmenting wildlife habitat, impacting wetlands, and replacing natural landscapes with building, roads, and parking areas. Those impervious surfaces increase stormwater runoff and can put additional pressures on local drainage systems and waterways. There are also serious public health concerns. Data centers operate 24 hours a day. Cooling systems, chillers, transformers, and backup generators can create enormous industrial noise. For nearby residents, that can contribute to sleep disruption, stress, diminished quality of life, and potentially long-term health impacts. Backup diesel generators and fossil fuel-powered electricity generation can also release particulate matter, nitrogen oxides, greenhouse gas emissions, and other pollutants. Then there are the less visible costs: increased construction and maintenance traffics, additional pressure on roads and public infrastructure, localized heat from massive computing operations, and increased demands on emergency management resources. And we cannot ignore ultimately who pays for all of this. When hyperscale data centers place enormous demands on our local utilities, the cost of new generation, transmission, and infrastructure could ultimately be passed on to residential customers and small businesses. I am not opposed to technology or innovation. I am opposed to sacrificing our air, water, land, public health, and quality for this type of technology. We can embrace innovation without sacrificing the communities and ecosystems that sustain us. The question isn't simply whether we can build these facilities, the question is whether we should, and whether our communities can afford the true cost. There are, however, these data centers that use minimal amounts of electricity and don't need millions of gallons of water to cool them. They're called libraries. Let's fund ours.
Thank you, Mayor. Miss Mary Lou, I got to hand it to you. That was one of the greatest plot twists I've ever heard. That was really good. Yes, ma'am.
I hate to even follow.
I know, that's a tough one.
My name's Patricia Rowe and I live in Valparaiso. However, I'm tagging on with Mary about the data centers. I'm concerned about non-disclosure agreements that get signed. I want to be proactive with this. I don't want to be reactive. And everything I've read about them, all right, hold on. An NDA with a hyperscale data center developer, especially a broad NDA, can let a private developer dictate the level of public transparency around a project that can have enormous public consequences. The project can materially affect the public long before a formal vote. Public officials shouldn't be negotiating away transparency that belongs to the public. NDAs can become especially problematic when they cover things that aren't genuinely proprietary. These data centers are going to tell you, oh, we can't tell you what we're going to do because it's all proprietary. So you got to watch for that. And the public, like Mary said, they're going to bear risks that the developer doesn't. You can undermine the public confidence. A city council can agree to protect narrowly defined proprietary information while refusing a blanket NDA. It could say trade secrets and legitimately protected proprietary information will remain confidential, but the city will not agree to conceal public policy discussions, infrastructure impacts, proposed incentives, public expenditures, or information that must be disclosed under public records and open meeting laws. There's a significant distinction between statutory confidentiality and contractual confidentiality. A county can't necessarily transform otherwise, well, the city, I don't know if y'all can or not, transform otherwise public governmental records into confidential records merely by signing a private agreement with a developer. Florida's Attorney General has specifically emphasized that each entity must determine whether a particular record actually falls within a statutory exemption. And most importantly, it should not be used as a substitute for the public process. From what I've heard from y'all tonight, you're really involved with letting the public speak. And I appreciate that. I think that's marvelous. We would like Fort Walton Beach to communicate to the county, because we've been to the commissioners already, to support a moratorium, if not an outright ban. We need to be proactive. And that's, it's our air, our water, they're bad. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Ms. Patricia. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is John Yost. I live at 1505 Big Creek Cove in Niceville.
and I'm here to speak about the environmental impacts of data centers on groundwater. Fort Walton Beach and my hometown, Niceville, stand little chance of actually hosting a data center. Unless, of course, the golf course goes under. But I've asked Niceville, and now I'm asking you guys, to pass a resolution to send to the county a recommendation that they ban or prohibit, or a moratorium if they can't get a ban together, on these hyperscale data centers. Okaloosa County is the only county in Northwest Florida that hasn't acted on this yet. Escambia, Santa Rosa, Walton, Bay have all acted. The new Florida law, SB 484, delegates the permitting to local jurisdictions. Hyperscale data centers use water, tremendous amounts of it, for cooling, to cool the servers. And there are various means. There's open water taken in and exhausted. There's closed loop, and there's even use of reclaimed water. But all of them use a lot of water. They can use from 100,000 to 5 million gallons a day. The indirect cost of having a data center is that it needs more electricity. And what do data centers do to their electricity generation do to cool them? They use water. So there's an indirect water cost associated with data centers. The counties that I mentioned, all the way from Escambia to Bay, are only part of the 16-member Northwest Florida Water District. And we as in Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and Walton, are Region 2, which is the fastest growing region in the entire district. As part of the planning for the district, there are water restrictions put in place through the use of a water resource supply plan. And if you look at the maps from the Northwest Florida Water Management District, you'll find that Okaloosa County, all the cities in Okaloosa County are under a water caution area, meaning they're limited in how much water they can take from the aquifer. And no matter where in the county a data center is put, it'll draw from that same aquifer. So it competes for water with residential, agricultural, businesses, all different kinds, and for that matter, recreational. And excessive pumping will eliminate or drain down the water and allow for saltwater intrusion from the Gulf, as well as shortages to all of us. Now, there are additional environmental concerns: groundwater contamination, wetlands, wildlife habitat removal, increased storm runoff, electronic waste disposal, greenhouse gas, and significant electrical consumption. So in conclusion, I'd like to urge you to pass a resolution to the county recommending that they ban hyperscale data centers. And in addition, pass a ban or a moratorium within the city in the event that some large tract of land becomes available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yost. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Madeline McCready. My address is 31 Brook Street, Southeast, 548. I attend the Northwest Florida Ballet Academy. One of my favorite things we do at school is we walk to the library once a month. I know the library costs money, but I think about all the ways it gives back to the community. free books, technology, fun events to attend, and a space to collaborate with other businesses downtown. Some things are hard to measure just by how much they cost. But to me, our library is more than a building full of books. It's a place that helps kids like me learn, grow, and dream about what we might become someday. Whatever you do, please do not close the Fort Walton Beach Library. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Yes, ma'am. Gotta tell you, it's gonna be hard to top that one.
I know. Good evening. My name is Sharon McAuliffe. I am a citizen of the city of Fort Walton Beach at 311 Meigs Drive. You've heard many objections from my colleagues to the unvetted, unleashed building of hyperscale data centers, water quality and draining precious aquifers, overloading electrical grids, passing costs along to the public, while already wealthy developers get incentives and rack in millions in profit on the backs of ordinary citizens. We, ordinary citizens, recognize that AI is the next evolution in computing power. We are not here to shut down progress on this front. What we are here for is to stand up for ourselves. We've been run roughshod over too many times in the past to trust that municipalities have our best interests at heart and are here to insist that we are made part of the equation as this evolution takes place. Though Fort Walton Beach is not a good site itself for a hyperscale data center, building one in the county will impact the entire county. We would like Fort Walton Beach to communicate to the county its support for a moratorium, if not an outright ban. We would ask that you pass a resolution in support of a county ban, or at least a moratorium, on data centers for the many reasons voiced here tonight. Here are some of our additional concerns. Job opportunities are touted as a benefit to local communities. It is important that the community understands that these jobs are temporary, only lasting for the duration of the time it takes to build the data center. After that, running the facility provides jobs only to a handful of people. Incentives paid from our tax dollars siphon monies away from other benefits to local residents. We don't want to be spending our tax dollars on data centers when we so clearly need money for our local library, water and sewer infrastructure, and replacement of the impending loss of revenues due to state property tax cuts, among many, many other community benefits and issues. At the very least, we need to take some time to understand what the total impact will be and to fashion a way that neither the financial burden nor the environmental impacts will fall on the ordinary citizen. We ask the City of Fort Walton Beach to add its voice to other local municipalities to ensure that the county takes its constituents' opinions seriously. Again, we would ask that you pass a resolution in support of a county ban, or at least a moratorium, on data centers for the many reasons voiced here tonight. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. McAuliffe. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Tricia Keffer, and I'm a resident of the Seminole subdivision just east of Niceville. However, I do come to Fort Walton, of course, to the library, which I will plot twist into at the end.
Let's go.
And I also shop and live and work in this area as well. I'm also concerned about data centers, but I'd like to make it a little more personal. My parents are 82 years old. My dad's 100% disabled, Vietnam vet. My mother is a retired nurse. Many of these data centers, what's left out of in addition to what my fellow humans have added to this conversation, is that people are forced out of their homes. Local news stations across the country are reporting that people are forced to move and leave their homes, and they cannot use their outside property areas because of the noise level within a 5-mile radius, and the lights, and the detrimental effect on them personally, that they're forced to sell their properties, which we were just talking about property value, which would make it go down like that. gone, zero. Property value is very variable. What would I do if I had to move my parents? We've lived there since 1979. They have their doctors. They have everything set up in the community. And let me ask everybody in the community behind me, if you had to move because a data center was suddenly moved into your neighborhood, it's not a good neighbor. The noise would be so loud that we couldn't call the police because of the 2 a.m. party, which we could normally do if there's a sound ordinance, but the data center can make noise 24/7. So I'm also asking that we start this conversation now. We have to talk about data centers now. It's on the horizon. Other counties have taken action on it. We at least need to start a conversation on it, a moratorium, a ban, something. We need to have workshops, et cetera, about it. And yes, I would also like to, because I didn't know about the library prior to now, I would like to thank the Fort Walton Beach Library. I was just there last week, and it helped me to pass my ISA Tree Arbor Certification exam this morning. Thank you. So, the library is an amazing service. I use all of them in our area, and I go there to take a mock exam so I could practice in an environment that was just like the testing center that I was at the Northwest Florida State College this morning. I saw some items in that budget that I think we could redirect to the libraries. So I think that we should actually fund the libraries more. It's an amazing resource, and I use it as well. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Tricia. Anyone else from the public here wish to speak?
Good afternoon, Council. Jay Azaretto, 13 Anastasia Drive. I know the library is on discussion for tomorrow, but it looks like I will be unable to make tomorrow's meeting. Yep. So I just wanted to remind you of a few points that I made the last time you all met. Fort Walton Beach Library and its staff play a vital role in our community. It serves as a flagship of our beloved downtown, gives people a reason to visit downtown Fort Walton Beach, drives people to patronize downtown businesses, and serves as a symbol for the values that our community holds dear. Fort Walton Beach is the greatest city on the Emerald Coast. The library is an essential piece of that greatness. So City Council and the community can work together to improve things and leave them better than they were, rather than close institutions and leave shuttered property in a downtown which you all have worked so hard to revitalize. So please remember to do what is right and come up with solutions to maintain a vital community service in its current location. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarado. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Carissa Bayer. I'm here with my daughter and on behalf of my 2 boys at home. We live right off of Elliott Road near here and have absolutely loved the downtown library. I mean, we were there multiple times a week all summer. My kids are voracious readers right now. We are there constantly. And I see it as a mom. I see the programming that they have, especially for families with young children. It is so hot in Florida, and so to be able to have reprieve with young kids in an educational place with access to books is just priceless, I would say. I'm also here, I'm a clinical child psychologist, so I am here in the community. I've been in practice here with my husband, who's also a psychologist, for the last 10 years. I do a lot of evaluations, and I get a lot of referrals for kids with disruptive behaviors and learning difficulties. And so very regularly, I'm recommending the library as a resource to parents who are coming in, getting the kids off of screens and somewhere where they can be without video game distractions, without, I don't know, all the iPads, and just dig into a book. And I think that's a really important part in our downtown community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bayer.
Are there any more people that would like?
Anyone else from the public? Yes, ma'am.
Hi. So my name is Tanya Alsbury. I got incorrect information today, and I live in Fort Walton. I was born and raised here. Unlike Miss Bayer, my child is not a reader. My child is neurodivergent. My child loves the library. He's been to Niceville, he's been to Valparaiso, he's been to Fort Walton. It is absolutely unacceptable to expect people with a neurodivergent child to be able to afford every series that these kids are interested in. The books, the games, the movies. It's just not plausible. With that in mind, the library is an absolute necessity for these kids. And then I've got a question. Have any of you ever been at home and your printer went out? Because mine did. And my laptop refused to talk to the company that I was currently trying to fill out an application with because their resources, their program was so old. I went to the library. A librarian helped me. She logged me on. She was willing to help me with my resume. The idea of taking that resource from anyone in this area, I beg you, you cannot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Would anyone else like to speak on any items that are not on tonight's agenda? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Lori Arrington. I am a citizen of Fort Walton Beach. I've been up here before. I know all of y'all. Thank y'all for your time, Mr. Mayor and the council. I would just like to speak and say that before the council downsizes, relocates or otherwise dismantles the library that we have today, I think we as taxpayers deserve an answer to a very basic question. How much money will it actually save, and what are we actually losing? I mean, you guys have seen the kids. I mean, you have seen the kids. I raised my kids at this library. They're all adults now. I take my grandchildren at least once a week, year-round. Because reading is very important, and we go to the special events and all of that. My daughter and I go to the garden club meetings there, and it's just a very integral part of what makes this community a community. The reason I'm asking is how much money will it actually save, is because that answer is nowhere in the packets that were online for the public. And that matters when it's being discussed in the context of the cap and the financial problems that the city has, which I'm aware of. I know y'all are probably more so aware. I really don't feel like you have to move the library to balance the budget, and I really don't feel like you have to move it to comply with the cap. I think there's a lot of options, but it feels like, and I've watched all of y'all's meetings and everything, and been involved with the budget process since May, June. But with the library specifically, you cut 11.5% from their budget. You reduce the hours, reduce the staff. The problem I have with that is I work until 4:30 at the base, and stopping by to get my kids, to get back down here by 5 is really difficult. And so that just leaves us with Saturdays. The entire library costs less than 1% of the city's $65 million budget. But yet more people are using it. The visits are up, according to y'all's packet that y'all had it. The visits are up, borrowing books are up, attendance is up, library cards are up, the internet usage is up. So we have a department whose budget is going down 11.5% while demand is going up. And if council believes the library needs restructuring, then I would just ask that y'all show us the numbers that justify that. Because the packet for tomorrow says restructuring of the library, that's it. No replacement location, no relocation cost, no timeline, no analysis. It's too large. Someone said no calculations on proceeds or future use, unless you count Mr. Davis's comment that it needs to be, the location needs to be a spa. I was here in person for that meeting. No analysis on service impact to the public or the kids in our community. That was kind of disappointing to me. to see it on an agenda with no background information. Maybe y'all have it, I don't know, but it wasn't made available to us. But most important, there was no calculation of the net savings versus the loss of service for the taxpayers and the children in our community. I want to know where the business case is, because y'all talk about running the city like a business. None of y'all, and all of y'all, most of y'all are business people, would sign a contract without knowing the terms. You should not give up a downtown public access without knowing the cost. Putting it into perspective, y'all have $150,000 for a lobbyist for the city of Fort Walton Beach. Every one of us should be a lobbyist. We would probably have a little bit more power than just one person who gets paid $150,000, or even a firm that gets paid $150,000. Because if the city of Fort Walton needed people to call the legislature, we would. I would. Most of my friends would too. I'm not saying those dollars are interchangeable with the capital funds. I understand colors of money and all of that. But this budget contains choices, so please don't tell us that restructuring the library represents less than 1% of the budget is somehow an unavoidable consequence of fiscal responsibility, because fiscal responsibility cuts both ways. I'm asking y'all to do the homework. I'm asking y'all to give us the data we need to understand. I'm asking you to calculate the cost and the cost of the loss of service to the kids in this community, to the older people in this community, to a downtown that finally has life, because I've lived here for 30 years, and it's amazing to me to see the life that has come back, and to take the library out of it it boggles my mind for the cost of y'all building another hotel, because if a hotel would work down there, then Marina Bay, the Hilton that y'all agreed to having on the corner by Publix, would have already been built. So I ask you to bring it to the public and defend it on its merits. And until that, you haven't established a financial necessity. You've brought a proposal to give up a beloved educational downtown asset that provides taxpayers, children, elderly, and yes, sometimes even tourists, a needed service. And that should require more evidence than what you've given us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ahrens. Hello and welcome.
Hello. My name is Bonita Locke. I live in Fort Walton. As a senior citizen on a fixed income, it's kind of difficult at times to buy large print books. If y'all bought any, you know it. I can borrow them from the library. I can use computer services at the library. And I really appreciate it. I'll stop there. Families, their young mothers take their children to the libraries in order to get books to read to them. They can also check out movies, family movies, to watch with them. I'm just asking that our town not lose a library. It would take me a long time to go through programs. Have you ever grown mushrooms? You need to visit the library. Programs with the children. We need to keep our libraries. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
Hi. I've never been to a city council meeting. This is interesting.
Well, welcome.
My name's Adam. I live off Lewis Drive behind Walmart in Fort Walton, and
What's your last name, Adam?
Champlin.
Thank you.
And I wanted to, I don't actually use our library very much, but what I did want to point out is that I travel to many different states and cities across the country. I love to travel. I love going to new places and seeing new things. And a point that I would like to make is that you can tell how much a community takes pride in their people and their services that they provide to their people based off of just going to their library. And I believe that if we are looking to shrink or change our library or move it from downtown, is that would be removing that pride of our community, especially considering the historical aspect of the library here. I mean, as far as I understand, it's been around for well over 100 years. The land was donated 100 years ago. And I think that that's something that shouldn't be taken so lightly in considering to get rid of it. If it comes down to, from like budgetary aspects of trying to fund, from a quick Google search, it seems electricity costs seem to be really high, and so you want to shrink it down to lower the electricity costs. I would, an alternative option you could look into is potentially putting solar on the library roof or doing a small community solar project to fund money. Solar has a very good return on investment and could directly offset the power from the library almost immediately, if that is one of the largest concerns, is just the electricity cost of it. And yeah, that's about it. I just wanted to say that I'm proud of our library, I'm proud of Fort Walton, and I would love to see it stay there.
Thank you, Mr. Champlin. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Sir, over there in the corner, I know you, no? Okay. I saw you get up earlier. I don't want to leave you out. Yes, sir.
My name is Jared Sager. I live on Holton Avenue. I didn't make any notes or anything because I wasn't expecting to speak. I'm not going to make any allies probably by saying this, but I actually do not support an outright ban on data centers. All the concerns about data centers, in my opinion, are easily addressed by placing certain rules or restrictions on the nature of the data centers. So, which has been done in certain cases. For the energy cost, many data centers are building their own power plants, which they're not always running at peak capacity. A lot of that extra energy can get fed or sold back to the city, which could actually lower energy costs. For water consumption, open loop does consume a lot of water. Closed loop does not. Kind of in the name, it's a closed loop system, so it recycles its own water. And then the sound, that's like another thing. Most of the sound that people complain about are from the backup generators. My understanding is those do typically get run periodically just to make sure that everything's ready in case there is a power outage. Those could theoretically be mandated to run during times where people are not home or, what have you. Another thing too is the whole the flock camera thing kind of gets wrapped into the data center thing. If we keep pushing, because everybody is pushing around the U.S. to not have data centers in their backyard, figuratively or maybe literally, these big corporations like Microsoft, Google, etc., they're going to build data centers regardless. So if we pretty much ban them here at home, where are they going to get built? They're going to get built in Africa, South America, wherever, where we don't have oversight over what kind of data is going through there. So I would just like to kind of get people who are sort of caught up in the sensationalized worries about data centers to kind of think ahead as what does it mean to actually ban data centers, because you're not going to ban them, you're just going to move them out of sight, which in my opinion you don't want to do, because if you don't have them in sight, what are they doing? You don't know. The other thing I want to just touch on real quick is the library thing. I don't personally go to the library. I think it's a good thing, but also there seems to be this idea that the council is sort of like making light of the library. Oh, we can just toss it to the side. I just want to say that I have not gotten that impression. I've been coming to these meetings since almost the beginning of the year, I think. And I can see, and I've heard, I mean, this has been brought up many times, obviously. Obviously, nobody here wants to get rid of the library. I just want to say that I appreciate all the hard work all you guys are doing. I know most of you guys aren't paid, right? So I do appreciate all the hard work. And then, yeah, I would just encourage everyone to start coming to these meetings more. I know that this area is pretty packed as it is, but if we can get more people to either watch online or come in person, we could get more of an informed consensus on the general vibe of the council, because I see a lot of negativity online about the current sitting council, and I pretty much like everything that I see here. I would vote for everybody if you were up for re-election. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Sager. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. My name is Penelope Roa Murnane, and I work in Okaloosa County, and I spend most of my time here, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the libraries. Libraries add a value to a community that often can't be measured by dollars. They add a place for people to go without asking for money, without asking for a certain status. Libraries are open to everybody, no matter what you look like, no matter what you wear, no matter what color or race or religion you practice. Libraries are open to you. And supporting the public library, like the gentleman before me said, you can measure a community by how much they value their library, and the library will provide value to the public. And libraries provide free Wi-Fi, free internet. People come in and do their homework. Grandparents come in with their grandchildren and do homework. Senior citizens get tax information. We help people on the computer apply for jobs, because how many jobs are there where you fill out a paper application anymore? They're all online. And the library with the free computers, and what a great location downtown. I went to the Fort Walton Beach Library when I was a little girl, and my family lived here because my dad was a pilot in the Air Force, a Vietnam veteran. He was stationed at Eglin Air Force Base and Hurlburt Field. And I remember going to the public library with my parents and checking out stacks of books. And surely it was the Fort Walton Beach Public Library that we went to, because we lived on 116 Pinewood Terrace, and went to 2 elementary schools that I don't think, New Heights Elementary and Oakland Heights Elementary. Yes. But the Fort Walton Beach Library has a long history, and it provided value to my life. And even though I lived many other places afterwards, because tragically my parents and my brother were killed by a drunken driver in 1981 on Easter Sunday, and they never got to realize their dream of coming back here. But I came back here because I remembered those good memories of going to the library and the beautiful place of this area. And if that library were to go away, or the funding, it would just tragically not provide that for any other children. So please support the library and its location. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Penelope.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Mr. Leibowitz.
James Leibowitz, Canterbury Circle, Fort Walton Beach. First, I would be remiss if I didn't say, Dave, congratulations. Bryce, Logan, you're now one behind. I'm just seeking clarity on something. Stop that, get busy. I'm just seeking clarity on something. If we did remove the library from the city books, that does not necessarily mean that we're losing the library. Would the library then become privatized, or would the county take it, or what would... And that smirk.
Well, I My smirk is simply because I couldn't imagine a private business operating a library to make money.
The county.
No, a private business. You said, would it become privatized or the county? My smirk came from
the
private business.
So next is the
being
county.
a realistic option.
Would the county have an interest in the library?
I have no idea.
Probably not.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so either.
Okay, thank you.
But thank you, sir. Oh, no, you're right. Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Allison McCowan. I live on UT Circle, and I'm here to say that I love our library. I find it to be an equalizer and a really valuable resource for our community. I'm terrible at public speaking. I'm so
No, you're fine. You're doing great.
I just think it's a place where you don't have to pay for access, and it's a beautiful place and a point of civic pride. Excuse me. It's just a valuable resource for our community that provides access to printers, faxes, educational programs, and most of all, knowledge. And it provides it to all of us, regardless of who we are. And it also is a place of, I'm so sorry, I'm so embarrassed.
You're doing great.
It's a place of refuge, of calm, safety, and respite. And I think our city's better for having a library, and it's something that really matters to me as a member of the community. And I can't imagine living in a city that doesn't have one. And I don't want to be a part of a community that doesn't value having a public library for all of its citizens. I will also say that I also am not in favor of flock cameras, for the record, just since it came up. And I also am not in favor of data centers coming to Okaloosa County, for the record. So thank you. Finally pulled it together.
Thank you, Ms. Allison. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on any items not on tonight's agenda? Yes, sir.
Sean McCowan, 10 UT Circle, lived here since 1986, so I guess that's about 10 years. Try not to do the math, I don't know. So I grew up in this library when it was over here. It helped raise me. And I just, to be real short about it, I don't think there are any great cities in our country that don't have a library. I just, maybe some homework for y'all is to find who that is, right? And then next time, bring that back and share with us the great cities that we aspire to be that have done away with it. I just don't think any of you want to be representative of that failure in our city. So, that's all I'll say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
My name's Kinley Childress. I live on Oregon Drive in Ferry Park. I was born in Fort Walton, raised in Fort Walton and Crestview. Allison made me cry a little bit. I got her emotion. I think it's very obvious that the library is very important to a lot of people here for a lot of emotional reasons, but I understand that this is a budget issue. And from what I understand, we have to make that decision, or you have to make that decision by October 1st. So really, I came to ask just for more time to think about what to do with the library, because people covered a lot of things that are valuable to the community. I spent a lot of time in libraries growing up when I was a child, just studying, reading. I happen to like it. But I also ended up tutoring a lot of kids when I was in middle school, high school, and college. And there were a lot of parents who didn't have the help or the opportunity to send their kids to tutoring in normal school hours, or to afford certain tutors in certain tutors in certain companies. So I've seen the effect that it can have, not just on the children, which are our future, and an educated young person really helps a city in the future. but it also helps adults in our community now in ways that maybe we don't think about all the time. But not only that, around the world, libraries are a big tourist. It's good for tourism. You know what I mean? Like if you look at Prague or Vienna, they have the world's most beautiful libraries that people come to see, specifically go to these areas for that. So I would wonder if there's a way that we could make the library something that doesn't only benefit the community educationally and emotionally, but also monetarily. And this is my first city council meeting. I've worked nights every Tuesday for years, so I'm glad this is the first one I get to be at. I actually have some friends that came with me. This is their first one as well because we all care about this a lot. And like I said, from what I understand, we have until October 1st to figure something out with the money. But I would hope that the library stays a priority and also in the future becomes something that we can use to make our community more beautiful and more attractive to all of our visitors that come here. I also am not for data centers. I think they're bad for the birds and the bees and pretty much every living thing around them. But I'm really here for the library talk. So that's really all I have to say. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Childress.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on any items that are not on tonight's agenda? Going once.
I would like to say something.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Monica Kairis. I live right over on Alder Avenue, very close by, very close to the library. I did not write a speech or anything. I wasn't really expecting to speak tonight, but I just came here in support of the library. It has been life-changing I have a 2-year-old son. We are a, small family with a small business. My husband is an entrepreneur locally, and it has just been so life-changing to have the library in our lives, all of the events that they put on for all ages, from newborn to, crocheting and knitting classes. It's just really impressive to me and has made such a difference in my child's life. He's only 2 and he's an amazing speaker, loves to read. It's pretty impressive. And there was a time a few weeks ago when my car battery died. I was able to walk to the library. That was so lucky for me, with a 2-year-old at home. And every time I go to the library, there's bicycles outside, there's people coming in, walking in from all over. It's just such a great location. There are huge apartment buildings being built right now directly behind the library. Think of all of those families, young families, that will be there, that will be looking, needing, just a great environment for their children and for themselves even. I've gone to many forums just for myself at the library. I just think it's so invaluable to all of our citizens. I encourage everyone to check out the library if no one's been. It's a beautiful library. And I just wanted to, I'm super nervous, so I'm sorry.
You're doing great.
But yeah, I just wanted to speak out in support of our library, and I will be at the meeting tomorrow as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monica. Yes, sir.
I will speak now.
All right, let's do it.
Thank you. Trey Gregory, Earl Gregory, live at 47 Hemlock. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I wanted to, I'm not here to speak on behalf of the library. My only question really is, and I'll use less than a minute of time, what is the essential character for Walton Beach? I've lived here 5 years, originally from Pensacola, married a native here at Fort Walton Beach. And, in Atlanta, everybody's trying to recreate character. I came from Suwanee, which is the northeast of Atlanta, and they're real busy trying to make a town square and do this and do that. I know we've got plans to go around the mound, but we've got to be something more than just a backwater before the bridge. So with that, I know everybody here is invested in that, but I wonder if that question gets asked often. It's a question that I keep.
Developing vibrancy.
Say again.
Nostalgic while developing vibrancy.
Okay. That sounds great. And so what is the practical? I really appreciate, by the way, the work that was done The Bowlegs Festival was fantastic. It was great to see everybody come down to that, and I definitely would speak on behalf of that. I'm not part of the crew or anything, but it was great. And I really appreciate the way that the landing came together in perfect timing. So hats off to any and all in the community who made that happen. All that was beautiful. So, but you know so that's a great statement. A vision statement, I guess, for what Fort Walton Beach is. But that was my question. That's all. Thank you very much. I actually did more than my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on any items not on tonight's agenda? Yes, sir.
Hi. Name Parrish Phillips. I stay at 19 Cape Drive, Northwest Apartment C. Of all the people who have spoke here, there was a lot of talk about how the kids enjoy the library. I was one such kid 20 years ago. I am 25. But I was invited here by a friend because otherwise I would not have known about this. And that's what I think is the biggest issue. I know a lot of young adults in the area, and I don't think any of them know this exists. Obviously, we know we have a mayor and a city council and planner, clerk, attorney, other people who run things for the city. But I don't think any of us actually know this exists. The fact that the public, normal people, can come and speak and voice their concerns that they may or may not have with the city. And thank you for allowing that to happen. I'm not too sure if that is a common occurrence, but nonetheless, thank you regardless. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on any items not on tonight's agenda? Just wanted to give it a minute. Seeing none, we will move on to resolutions. But before we do that, just very quickly, I would like to recognize one person that spoke here tonight. Is it Madeline? Miss Madeline, I have a little gift for you on behalf of the city for your bravery and getting up there and speaking, and I'd like to give this to you. So if you can come up here. Don't, you're going to make me. All right. We'll move on to resolutions. Resolution 2026-15, and Mr. Payne, I believe that's you, isn't it?
Daniel Payne, Public Works Utilities Director. Tonight you have in front of you a resolution similar to what we've done on Eglin Parkway, and I think there was another state road job that we did. Is this even low? Can you hear me all right?
You always talk kind of low.
Got it. I'll speak up. Everyone's aware of State Road 85, but also maybe what they're not aware of is State Road 189, which is Beale Parkway, is also scheduled to be resurfaced next year. So a part of that, DOT sends out they let us know, right? This is not a last minute thing. Multiple renditions of plans and utilities. This is the utility portion of the city.
Hang on one second. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. And a part of that is we have water and sewer down Beale Parkway, and since the crews and the work is all scheduled at night, then they offer a utility work by highway contractor, but they need to know ahead of time before they let their bid. And this is that. The dollar amount that they have, we don't have too many utilities on there, but the dollar amount listed is for them to lower our sewer manholes, raise them back up, because of the milling operations coming in. So it's like a two mode thing, and then as well as the water valves. Same thing on that side. So the dollar amount is, I think, $26,400. It's within city manager's limits, but because DOT, everything they do, and Ms. Barnes can attest to that, they want a resolution, we have to take it to council for any type of resolution. So with having said that, if there's any questions, the recommendation is to approve resolution 2026-15, and I'm here for any questions on that.
Thank you, sir. Questions on this item for Mr. Daniel Payne from the council? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to speak on water valve boxes and manholes? Seeing none, council, you wish to take any action tonight?
Recommendation.
Motion made by Councilman Merrill and seconded by Councilman Browning to approve Resolution 2026-15, approving the FDOT funding for State Road 189, otherwise known as Beal Parkway. Any additional comments, council? Please vote. And it does pass 7-0. That moves us on to item 10, ordinances on first reading, and specifically ordinance 2224. Mr. Burns.
Ordinance 2224, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending Code of Ordinances, Section 8.02, Alarm Systems, and 3.20, Fire, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. Please, both Chief Aaron and Chief Days will present on behalf of staff.
Gentlemen.
Mayor, Council, good evening. Just one quick change. 3.02 is going to be pulled out into a separate ordinance, so we're going to bring that forth at a later date. This one will only be related to false alarms. So just real quick, the last time we touched this ordinance was back in 2022. We made some minor cleanup. We looked at FARA, which is the False Alarm Reduction Association, and also the Security Industry Alarm Coalition, to get model guidance for this. We started looking through the ordinance, and both us, the fire department and police department, identified several sections that were outdated. One of those sections was 8.0202, where it talks about passing out a decal or validation sticker. I don't know when the last time we passed out an alarm validation sticker was, so we struck that from the ordinance. Another section in there required us to leave a paper behind notifying everybody in the world that your alarm is not working. So we also removed that section from the ordinance. We took the fees out of the ordinance and moved them to the fee schedule. And we changed the appeal process from the Board of Adjustments to the special magistrate. So those are the more substantive changes that were made in the ordinance. There was also some language that was cleaned up in the ordinance, and there was modernization that was placed into the ordinance. I don't know if you have anything else to add to it. The other thing is that we go to about just under 600 false alarms in a year. Each false alarm requires 2 officers to respond. They take about 30 minutes to handle. So if you do the math, you're about 1,200 hours, or about half a year of one officer's work to handle with false alarms. And you can see in the staff report, there have been studies that show that reductions are anywhere from about 40 to 87% if you have a good false alarm program. So we've had a false alarm program on the books for many, many years, and as Councilman Jeter always says, what good is an ordinance if you don't enforce the ordinance? So now we want to bring this ordinance forth where it is updated, modernized, and enforceable, so we can see a reduction in false alarms and save that public safety time for other initiatives.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the council for Chief Shipman or Chief Beige? Councilman Walker.
Yes, thank you, Chief. Just looking at it, just summarize for the public how this reduces false alarm costs.
Because right now, if your alarm goes off in error, there is truly no corrective behavior. So going forward, in the ordinance as it is written, it talks about 2 alarms, you get warnings sent to you. We'll send them either by email, mail, we'll get them somehow sent to you versus leaving it there. So we will try to educate you. If you have a third false alarm, then it starts on a fee schedule. So the fee schedule will be adopted by City Council at our upcoming council meeting, but tentatively we've turned in on the third and fourth alarm a $50 fee, on the fifth and sixth alarm a $150 fee, and then once you get to 7 false alarms in a calendar year, for 7+, it'd be a $250 fee. So it'd be through the enforcement of a fee schedule or fine schedule.
So it theoretically may not reduce the number of calls, it's just recompensating your department if they have to go out.
So I would say academically, it's proven to reduce false alarm calls.
Gotcha. And revenue, does it also increase revenue?
It could. I mean, that depends whether false alarms go off or not. If the program is effective, if education works, people see there's consequences for their behaviors, and false alarms do not go off, then we would generate zero revenue. Our hope is that we don't collect a single cent off this, and we get that number from 600 down to a handful of false alarms every year.
I saw the study, I think it referenced 44 and 87, so put it in the middle, 50% of them will continue, so I'm just thinking out loud here, 50%. So 600 will be down to 300.
Hopefully.
And yeah, gotcha. Okay, thank you, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Merrill.
Do you have any data on the 568 calls? How many were repeat offenders?
Not repeat offenders. I mean, we could look into it for you. Generally, what you see is a lot of error in use, where somebody doesn't have the proper code, somebody forgets that they left a door open, set their alarm, the alarm goes off. And in Florida, one of the things that's in state statute is two-call verification. So the alarm company is supposed to call 2 people before they call the police or fire department to verify an alarm. So we just really want to make sure that everybody is playing their part, from the alarm industry to the homeowner or business, and then public safety. We all have a part to play in reducing false alarms.
Gotcha. And that would come through house alarms, that call verification. But did I see something about car alarms? Would that be if a car alarm?
Car alarms are excluded in the definition.
This is for a house alarm, and it's gone off. They haven't got a hold of somebody. They call you guys and they send it out.
So it's for alarms that are permanently installed.
Okay.
It's actually for a house or business as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else from the board with a question for the chiefs? Anyone? Oh, Councilman Walker.
Yeah, I was reading here, I saw about the 12, let's see where if there were 12 false alarms, that the permit would be revoked. That's only, I mean, they can still have an alarm, it just wouldn't be dialing the police department.
Correct. So in that section, it talks about second verification then. So once you get past, then there's 2 sections where it talks about non-response. I don't know which non-response section you're in, but it does talk in there that if you have an alarm and we discontinue service because you've gone greater than the 12 alarms, that it would require independent verification. So if your neighbor called to say, yes, the alarm's going off, but the mayor is walking through the window with your TV, then we will still respond out.
There it is. It's in 8.02. It says alarm activations exceeding 12 false alarms shall be cause for the alarm permit to be revoked by the police chief and the location be designated as no response for alarms unless secondary verification. So you're talking the neighbor or someone driving by says it's going off.
For a reason.
Because they saw someone, not just because they heard. If they heard it,
there's
you're
a
not going.
suspicious car in the driveway or something else. And that provides the option. It doesn't say it's mandated, it allows us the discretion. And if you look at the industry partners that we looked at, the False Alarm Reduction Association and also the Security Industry Alarm Coalition, they both have non-responses built into their ordinances or their model ordinances, because ultimately that is what will drive compliance sometimes when you have horrific habitual alarms.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anyone else from the board with a question for either of the chiefs? Would anyone from the public like to speak on this proposed ordinance on its first reading tonight? Seeing none, council, would you like to take any action in regard to ordinance 2224?
Mr. Mayor, move to adopt ordinance number 2224. Second.
A motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Browning to approve ordinance 2224, amending the COO section 8.02 under alarm systems. Any additional comments?
Yes, sir. It's not a question. It is a comment, so I'll wait until the comment section.
Absolutely.
I've had multiple businesses before, and Chief Page is correct with his data. We had alarms that pinged, and when you have a manager or a business that you know you have the safety net of they're going to go check it for you every time, when you know there's a rat in your building, or you know you have a faulty door, and you have the safety net of them for free to go do it for you, you're less apt to fix that. Whereas when they tell you, I'm not going to come out here again, somehow you find a way to fix it the next day. So it's
a good call. Anyone else, council comments? Council, please vote. And the motion does pass 6-1. Before we dive into the rest of tonight's exciting agenda, we will take a quick 15-minute recess so everyone can stretch their legs. we are now reconvened here. Appreciate everybody staying with us, both online and here in the chambers. We'll move on to ordinances on second reading, and specifically ordinance 2221. Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 2221, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending Section 6.04.02 standards for parking to allow for the inclusion of ADA parking spaces in the tabulation for required parking, provide for authority, provide for severability, and provide for an effective date. This is the second reading, and Mr. Gibson will present on behalf of staff.
Mr. Gibson.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Tim Gibson, Growth Management Director for the city. So this is the second reading for this ordinance. So this is just simply a small change to our land development code. Currently we have parking requirements based off the type of use and the size and everything of the development. Our current code requires ADA parking spaces in addition to that requirement. This would just simply allow those ADA parking spaces to be counted towards that requirement. And we've received no comments or input from the public on this. Pending any questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions on this for Mr. Gibson? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to speak on this particular item? Council, do you wish to take any action on ordinance 2221?
Mr. Mayor, so move staff's recommendation to adopt ordinance 2221. Second.
Motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Browning to approve ordinance 2221 on second reading. Any additional comments? Council, please vote. The ordinance does pass unanimously. That brings us to item 11.2 and ordinance 2223, Mr. Burns.
Mayor, ordinance 2223, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending Code of Ordinances, Section 11.04.03, stopping, standing, and parking hearings, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is the second reading, and Chief Page will present on behalf of staff.
Chief.
Good evening, Mayor. Robert Page, Chief of Police. There are no changes from the first reading. This ordinance basically just authorizes the county clerk to transmit unpaid parking tickets for registration holds.
Thank you for that. Questions from the board for Chief Page? Mr. Walker, any questions?
Sure, thank you for asking.
You got it.
I will come up with one real quick. So you're saying, this is saying that previously those were handled by the magistrate here, but now they're going to be sent to the county?
No.
Okay.
So when we came here previously, we made the change to go from the magistrate to the clerk of courts in the county court system. What we're doing now is we're cleaning up one section in there because Florida statute allows a clerk to transmit unpaid parking tickets. If you have 3 unpaid parking tickets, to put a registration hold on your vehicle. The county clerk has asked that we explicitly write that language into our ordinance because he wants to ensure that the city wants that to be conveyed to the Department of Highway Safety Motor Vehicles.
Gotcha.
So the only change to this ordinance is now adding a single sentence to allow the county clerk to transmit unpaid parking tickets to the Department of Highway Safety Motor Vehicles.
Gotcha. How many parking tickets have been written in the city last year, do you guess?
If I was to pull a number out, a complete guess, I would say between 200 and 300.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else questions for Chief Page? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, council, any action on ordinance 2223?
Mr. Mayor, so move staff's recommendation to adopt ordinance 2223. Second.
Motion made by Councilman Jeter and seconded by Councilman Browning to approve ordinance 2223 on second reading. Any additional comments? Council, please vote. It does pass unanimously. Brings us to item 11.3 and ordinance 2225. Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 2225, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for property described as 102 4th Street Southeast, more particularly describing the body of the ordinance to be rezoned MX1 mixed-use medium zoning district, providing for the amendment of the effective portion of the official zoning map, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, so I just need to go down and ask all the council members if you've had any ex parte communications. Mr. Browning, have you had any?
No, sir.
Mr. Barry?
No.
Mr. Jeter?
No, sir.
Mayor?
No, sir.
Mr. Merrill?
No, sir.
Mr. Riley?
No, sir.
Mr. Schmidt?
No.
Mr. Walker?
No.
Okay, and then Tim, Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth so be God? I do. Okay, y'all are both under oath.
Mr. Gibson.
Hi, good evening again. This is the Greater Peace Missionary Baptist Church property that we talked about at length in here. This is the one that is being developed for workforce housing, part of the workforce housing incentive funding that the city has. They're looking to put townhomes on the property. The property is currently zoned CF Community Facilities, which would not allow the townhomes. This is just a proposal to change that zoning to MX1, which would be allowable there. It is compatible with the area and everything. We've received no comments or input from the public since it was first presented.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Gibson on this item? Mr. Jeter?
Do we have an approved site plan yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Will this give them enough? I know last time we talked about just going R2 or mixed use. Will the amount of, they're building how many doors there with taxpayer dollars?
8.
Like 8. So we gave them $600,000 of taxpayer money to build 8 doors. After they build those 8 doors, going to MX as opposed to residential, will they have a large enough parcel of land to do anything else with? Commercial? I mean, I just don't understand still why going to mixed use instead of R2. Are we doing that because we found out that it's big enough to do commercial on as well?
I believe, I mean, you could probably speak better on that. There's no intent from the property owners to ever develop any kind of commercial there. It is strictly residential. We just work with there. There's residential and mixed use zoning already in that area. Most of the properties around there would allow for commercial, even though they're residential right now. That just keeps it consistent with the neighborhood. There is R2 multifamily residential, and there is the MX1 and even some MX2 in the area, which is the higher use mixed use in there. This just kind of keeps it consistent with what is immediately adjacent to it, because there are other properties immediately adjacent with it that are the MX1 zoning versus the R2 zoning that's across the street.
So is there enough room, is all I'm saying? If we gave taxpayer dollars to build 8 doors, and we also waived a lot of deed restrictions for many, many years ago on the property, and now there we found that we got enough room to build those 8 doors and get a free piece of commercial property, I just want to know, like, is that why we're doing mixed use instead of R2? Because if you only got room for 8 doors on the lot, you just...
Right. Scott Jenkins with Jenkins Engineering here representing the applicant. Really, it's just as simple to me as that it saved a step in the process. So right now, the future land use on the property is mixed use, and so it's easier to change the zoning to a mixed use category without having to go through that future land use amendment also. If we would have gone to the residential, we would have had to do a future land use amendment and a rezoning for the property. So it's just one less step, really. There is no intent to do commercial use. Is there additional property there? Yes, but there's an existing building there that the church has also, so there's nothing in addition to that.
But you're very good at what you do, and you draw a lot. Looking at this parcel and drawing 8 doors, there's probably going to be a large patch of land left to also do commercial with.
Only if they tear down the other existing building right now. So it's pretty jam-packed full of goodness with the 8 doors on it right now, unless they were to go through and demolish their existing structure.
Got it. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else questions? Mr.
That
Walker?
existing structure is the church.
The church owner, yes, sir.
Right, so if they tear down the church at some point in the future, then so be whatever it is they request for. Gotcha.
Correct.
Then they'll have to deal with the Lord, Mr. Walker.
That's right. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't tear down a church.
Anyone else questions for Mr. Jenkins or Mr. Gibson? Councilman Schmidt.
Again, appreciate you, Mr. Jenkins, being on board with this project. It seems like it's taken momentum and taken, getting the job done that money was designated to do. What is the next kind of point that needs to be checked as far as getting the timeline as far as being developed and being executed? What's next after this?
We have a development order application in currently. We have gotten comments and resubmitted addressing all those comments. I believe planning's finishing up their review now, but we would hope to be at the next council meeting for the development order approval.
Okay, so it's flowing. And this is more of a staff question. It's a kind of, I think I know the answer to it, but again, what Mr. Jenkins does, he's great at what he does. The developer's going to develop. But if they don't, does that $600,000 go back to the general fund?
Yes. It's an agreement. Their agreement said that to that effect.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's money that can be used for other things in the budget, taxpayers' dollars, that if that money comes back to us.
Well, it doesn't say, I don't have the agreement for me right now. I don't think it said it automatically goes back to the general fund, but it would go back to the workforce housing fund. And then y'all can make that decision to move them out.
Because this board ultimately decided about 2 months ago to move forward with giving them the $600,000, the church, to build townhomes?
Yeah.
Okay, thank
So
you.
the development order and the development agreement are still in process. The deadline set by council a few months ago was to have the development order completed.
Sweet.
And then they've got another 12 months to get the development agreement completed. That development agreement is where it's going to outline, here's exactly what they're going to provide, and here's the money that the city's going to provide as that incentive funding. So that development agreement has not been completed yet.
Okay. and
So
that's
that will come back before this board.
Awesome. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Walker?
There was a deed restriction that we had to address early on, right?
That's correct.
And there was there an appraisal of the property to acquire? How was the agreement reached on the buying out of the deed restriction? Do you recall?
I can tell you, I drafted it for them. It was based on what we had to figure out what the CDBG funds were that were actually given to them back in 1980. Or I'm again using approximate dates here, but they received the funding, and we figured out because they actually received more than what it was like 23,000 or 28,000, I think. They received more than that, but they also bought more property than what they currently owned, and so we had to figure out like roughly pro rata. Dollar for dollar, and what it was worth back in 1980, and so that's how that reverter clause was valued. Because it was basically they actually paid, they bought it.
That's what I thought. You guys bought it.
They bought it back out because really the whole point of the reverter clause was to secure the CDBG funding that was used in the first place, and so we just required them to repay that money basically. So they repaid the money and bought that out.
And the reverter clause, if I remember correctly, said that if they change the use of the property, then that's when the reverter option could be taken. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else with questions for these two gentlemen? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Council, do you wish to take any action on ordinance 2225?
Mayor, so moved. Staff's recommendation.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Schmidt and seconded by Councilman Browning to approve ordinance 2225 on second reading. Any additional comments, council? Councilman Jeter.
Is he going?
He said no. He shook.
I hope to see the project get built. I love construction, obviously. I love when vacant lots get developed. I know it's probably going to get developed, and at the end of the day, I'll be cheering for it, but I'm not going to support the motion. I have not really supported the funds going to this direction in the beginning, and now I sit here with being able to spend $600,000 to fund the library for another year, or being able to fund, we got $15,000 worth of life-saving devices that we can't find room for in this year's budget. So really no other fact than just staying on principle, and I really wish we had the money back because we could do other things with it at this point. But if this passes, can't wait to see it get built.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I echo that. I mean, I didn't support it either as far as the funding and the $600,000 going to the however many townhomes we're doing because of the needs that we got in the future. Again, I was on the losing side of that, but now that the council's decided to go this direction, you know, I'm here to support what they need to do in the timeline that board, our board has given them. So.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Councilman Walker?
Yeah, just a comment there, Mr. Jeter, just brought it to my mind. I mean, and I hear what you're saying. I think my recollection of my support of that money was let's get rid of it so we never have to deal with it again. Here we are kind of dealing with it again, but that money was given to them for what I thought this body supported, which was workforce housing. So it's not like it's not being used in the community. It's being used for something I was generally opposed to as far as taking taxpayer money and giving it to someone else to build, quote, affordable housing. It's very expensive for the taxpayers. But anyway, I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Ms. Riley.
I was certainly supporting the motion as well. Firmly believe that we're facing a housing crisis, and that any developer that come through our local community and want to build housing to help our citizens, I'm 100% behind it. This is an issue that we're facing across the nation, and I deal with so many different families right here in our cities that don't have anywhere to live. So affordable workforce housing, whatever not, you know, I stand 100% behind it. So I will absolutely support the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Anyone else wish to speak on this? Council, please vote. And it does pass 5-2. That moves us on to item 11.4 and ordinance 2227. Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 2227, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending Land Development Code Section 5.01.01, home-based businesses to allow for carts or stands for businesses operating under cottage food laws, providing for authority, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is second reading, and Mr. Gibson will present on behalf of staff.
Mr. Gibson.
So this one should be just as straightforward and easy as the last ones. Seriously though, I really don't have much to update council on this one. I know this was discussed at length regarding the cottage food carts that are out there. Officially, staff has not received any public comment. There's been internal discussions and stuff, but we've received no public comment, input, or anything on the proposed language or any parts of this. So really, I mean, I'm just happy to go over anything that you got questions on or answer any questions you got.
Thank you, sir. Questions on this ordinance for Mr. Gibson? Mr. Jeter.
What would it look like if we were to postpone this for 60 days per se to learn more about it? What would that look like from your side? Can we just postpone, Mr. Burns, the second reading and learn and collect more data? Or are we able to just postpone the second reading for 60 days?
You can postpone it for
as long as we need
a day certain.
Yeah.
If you want to take a day certain. If you don't name a date, then that kills it effectively because that's tabling it indefinitely. So you'll need to table it and name a date certain.
So from my perspective also, that wouldn't change anything for me. Chief Beige may have some other input on there because currently our code officially does not allow for these things. Code enforcement did start some proceedings on these things. They put all of it on hold in order to give this time for this to go through the process. So I don't know if he wants to speak on that, but I mean, I do know that could potentially affect some of the code enforcement sides of things as well.
Well, we also learned from some of those code enforcement processes that we started, there's bigger code enforcement issues other than just on certain properties than just this ordinance, correct?
Yeah, each one is unique in itself and it's on fact pattern basis, but you could have other violations at a location. What we did originally is we put a pause on enforcement for 45 days to allow council the time to adjust the ordinance if desired. So we're coming up against that initial 45-day period that we gave them to correct the issue. So then if you were to table it for 60 days, I would ask direction from the city manager or council, do we want to continue with a 60-day abatement period for if they have violations, or do we strictly enforce our code as written going forward? And that's a decision we'd have to have going forward to know what to do with it from a code stance.
Got it. I'm gonna have more, but that answers my first question.
Anyone else with questions on this for Chief Beige or Mr. Gibson? From the board, seeing none?
If this is approved tonight, then the resolution, the ordinance will come together that will allow those home-based cottage businesses to operate with the guidelines. I saw some setbacks from the street.
Correct. Parking requirements and hours, things like that. Yes.
Yeah, hours. What are the hours proposed in?
So the hours we proposed in here were from, I don't want to lie to you, from 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. The carts needed to be put up and could not be in operation during that time frame.
Closed. Gotcha. Thank you.
Anyone else with questions? Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Thank you, Chief Beige. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this proposed ordinance on its second reading? I would imagine there's a few of you here. You first and then you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I really was not prepared because I was hoping that you guys would approve it. Like you approve just about everything that comes forward to you. I rely on this extra money.
Well, I'm sorry, ma'am. I know you were
I
here.
apologize. Anne Marie Wilkerson with
Thank you.
Lily's Little Shop. Sorry. I rely on this extra money to pay my medical bills that I'm still getting. It's my joy, it's my passion, and I understand, you know, business is business and people don't want it in residential, but we're not getting complaints. We haven't been getting complaints since the initial complaints. And the gentleman behind me, Mr. Tim, sorry, basically explained that code enforcement works with us. We cannot legally have, correct me if I'm wrong, commercial signs in our property. We have the BTR from the county, we have the BTR from the city. We're going by every guidelines and laws that you guys have set forth to date. To postpone this would mean, oh, well, guess what? Everything that we're in the process of baking, we're just going to have to hold off on it. You guys initially came out and said, oh, we want to be the guinea pig for this for other counties around us. Great. That's awesome because we love being guinea pigs. We love doing what we do. But the thing is, if you don't, and it's not a threat in any way, shape, or form, but if you don't abide by the state laws and amend the city ordinance, then you can't have both. And I know that some people live in the county. That's great. You know, my property taxes says I live in the city. But the state law says we are legally allowed to have this. And correct me if I'm wrong, statute 500.80 says that we can. We're allowed to have up to 250,000. We're allowed to have certain carts, and we're allowed to actually have them on the premises. But Mr. Tim says, hey, you know what, it'd be 10 feet away from the property. That's how far you have to put them out. But you also have to bring them in. Nowhere in the statute does it say we have to bring them in. Out of being kind and out of being polite, we don't want people to just show up at all hours of the night. So the hours that are proposed, the ordinance changes that are proposed, are exactly what we want to do and what we have been doing. So to say that, oh, well, we want to postpone it, listen, my husband works for the military, has a certain degree of security clearance that I cannot do anything against postponing his renewing of his security clearance. As a military spouse, we never want to put that in jeopardy for my husband or any of our spouses. We do this because this can be moved with each assignments that we have. I'm retired, he's retiring. It's going to drive me crazy, so I want to bake for the community instead of his airmen. This is vital to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkerson. Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Ben Taylor. I live over on 334 Victoria Avenue. I operate Shortstop Suites with my wife, Jenny. Well, we made the decision to open a cottage food operation the day April 28th, 2026. We looked at Florida statutes and we looked at local ordinances to the best of our ability, along with guides posted online on how to open these. And then on July 19th, we had a fellow cottage baker reach out to us about a notice that they had received about the county business tax receipt. And that night we sat down and reviewed it and realized that this is an actual business. This isn't like an operation kind of thing. And so that night we decided to cease operations at Shortstop Suites until we got some administrative back-end stuff done. So we scheduled the DBA notice to appear in the paper, and as soon as they can do it was the morning of July 26th, and then all this stuff went down, and why we're here today. There's just really a lot of confusion on what we can and can't do. The operations of stands and carts are, I would call a modern solution to modern problem. States have eased up on their cottage food laws, and with the rising prices, people are turning to selling under the law as an alternative source of income. It has come in like a wave. Stands that follow the honor system model are opening up all across the country. Fort Walton Beach area started seeing the stands open up about a year ago. I believe the one that's down the street from my mother-in-law's house opened up in August of last year. Within the city limits, there are about 6 of us that are operating today. Another thing that has moved across the country, kind of like in a wave, is local code enforcement officers doing a thankless job knocking on doors to enforce the ordinances that they have on the books. For cases in Florida, and in some of these cases you can look at them and go, yeah, there's an issue we need to address. Other cases, you look at them and the local government is trying to enforce ordinances they have not had the authority to enforce in over 5 years. I spoke to a lady down in Hialeah, Florida, and her city said she can't have a cottage operation because they're enforcing ordinances from the year 2006. Cities just kind of seem to be taking like a make me kind of approach when it comes to this. When the Florida House of Representatives did the final bill analysis for HB 663, they found that ordinances like the one in Hialeah that are trying to enforce appear to conflict with state guidance and regulations that indicate cottage food operations are allowed to sell cottage food products from the residents directly to customers. It's just there's a lot of, as I said, the confusion, misinformation, what we can and can't do. That when we did get our county business tax receipt, they gave us an FAQ from the FDAC as dated July 2021. On further review, I found the information and guidance was incorrect. That's because that FAQ was pulling from SB 226, which did not pass. That bill did say that home-based businesses had to follow local ordinances when it comes to traffic, hours of operation, and retail transactions cannot be seen from the street as if it was something shameful. The FDACS did remove that FAQ, but has not stopped local governments from passing that around, and it did not stop your favorite GPT from referencing it when asking questions. We have spoken to other cottage bakers in the area about their experiences with their cities. The City of Valparaiso ordinances does restrict home-based businesses from food processing and retail sales after that cottage baker challenged the city when using 500.80 and 559.955. The city reversed their decision to allow the cottage baker to continue as is with their porch set up, no strings attached. A friend of ours recently opened up their stand within the city of Crestview limits, and when they reached out for approval, the city granted it, saying it was essentially a garage sale and allowed them to move forward, no strings attached. Since the July 19th date, I have spent a lot of time digging through ordinances and statutes. It's taken me a while to get up and speak and have something together because I have to have like everything as far as information goes. That's just how I am by nature, whether I like it or not. I've got to have it. I do want to commend the city of Fort Walton Beach on a job that you all have done on keeping our ordinances in relation to home-based business more current and up to date than other cities. Again, there's that one from enforcing ordinances from 2006. They are more in line with the state's goals for less restrictions. I've read ordinances from the cities all over the state, and I just do not know what happened with fortune tellers, but there's a lot of restrictions against that being a home-based business. That may be a story for another day. But the city of Fort Walton does not seem to wait for the state to step in and start slapping their hands. Moving on to the proposed ordinances, the Shot Her Around the World happened on the afternoon of July 22nd, 2026, and the city had a draft ordinance out for signature on the morning of July 24th. We were given a 45-day extension, which we are grateful for, and so we reopened Shortstop Suites on August 1st. We've been phasing in these proposed ordinances to see how they work. So we've been keeping the stand close to the house. We've also been encouraging people to park in our driveway. It's not 100%, but it's a lot better. For some reason, people like to park right over the sidewalk. And then so we'll be doubling our efforts in trying to get people to park where they're supposed to be. But at the risk of arguing against our best interests, there are two things that do concern me about the proposed ordinances that I think will move the city into the direction of we have things in the books we can really have, and it's going to take about 5 years, maybe 20 years to correct. And those are I'm having trouble finding anything in 500.80 and 559.955 that says a local government can set the hours of operations for a cottage food operation or for home-based business. I also can't find anything in the statute that says a local government can regulate the parking of a cottage food operation in a way that's more stringent than other home-based businesses. So if we operate with a stand, we're required to have 2 parking spaces. Where in a home-based business, there's no restriction like that. There are restrictions where the local government can come in and kind of give guidance on parking, but again, we would have the 2-space requirement. When you start putting things in the books, to me, that are specific to cottage bakers and kind of addressing cottage bakers, that kind of puts us into the 500.80 territory, which is the state's territory. If the city wants to move forward the requirements of the stand, aka the exterior modifications to the residential dwellings and the 2 parking spaces, I think it needs to be applied to all home-based businesses and not just cottage bakers. Again, when you come in and start saying cottage bakers can do this, cottage bakers can do that, you start regulating processes, sales, storage, and things like that. As far as the hours of operations go, back to the There was the draft ordinance that did say a city could set the hours of operations, but that did not pass. I think we should be free to set our own hours of operations and then adjust them as needed. If someone is working open well into the night, we have noise ordinances to address those. As far as parking, again, they're required 2 spaces. If it can be found not more stringent than what's expected of our neighbors, I do think it should apply to all home-based businesses, not specifically just cottage bakers under certain circumstances. And also, when it comes to parking, again, it's something we are working on with our customers, trying to get them to do better about it. We are a community. I do ask you all to help us out. Let's be respectful for our neighbors and park in the designated parking spots. We don't want any trouble. We cannot park wherever you want to park or out on the road, inconvenience others, and make it hard for them to get out of their driveways and neighborhoods. Then we can't get mad at that neighbor when they call and file a complaint with an office that could do something about it. I do want to thank everybody for the time. I do think this is a step in the right direction. I'd appreciate the city quickly tackling this and taking this issue up. I just want to make sure that we are starting off on the right foot and going in the right direction, because I do feel that there are a lot of people looking at us and seeing what we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Gibson?
If I can just provide a little bit of clarification on some of the things that have been said here. Again, I want to go on record. I'm not for these. I'm not against these. My job is just to simply present facts and information to you. I have done a lot of research on this. I have talked extensively with the Florida Department of Agricultural and Consumer Services, which regulates cottage food businesses. I've also worked with the Department of DBPR, Department of Business and Professional Regulations, as they regulate home-based businesses. The gentleman just previously did mention both Florida statutes that govern that. 559-955 governs home-based businesses, and 500.80 governs cottage food, is the cottage food law. One of the things that is often misconstrued in there is 500.80 for the cottage food laws basically says that counties and municipalities cannot restrict cottage food operations from happening. We can't say you're not allowed to create cottage food in your home. That we are prohibited by the state from. All the regulations around what is done at the house, external to the house, that we do have the authority. That's per the Florida statute directly and per talking with Florida Department of Agricultural and Consumer Services on this one. So for the carts and stuff like that, that is under the city's authority to regulate, allow, not allow, put restrictions on all that sort of stuff in there. And then on the parking requirement on there, I will just say that currently in our existing 5.1.1 B9 of our current existing code does state in there that any need for parking generated by the conduct of such home-based business shall be met by the parking area serviced by the residential use such as the driveway, garage, or carport. So we do have that requirement in there for all home-based businesses that they must provide the parking that they generate in there. We just have the specific 2 parking spaces for the cottage food operations in there. So that does require for everyone on there. And again, that's just clarifying that.
I'll add one more thing. Since y'all's the first reading, Santa Rosa County actually just banned these things outright, the carts. They can't ban cottage food businesses from the house. Sure. Just the carts. So
Gotcha. And before we ask any more questions from the council, we'll give you another round of these at the end, but I want to let everybody that wants to speak from the public come and speak, and then we'll do another round of questions from the board. So anyone else from the public want to speak on this particular ordinance? Yes, sir.
Kyle Henderson, 618 Country Club Avenue. Question for you, Mr. Jeter. What is your desire to extend this, the second hearing, or reading, sorry?
To learn more. I really came into the last meeting, was out of town a lot for the summer. We don't have meetings in July. I'm not on Pensta Book or Social Gram or whatever. I don't do a lot of that. So I was not familiar with any of this stuff. Came back, got the kids in school, came to a meeting, really learned everything at the last meeting. Okay, so you fast forward to it, and that's why they have 2 readings of these things. I think I even said at the last meeting, gonna have a lot more questions, but let's go on and proceed because we want to be a pro-business town. I get all that stuff. And so in the last couple of weeks, a couple different things and still learning like we all have to do our homework up here before we make an important decision like this. You got section 500, you got section 559. Some people are sending me information saying it actually says that you can't can't require you guys to have more parking than a residential house, but we kind of are requiring you to have 2 spots. Now I've heard other people send me some facts saying in section 559 dot what, you can't generate more traffic than a regular residence would. Define regular residence. So, and the biggest thing, I had another question for Mr. Tim. So we passed the first reading. We all said we're going to have more questions. I actually have never seen one of these in person anywhere before the last meeting. I've since gone around and visited some of them, and I can honestly say there are some that if they were on my street and my kids were playing with the amount of traffic, I would be upset if I had a business that I had to pay overhead, taxes, insurance on a freestanding building, and someone else can do so. I know the state regulates it. I know they say you can do this. So I'm not a no guy. I don't think I have enough information to pass a second reading in this magnitude, simply based on the fact that last meeting we learned about House Bill 180 and how we've tried to implement ordinances and we can't. However, this, we're actually making it easier, not more restrictive. But if we make it easier, I think we're opening Pandora's box here to say, we're going to make it easier to do this. We can never pull that back. Once it's out there, because of this, SB 180. Am I correct, Mr. Burns? Once we throw this out there, we can't pull it back. If it wasn't for that, we could throw this out there, and I've said in years past, we'll come back and revisit it. We'll come back and revisit. The next council can, if this becomes a huge problem, and we open Pandora's box, and it's like, why'd we do this? We can never go back because of this. Any other ordinance about anything or resolution, an ordinance that gets a second reading that we pass, we can eventually go back and say, you know what, we need to rework that or reword that. So you factor all that in, and I always go back to Councilman Merrill on pontoons. And when we made flying the airplanes over Cinco Bayou, and we dealt with a crying young lady in here today, gets everybody's heartstrings. We made some changes, and the next week we had people in here crying, but at that point in time we were able to say, no problem, we'll go back and fix that. If we make the wrong changes on this, and we can't go back and fix it. So it's just it's the slipperiest of slipperiest slopes I've touched since I've been up here in 3 years. So I'm not saying the food's not good. I'm not saying how I'm going to go or support it. I just really don't feel like we have enough data, and I've spent the majority of my free volunteer council time over the last 2 weeks focusing on budget, not so much this. So I almost think it would be better to see how many more problems, just like tonight. We have someone who doesn't like the hours in the ordinance, and some people do. Last meeting we had people, it's like, I feel like we're still collecting data and thoughts, and we really need to make sure we get this right. So I guess I've asked a few questions, but to roll that into a question, is that true? If we approve this tonight, we can't take this back.
And unless there's no hurricane by the end of August of 2027 when SB 180 goes away.
But a year's a long time, so that's what I'm
right.
saying. I think it's just an extremely slippery slope that I would love to collect more data on myself before we put something out there that we can't touch in August.
Yes, sir.
I'm still collecting data, so that's where it all comes from. I did 2 weeks ago, I was completely uneducated. I didn't even know what cottage food was. Now the last 2 weeks, I've learned more about it, and I think we need to learn more about it before we just throw something out there that we can't take back. So that's where it comes from.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I believe Mr. Gibson said there were no public comments from his office in the past 2 weeks on everything. So I think that shows something too, right?
Well, we got a public comment box, we got emails and cell phones, and Have you received any public comments at your office on library? Well, I've received about 500 emails on it. So other people talk in other channels, and they get through to their council and go, wait a minute. So that's where that came from.
Yes, sir.
Not against it, not for it yet. I just remember Mr. Merrill saying, listen to the experts. I don't think we've listened to enough experts. I don't think there is enough experts. We still got people popping up. It's like, I don't want to, you know what I mean? I think maybe if we just took a step back and didn't enforce anything for a few, whatever that time is, and see how many more pop up, then we'll be like, we need to put this in there and this in there and that in there. But once we throw this out there, if we can't touch it till next August, I'm leaving in March, but there's going to be some people mad between now and next August. So
Thank you.
That's where it comes from, to answer your question. Not nothing malicious, just want to learn more.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? We'll go to you and then you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Jenny Taylor. You guys may have heard this email earlier. I sent it today, but I'm not sure if you had a chance to read it, so I'm just going to read it. I was not planning on being here tonight. I was over at a football game, but all of the public comments allowed for me to be here, so I'm grateful for that. My name is Jenny Taylor. I'm a wife. I'm a mom of 3. I'm a full-time product manager. I'm a part-time student and now a small business owner. My husband, Shortstop Sweets. We have a cottage bakery in Fort Walton. I am here, so disregard that part. Before anyone misconstrues any of the words that I'm about to say, I am team cookies, period. At the end of the day, with or without our stands, I just want people to have really good cookies. Here is some context for our situation specifically. Hopefully this helps. Everything that was circulating a few weeks ago and trying to make sense of the state, city, and county laws, I decided to email code enforcement on Thursday, July 23rd at 12:06 p.m. to ask very specific questions regarding the existing regulations and how I could continue selling cookies from my house and not upset the city or cause any more paperwork for anyone. I was not expecting or asking for any changes, just to please help me understand what I can do. Just before 2 o'clock on that same day, I had 2 code enforcement officers show up at my house. I wasn't able to get to my doorbell app in time. I was in a meeting at work, and then I put off calling them back. I had seen the comments on Facebook of the speculation of whoever had complained about the stand in Kenwood and it being a jealous stand owner, and maybe we should report all of them too to shut them down. And I wasn't ready to hear that I was drug into that. I understand how dramatic that seems, but people are petty, and I'm aware of that. So I put off calling to find out what was going on, and I told my husband and my coworkers that code enforcement was definitely super busy. There was no way they had even seen my email yet. So then when I finally called after I left work, I spoke with one of the officers who had come by, and he let me know that they had seen my email and that earlier that day the directors had met about what to do, and they wanted to respond in person to let us know that we were all good to continue operating as we had been for now, the 45 days. So they wanted us to be the first to know because they felt like we were the only ones trying to do the right thing. Let me say that again. They wanted us, my stand, to be the very first to know because they thought we were the only ones doing the right thing. Fast forward to now, in the last meeting, it was mentioned that some of the other stand owners were contacted through the information that they had provided on their BTR about the proposed ordinances, and just to make sure that the changes wouldn't jam them up, and that they would still be able to continue. Maybe my phone call was seen with code enforcement was seen as that. That's a stretch in my opinion. And maybe there were checks on my business social media, I'm not really sure, but no one ever spoke to me outside of that conversation that I had with code enforcement. For the other cottage bakeries that I have spoken to, which let's be honest here, there's not that many of us, they also did not receive any communication. Sorry, I'm nervous. They found out because they proactively found the new ordinances. So something that stood out to me in the last meeting regarding the tow truck contracts with the city, it was mentioned that these companies hadn't been made aware of the changes since the council members were not SMEs. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. I had never heard of the SME in that.
I got you.
So I like that. So as a citizen, I've lived in Fort Walton my whole life. I appreciate the wanting to reach out and speak to the people who are going to be affected by these things. Sorry, I'm kind of going a little bit off script. So I know that that can't happen on a very large scale. Sometimes it's not always feasible. But reach out to people, talk to people that these changes are going to be affecting. It's kind of a big deal. Lastly, I would like to say thank you to the City Council, our local community for the support on all of our cottage bakeries, and bigger than that, our new local small businesses. Earlier this year, after seeing stands and cottage bakeries pop up all over the country, my husband and I had some discussions on doing this ourselves. I attended a Young Professionals Chamber event where Councilmember Merrill had spoken about being a young entrepreneur locally. And before you even finished talking, I texted my husband and I said, "We're doing this, let's go." So thank you for the support. I appreciate you guys. Go Cookies. That's all I want to do. Provide really good cookies. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Yes.
You, ma'am?
Hi, I'm Maria Coates. I live on 46 Robinwood, and I just want to say that I trust that our planning committee has done the research that we need, and they've presented something that I don't have a problem following any of those regulations. I currently am not operating and am waiting for you guys to resolve this issue before I start operating. I don't want to start something and then start, even though I have invested already. I actually did that before code enforcement started shutting them down. And so a 60-day or however long you guys extend it, I'm still going to have to wait. So I was hoping for a resolution tonight. I just want to state that I am in agreement with the parking, the times, where you want me to have it located. Just hoping for a resolution this evening. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Coates. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Mr. Pendleton.
Yes, sir. Jeff Pendleton, 11 Higney Court in Fort Walton Beach. You did an outstanding job representing all the information to you guys as far as the Florida statutes go. Florida statute 500.80 100% says state supersedes any local ordinance. They can sell from their house at any hours. You guys would be offering a lot of leniency to them for hours and all that stuff. In accordance, you guys also have ordinances in place as far as parking on the streets. You guys are being very lenient and gracious by offering them what you guys did from the very first reading. Nothing says, even if you guys vote no, they can still operate. However, it will either be from inside their residence or inside their garage. So it's really not stopping them from operating at all. They can operate from their residence according to Florida statute. There are guidelines in place. He spoke of them earlier, 559.955, 500.121. All the ordinances go out there with the state statutes, so they're in place for them to fall in line with in compliance, as well as Department of Ag is the one that does the inspections on them. Code enforcement does, under current city ordinances, have the right for parking, as Chief Beige talked about that also. So there are ordinances in place. There's a lot of stress being placed on these people that are using this to pay off medical bills or debt that they have. I would like to see you guys, and highly encourage you guys to vote for it to pass tonight so you guys can free up your time for other stuff, because no matter what, they can still operate under Florida statute 500.80. You guys have been, again, very gracious with what you guys said as far as the times and that, because there are no times in this statute. So by doing that, you guys have placed some limitations, and I don't know if you guys can put verbiage in it that you guys can adopt it at a second or another point in time if you guys see need or fit for that. That's up to the legal minds to figure out if that can be put in there. So if it does become an issue 6 months down the road, you guys can readdress that portion of it. Again, I just thank you guys for all your time, and if you guys have any questions, I'm here to answer, and I've got stuff printed up if anyone wants it on the Florida statutes as well as local ordinances.
Thank you, Mr. Pendleton. Mr. Jeter?
Actually, real quick, just so y'all know, that the ordinance only restricts the cart times.
Right.
Someone could still be selling cottage food
24/7.
24/7.
365.
No restriction.
Yep.
So SB would not touch that. We're not making something we can't enforce.
No, by passage, no, you're not. Yeah, 'cause by passage, you're actually allowing.
You're
more than
easing
the
the
current law
restrictions.
allows. So you're easing restrictions.
Doing nothing, taking no action whatsoever, has no change to the state statute. Correct. At all.
Correct.
Leaves it as it is. Same as if you lived in Tampa, same as if you lived in Miami, same as if you lived here. You can still sell all of these approved foods from your house 24/7, 365. You just can't roll that cart into the driveway.
Correct. And you guys have given them the leniency and the grace again as far as, hey, 10-foot easement in the hours. And parking, again, you guys have stated it, and it will be in there. As far as it has to be on a hard surface, can't be on the street, from my understanding, if I remember from the first reading. So therefore, there will be parking in their driveway. And if they are parking on the street, then it becomes where Chief Beige and code enforcement gets involved from his side of it to hold those people that want to not follow by what the Florida statute and the current or adopted city ordinance will be. That falls on the authorities having jurisdiction to issue those citations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this proposed ordinance? All right. Council, you wish to take any action tonight?
Mr. Mayor, I move to extend ordinance 2227 for 45 days to the first meeting in October to get through the budget and learn and collect more data on this topic.
You mean table it or postpone it?
Postpone it.
Okay.
To the first meeting in October, so the exact day may not be 45 days. When is the first? To postpone to October the 13th to continue to learn and collect more data without enforcement between now and then. I'll elaborate if I get a second.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Schmidt, as explained. Additional comments?
I was asked a very good question earlier. I kind of already explained it, so I won't go down those roads again. I'm not kicking the can down the road to enforce anything. Let's see what happens without enforcement, and then I think X amount, 40 X days from now, we'll be like, this needs to be added in there, this needs to be taken out. I would feel a lot more confident passing something at that time once we've learned a little more, as elaborated on earlier.
Gotcha. Councilman Schmidt?
That's what he said. There's a lot of priorities right now in the budget process. I know this is a huge priority to them. And no matter what we do, we're going to make some mad, some happy, by postponing this. And people are looking for guidance. I get all that. But also, too, on the staff side, if we take action, what Mr. Jeter mentioned, just the priorities of things going on right now and doing our due process, that's why I got on board with the motion.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Davis.
Yeah, sorry.
I almost called you Councilman Davis.
I'd like to know what kind of data you want us to track between Mr. Burns and Tim. They have gone down every path known to man with FDAX and all that, so I don't know if we're looking at traffic or just the data that you want us to track.
I think the data will come to us.
Yeah, I didn't take his motion as meaning that he wanted staff to collect any type of data.
No.
That time is.
I think we all just need, to me, it's almost
gather
like.
it from the community.
You know what I mean? It's almost like, let's watch it play out and see what move we need to take next. I don't need any data. I think we'll get the data we want.
Right.
And that was my understanding of the motion as well. I mean, because when we first got some subject matter expert intel at that last meeting, we got handouts of all of these things that the city was doing, and then we later on find out that that person may not even have a certificate of occupancy to be able to produce a
I would advise you not to single out anybody.
Okay, let's not single anybody out. But the point I'm getting to is that the data I'm looking back for is when we first started talking about this at the first reading, a lot of information that I've gotten back from just residents and people like that, that's the scales that I'm wanting to weigh of the information of what's going on.
And some of the data we may get back is make this less restrictive, like maybe 24 hours, this or that. So in no way am I trying to put anybody out of business, stop anything. I think some of the data we may get back is let it do more, maybe, perhaps.
Councilman Merrill?
I'm torn because you can still operate. I was thinking after the carts go, you can still, if you're not happy with the hours, there's still a way to do it, but we have to tackle the intensity of what these businesses can bring if we're going to make them more accessible, because we can't tackle that if you're just running it as a home-based business. So it's my understanding we give some concessions, and then to the residents we can say, well, hey, we put a couple things in where the cars have to park off the road. It has to be offset. It has to be run at these hours. And then, from my understanding, most businesses would, because of that, because that's an easier way to do it with the cart, would probably, for the most part, conform to those regulations. Could you bring your cart inside and be open at 1 a.m.? Of course. But for the most part, well, from running a business, I think you would find like, hey, we'll just kind of figure out how to run it like this. I'm ready to pass it, but I mean, one of the things I thought, somebody doesn't have 2 parking spaces, and so now they can't bring their cart out because they don't have, you can't bring it on a, and so some of these things where you might think that this is holding it up might get to where we can improve it a little bit. And the fact that we're staying the enforcement, I know that doesn't, you're waiting, obviously you might not want to take that step. The fact that you can still operate under state statutes, how you can operate, I'm leaning towards supporting just to see if we can get it better. And that's the only reason. So I am in support of them. I want you 100%. But I can see where we might, I think it should be one parking spot or a way to say, well, I only have one, so you can get a concession if you didn't have something. So this is not to slow it down or stop it, but I think I would support it if we're looking towards perfecting it. And there you go.
I'd like to point one thing out. Staff probably wants at least clear direction that you do want to have a moratorium in effect of any enforcement, because if y'all don't pass a moratorium ordinance.
That was part of the motion.
And so if staff, here's the thing, if y'all don't pass a separate moratorium ordinance, there's no technical moratorium. So I guess, Jason, would you honor the moratorium? Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure that's clear.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Gotcha. Councilman Walker.
Yeah, thank you. All good thoughts. I'm definitely leaning towards quick approval. I looked back through the minutes. There was good discussion up here by all of you guys. It looks like the planning authority there, they did good research on it, planning and recommendations, brought it to this body. This body had good discussion. Looks like there's people here supporting, which I agree with Mr. Merrill, that 2 spaces, but maybe this is a question for you, Tim, that the 2 parking spaces, it says they must be provided as part of the plan, but there's no one there. I mean, I'll show you my 2 parking spaces at my property. You guys stamp the approval, and then I keep my 2 cars parked there. There's on-street parking. It's allowable, where it's allowable. So it's kind of useless in the fact that I'm going to show you I got 2 spaces, then I'm going to park my 2 cars there. You don't say I have to make those 2 spots available for arriving customers. So, I don't think we can get much better there than that. I do like the idea of 1 parking space. And I noticed on 8/11, you guys, on that meeting, it was a 45 days pause for enforcement. So we've had, since August the 11th, a 45-day time to review the documents and do Google searches or whatever else you wanted to do. So I'm not sure exactly what it is that you're looking for that you might make it better, but I won't be supporting this motion because I would support approving it immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, Councilwoman Riley.
I concur with Councilman Walker. I mean, why, if you've done all the research, the data, why do we need more time? I mean, I don't understand that. Why keep prolonging another 45 days? I'm not getting to that part. I don't understand that. I mean, is it that you on the 2-car parking? I mean, my understanding is this is moving forward regardless. Correct? Am I right on that? This is something that the state has approved.
No.
You're not right at all. No. Y'all create an exception to basically the state, under state law, to run a home-based business, you can't have the carts right now.
So that's the only problem is you can't.
So you're allowing them by passing this, yeah. So.
If you didn't pass anything, Ms. Riley,
okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
they would still be allowed to run the business as they are,
because staff is
by the state, 24/7, 365. This is only regulating rolling the cart out into the driveway. How far it's got to be set back from the street, where it can and can't be, what hours the cart is allowed to operate, et cetera, et cetera.
So you need 45 more days to decide
how the public reacts to any of this is, I believe, what Councilman Jeter's motion was and what Councilman Schmidt said as well, which was we just want more time to understand what the public thinks of this. Currently, they can operate with the carts. There is no code enforcement. We're postponing all of that. And this would extend that code enforcement.
So it takes 90 days for the public to be able to decide. Well, okay.
Again, if it wasn't for SB 182, like you said earlier, Ms. Riley, if we put this out there, we can't go back and change it. That's the only part that scares me. Otherwise, I'd pass it and say, hey, we got a problem 90 days from now. We'll have another meeting and we'll fix it.
You can't change it to make it more restrictive. You can make it You could change it, like,
To
you know,
make it
if you
less
pass it,
restrictive.
Yeah, you can make it less restrictive, so you could expand the business times as opposed to, but if you want to cut the business times down,
That's what I'm
you can't.
saying, we don't know, I just don't think we have enough data yet to throw something out there that we can't edit or change. I'm not against them, I'm not, that's why I was said without enforcement, I think we need, I've heard from a lot of people that are all like, oh my gosh, this is so new to me, I've never been to one, I'm hearing so much. I think people are still learning about it, that's all. And I would hate to throw something out there we can't take back until we fully learn all the repercussions of it.
I think, Thanks, brother. I just wanted to add, I think one thing that's kind of lost in all of this is this business exists and has existed for a very long time in the state of Florida. And these people, like, nobody that's running one of these businesses is being put out by the city of Fort Walton Beach if this is not passed tonight. They're still operating the business. They can sell out of their house 24/7. We're not enforcing any code whatsoever on the rolling carts at the moment. I just wanted to say that to clear it up. I know you wanted to say something, Councilman Browning. And Ms. Riley, if you have more comments, you're certainly welcome.
I'm just more torn on the time frame because 45 days, so it's been 45 days plus, and we're going to be 45 days again, and it's, well, we're not telling them they can't, we're going to take all the restrictions off, but the only thing that we can't fix is the unknown of what's going to happen after 45 days. So people who are relying on this to pay medical bills or for a new home, they still wonder what are they going to do after 45. I don't know if it's going to pass in the next 45 days.
Well, they can still sell the cookies.
Yeah, they can for 45 more days. I'm saying what's going to happen
the way they've been operating
from their home.
And I think they were given 45 days, just so y'all know too. I mean, they were given 45 days by staff when one of the first code came up, right? I mean, we were not having meetings in July. I did not know what one of these things was until the agenda was posted last week. My first thought was, how can you even sell food when it's not inspected by the state? I learned this is legal. You can do so. It was like, oh wow, I guess this is, it's just, I've only known about this for 2 weeks, not 45 days. I promise you, 45 days from now, I will not postpone it 45 days, and I will not support someone else to it. 45 days from now, I'll have the data to go, I heard from a bunch of people and this is what they said, or I heard from a bunch of vendors and this is what they said. I'll be ready to roll in 45 days and make a decision one way or another, and not be scared to throw it out there and go leave that one until August, because we have done all of our data. I didn't hear about this till 2 weeks ago, and I've only seen a presentation on it, and we've done nothing but budget stuff for 2 weeks. Was my whole. And I've heard from a lot of people in the community, just so you know, have told me that same thing. What are these things? I'm still learning. Why are y'all making this ordinance? Like, I'm not saying that we don't lean towards making it. Why are we putting these hours on? Why are we, you know what I mean? So we may learn some to the good, some to the bad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying.
I've had 10 days knowing about this, not 45.
Yeah.
I think staff knew about code enforcement case for 45 days, but I'm at 10 days knowing about it. 45 more, I think, would give us a lot more clarity. That's where it came from.
I just, like, with we bring up the livery vessel thing, and then even at the last meeting, we talk about the tow trucks, and it was like, well, staff didn't really work with the SMEs on figuring it out, but staff has worked, from my understanding, with some of these guys to figure it out. So, and it's our job to ask staff and get it. So I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do here. I mean, if we ask the SMEs, which would be the cottage people, would 45 days hinder y'all at all to wait 45 more days without being restricted?
Well, you're not for the last 45 days, and they've all been making a killing.
Right, but if we're saying that we're
45 more days, they can still keep making money.
I get that. I'm saying if the problem is we have to get more or ask the subject matter experts this question. I'm just asking them the question if it's.
I'm hearing from subject matter experts. I'm hearing from neighbors. I'm hearing from everybody. So I would like to collect more data and hear from everybody, not just.
I get you. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to decide how I'm going to vote. Is if it's going to hurt their. Their lifestyle or whatever. If we do 45 more days to figure this out, is it going to hinder anything that y'all have going on?
Yeah.
No, perfect.
I would say y'all make as much money the next 45 days as you did the last 45 days. It will not hurt them. It will only help us.
Say yes or no to his thing, but I don't want to get into the whole.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. That's the only thing. Sure, understandable. Anyone else in this round?
I just would like to know, what is the plan on in terms of getting this information from the public? You mentioned that we just need time so we can hear from the public. Are we going to have a survey go out? Are we going to have a town hall? Are we going to have to hear from the public? That's my question.
I think we're going to get quite a few emails on this topic over the next, if we don't have people come speak or anything. I feel like a few meetings ago, we had a lot of people come speak, so obviously when the red light's on, people come speak and share their thoughts and opinions, whether it's good or bad. I think we're going to get a lot of emails on this topic. I know I've gotten a lot of calls and texts on it, and they've been very new still. Like I said, even the citizens are asking me questions. I'm like, I don't know what statute 500, 559 is. Well, this statute says they can't have more, they cannot have more traffic than a residential address. I'm still trying to define that. Like, a couple of years from now, when my kids can all drive, and I got 5 kids, and I got 7 cars, is that what we're going by? You can have 7 cars? Because I might have 7 cars in my driveway. Are we going by, a 2-bedroom, 1 bath, where there's only 1 car? How are we going to even enforce, no more traffic than a residential house? Define that, Golf cart count? We can just go on forever. I just don't know. We're going to throw something out there and be like, might should have punted for a long time.
Councilman.
My issue with that is they can already do it. And by us granting some concessions with the cart, so how they do business, it's allowing us to have some regulation over that. So I'm just thinking, if 100 people call and complain and say, I don't want them, all we can do, if we wanted to, is say, well, we're not going to allow the carts. You can still have the traffic, you can still operate. They're going to find a way to do it, because that's what entrepreneurs do. They're going to figure out a way. And we just gave up our ability to go, hey, have 2 parking spots. Hey, operate within these hours. And, and then they form their business into that. That gives us some ability to go, hey, let's really think about the intensity that's coming to these neighborhoods and these residents, because we have to. I run businesses on commercial sites on the work, regulated by everybody, and it's because we're in these commercial spots. So if you're going to operate out of a business out of your home, I don't disagree that maybe there's something, and right now, the regulations just kind of have it tucked away, but the thing that we're getting is traffic. It's the only one I've really been hearing, and then business regulates itself 99% of the time. And this gives us something to go, well, hey, have 2 parking spaces. You don't want people to come back. You don't want code enforcement to come and be like, well, you are parking your 2 cars and you're not providing 2 spaces. Now you're gonna operate so that you can. It's trendy right now. A bunch are gonna pop up, and the people doing it right are gonna stay in business long term. So I don't know. If there's not the support to stay it, then I will probably pass it.
Mr. Mayor?
Let him go.
I'm going to try this out. It's Robert's rules, but can I call the question?
Yes, you may.
All right.
We have let everybody have an opportunity to speak. There is a motion and a second.
Yeah.
We will now have a vote.
And
everyone does remember the motion, correct?
This is the motion to
Table till October 13th.
October 13th.
October 13th, without enforcement, and let the free market tell us what we need to do, not us. We need the free market to tell us. With all of them, like as Mr. Howard said, they're still popping up.
That's the motion.
Well, let's learn from all the ones still popping up.
We have a motion and a second. And the motion does pass 4-3. So we will revisit that on October 13th. Is that what you said, Ms. Barnes?
Right.
October 13th. Which seems like a significant date for something else in my life, and now it's really going to bother me. All right. That moves us to item 13.1. Sorry, Ms. Barnes, yes, 12.1 local planning agency reappointments. The moment we've all been waiting for.
The local planning agency has 7 regular members, 2 alternate members. We have 2 members who are filling, one, Mr. Steve Coates, is still in his fire retirement, and that term is expiring. And he has agreed to continue to serve, and Ms. Sankey Hicks, 1-year term is expiring, and she has agreed to serve for another term. So staff respectfully recommend City Council appointments Coates as a regular member of the local planning agency for a first 4-year term, and Ms. Sam Kincaid as a regular member for a second four-year term, both to expire September 30th, 2030. Sounds like a long time.
It does.
And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Anyone with questions for Ms. Barnes on this, on these reappointments? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to speak on these local planning agency reappointments? No, it's a hot topic. Don't be shy. All right, anyone from the board with a nomination?
Mr. Mayor, so moved to reappoint Mr. Steve Coates and Ms. Sam Kincaid to serve on the LPA.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Ms. DeBerry to reappoint Mr. Coates and Ms. Kincaid to the LPA. Any additional comments?
I assume they are not here, obviously. Hopefully they're watching. I would just want to say thank you, because I really do read through the packets where the LPA has recommendations. So I may seem thankless, and may know when they come to it, they're volunteers just like us that are collecting data from the community and voting on something, and it comes to us and it does not fall on deaf ears. We do, our blind eyes, I do read it.
Second. Anyone else? Council, please vote. That motion does pass unanimously. Brings us to item 13.1, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, so just, the 1 minute explanation on this guy. So when I first started, there was discussion about a lawsuit between the Jackson Land Trust and a city councilman at the time recommended pay for parking at City Hall. So lawsuit was launched by the Jackson Land Trust saying party foul, that's not what the reverter clause says, you can't, it's got to be used for free, whatever. Fast forward, I was asked to meet with the Jackson Land Trust to see if they would be interested in settling the lawsuit and or selling out the reverter clause. That was amenable, so we got an appraisal. Appraisal came back for, I constantly transpose these numbers, these are 378 or 3.87 million, I don't remember, but just under 4. Oh, it's in there, staring at me in the face, all I had to do was read it. 3.87 million, right, to settle that. Then I was directed to figure out how to do that, and our third-party auditors, accounting, financial management team said, hey, maybe look into using cemetery funds. And good learning curve for me, right? I've never had a cemetery, so we looked at this from 3 different perspectives. That's what took us so long. First one was a legal review by Mr. Burns and Ms. Kopp. All was good to go there. Second, Nicole and I spent one of the oddest phone calls I've ever had in my life with a cemetery professional. He said this is a very common practice throughout the country. So nothing new, right? And then the third review was done from an accounting perspective, and super deep dive. They looked at how many staff we have, what are the upcoming projects we have, what's it cost to maintain, so on and so forth. And from all 3 perspectives, we are green lighted to move forward if council so desires to purchase out this reverter clause, and then we would be the proud owners of this property. Did I miss anything, Mr. Burns?
No, you pretty much covered it all. The recommended motion just asks for formal approval to use the cemetery funds. We'll still have to come back to y'all at least one other meeting to pass at least a resolution changing the investment strategy of that trust fund. That most likely be the September 15th meeting. The proposed motion also does authorize Jason to complete the negotiations of a contract. The Jackson Land Trust did send us a contract, I don't know, probably something like a month ago, that we would want to push back on a few things, not really push back, but specify like some things to do, like a normal closing, if y'all are so inclined to pass this here today. But they basically, the terms of it's included in the agenda packet. It includes the price. They'll get full releases on the reverter. I think the biggest thing we've pushed back on them on, and they're actually already working on this because they did through the litigation, request a copy of the title report that the Mead Law Firm did. They wanted to see what impairment, or what would be required for the city to get title insurance. And so there were a number of trusts, I guess, that were formed over the years by the Jackson family. And so they're already working on getting the proper documentation from those trusts to show that all the heirs have the authority to release this reverter. So long story short, if y'all do pass this here tonight, we'll be back on September 15th, most likely with before then, with a finalized agreement to close. And probably, it sounds like the Jackson Land Trust might be moving quick enough to be in a position to close, and we'll just need that resolution passed on the 15th. And this could probably close by the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Davis, anything to add?
No, I mean, again, we've done our due diligence, and I mean, just from a investment strategy, for paying 387, I want to say the highest and best value came back at just under 9, so not what you would call a financial dude, but if you can double your money overnight, that's called a jackpot.
Jackpot. Questions for Mr. Jackpot on this? Councilman Walker.
Sure, yeah. What were you, I missed that, and what you were saying there about doubling your money overnight, what was that a reference to?
The property was appraised at 387 in its current value, or state. The highest and best use was just under 9-ish, going from memory.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, that's figuratively, because all we're doing is want to make sure that we're proposing that we use $3.87 million from the Perpetual Care Fund at the cemetery. And it has a balance of, if I understand right, about $857,000 left remaining in there. Is that right, Nicole?
Remaining in there?
In there.
No, right now it's valued at about 5.2.
Okay, this says PFM estimates that approximately $857,442 would remain after accounting for both the reverter buy and the calculated perpetual care obligation. What's that number referencing?
Hold on, sorry, where are you reading
That's
that? on
page 144 of the package, top 2.2, 2.3 area.
Yes.
So 857 is left in the perpetual care fund. It's currently got a balance of about 5 something, is that correct?
5.2, I think,
Okay.
off the top of my head.
Just a quick note there, somebody stinks at estimating perpetual care fund balance. They've either been overtaxing the dead people who've bought them, because that's where that money comes from, the people who bought the plots in there, and they were told this is how much they cost because we got to have a perpetual care fund, and now we're going to go rate it so that we can buy out a reverter clause on this. And to quote you, Mr. Davis, at a former meeting, you said, quote, so we can do whatever we want to with it. What are we planning on doing with this property here?
You tell me.
Well, I know that's curious. It's so we can do what we want and what the deed restrictions require. We've been through this before. The deed restrictions require that it be used for City Hall, an auditorium, or Parks and Recreation. The Recreation's right behind us. And then it went from a parking problem was the foundation of the lawsuit, correct? Was that we were in violation of the deed because we had allowed calculated parking here by businesses across the street. Is that accurate?
I think it's something to do with charging for parking. It was before me, I'm not sure.
Well, I think charging for parking was a negotiation Mr. Smith headed up with us there for a little while that somewhere went away. I don't know whatever happened to it, but apparently that wasn't tenable by the parties. So we went from the family that donated this land for the love of the city has now sued us and are about to get $4 million from us after we gave them back $500,000 piece of property down here at the end without a reverter clause if they didn't send it back to Dairy Queen. So I'm very familiar with this process, and it stinks, in my opinion. I know everybody else's opinion may not go along with that, but a $5 million perpetual care fund, money being rated to buy out a reverter clause, which I still don't believe that it's required in order to get financing. It happens all the time. You get financing because we're going to be building a city hall here, or we're not. And it seems to me the plan is it's not going to be built. It's going to be sold at the highest price, and then a city hall will be built somewhere else. It's just that the public's not being told that. That's the way I feel about it. And I also noticed that, wow. Yes, a lot. I've been reading a lot.
You've been really working
I know.
brother.
I've been busy this summer too, but I've been reading a lot. Yeah, no, I just read a lot. So the city has identified approximately 1.515 million in foreseeable capital needs. So we've got 857 left in the balance of the perpetual care fund. There's a capital needs improvement of 1.15, which puts us at a negative. And so the recommendation is that so long as those capital improvements continue to be funded through the city's annual operating budget. So that's general funds, correct?
That's correct.
So we're passing a tax in addition to the $3.8 million we're taking from the cemetery, which Studer said we shouldn't have to begin with. We're about to raid their reserves and then pass a tax on to taxpayers to fund 1.15 in capital needs that are already identified. So whatever the motion's going to be, I'm going to be against it.
You don't know.
I was going to motion not to do it.
Yeah.
I'll support
Too
that.
bad. You already said it. You can't take it back.
Support that.
Anyone else with any questions or a speech with a couple questions? Anyone? Councilman Merrill.
1.15 million that is identified for future cemetery capital improvements. They're already talking about one current, which is going to bring the balance to 857. What time period is that 1.15?
So the 857, so the balance is just over 5 million. So we take this money to pay for the reverter clause. The 857 is accounting for also the perpetual care fund annual amount that we put in. So that's the 850. So there's really more than 857 in there. That's just saying what's available.
That's saying once that's identified has been paid for, right. But then consider it over time, future cemetery capital improvements. Is there a time frame on that? Is that over 5 years, over the next 3 years?
It's just a capital improvement plan that we work with with recreation.
We get to select that schedule.
Yeah.
So instead of using a bank loan and beating up, getting another mark on our audit, we get to use this money with no interest from the bank, so on and so forth.
I think we had 400,000 in interest this last year in there. So that's what builds it up.
Gotcha.
I mean, if council's direction is to go get a bank loan, I'll go get a bank loan. We try to get creative here and solve the problem.
Anyone else with a question for Mr. Davis or Mr. Burns or Miss Neighbors, Mr. Driver? Just kind of wanted to throw you in there, buddy.
So,
Ms. Riley.
So, are we focusing on building the city hall on this property once we buy it, or no?
You tell me.
Well,
you're driving the bus and build a city hall here. If we sell it, if we section it off in bits and pieces, I don't care. I don't care where my office is.
I think some of the original council that suggested this said there's probably going to be some workshops and a lot of public input on a new city hall. So I think that's a decision that y'all are going to be making over the next couple of years. Once y'all clear this up, y'all will be figuring out what's the new city hall going to be.
I have so many sarcastic things I want to say. Do you have a question?
Yes, sir. So regardless to answer Ms. Riley's question, even if this is where the new city hall is going to be, didn't we just learn from the county not too long ago that going out and getting a loan and building a building on a piece of property that had a reverter clause deed restriction, they ended up having to buy that back as well?
So they get flex. So the judge ruled in that case that they had to maintain a minimal judicial presence, and it was a courthouse. You might remember the Shalimar Courthouse Annex that was up there, and the reverter clause in that case said it would be a permanent courthouse facility at all times, and they litigated it for several years. Ultimately, the judge ruled that permanent courthouse facility. It didn't have to mean the entire property had to be a courthouse. And he basically approved of some plan that the county, it's an RFP out in that case, to build a 15,000 square foot judicial administrative something or other to serve the court system. But the county had already built their new courthouse, or it was turned when this was all going on. So the courts didn't want to use, like the courts, like by that point in time, the court system, which is independent from the county, said we had no use for your judicial building that you're going to build for us, the county. And so the county had to go back and actually buy the reverter.
So they had to go back and do it.
Yeah. And so right now, you gotta realize too, the reverter clause itself only covers like a upside down, like a 7 basically on the property. It doesn't cover all the property. And so if y'all would have to build basically the same exact footprint, it oddly covers the city hall right now. Like the reverter clause covers all the city hall buildings, Tim's Annex, this building, and then the parking lot that's directly south of Tim's building. It doesn't cover the parking lot that's directly west of us right now. It doesn't cover the fields back there either. And y'all, so if y'all went out and said, we want to build a new city hall, y'all have to literally build the same footprint deal.
So to answer her question, and Mr. Browning, years ago, that was one of the first meetings, you were very gung-ho about we're not planning for, what are we doing for City Hall? We really haven't done anything last year, so this is, to me, this is probably the single biggest step that we can take that's either going to make us do something on this property or make us sell this property and do something somewhere else. But this is almost the next step we got to take if a new city hall is ever going to come to fruition. Would that be?
The lawsuit's not going to go away either. You know, you got to remember that too. They're still suing the city.
Correct. So this kills a lot of birds with a lot of dollars.
Interest-free dollars.
Any other questions? Councilman Walker, another question?
Yeah, maybe for Mr. Burns, you had mentioned the footprint on this. Does that include the auditorium?
I don't want to be inaccurate. I don't remember what the survey shows. I think part of the auditorium building, maybe. Like, I don't remember exactly.
Right, it would be subject to the reverter clause. That space that's outside of it wouldn't be subject to, so therefore could be built on.
You would have to build, you'd have to comply with the reverter clause at the city hall property sitting on the 7 that I told you about.
You can go outside of the 7 because it's not affected or restricted by the reverter clause.
Yeah.
Right, so you could build a big space here and have everything else. And you guys mentioned, I'd spent a lot of time with the Megs Trust example there, and it was, as Jeff had mentioned, Mr. Burns had mentioned there, they had built their new courthouse already, and then so the trust came to him and said, look, you're not using it for the restricted use. This situation here is not a change of use restriction. We intend, unless someone has said otherwise, we're putting the cart before the horse, because otherwise we are allowed to build a auditorium, a city hall, and Parks and Recreation. That's what the reverter says. You must use that property for this. Yes, there is still a lawsuit that the family that deeded us this property seems to be so upset that businesses across the street were allowed to calculate the parking for their parking restrictions, so that they now want $4 million from us. So it bothers me greatly that we've ended up at this point and we've negotiated what sounds like, I think, in a previous discussion, that lawsuit, I mean, for parking, you're going to take back the entire property family deeded to the city because they allowed parking to be calculated over there. I think personally, I'm not an attorney and don't play one on TV, but I think it's a very, very weak case. And for us to pony up $3.8 million from the Perpetual Care Fund, which is someone else's money, taxpayers, dead people, alive people, future dead people, whatever, they've paid it. And now we're going to have a $1.15 million obligation on taxpayers from the general fund as well. It's just, I think more negotiations are needed with the family and maybe revisit our willingness to let this matter go to court about the parking. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Anyone else have a question on this for anyone involved? Mr. Burns, I have a quick question for you. On the packet, page 194, I know it's probably not something you have pulled up on your computer screen at this exact moment, but you had referenced the 7 that's on the lot. I think on this page 194, it looks like it's green, shaded green, as what looks like an upside down 7.
Yeah, so I said upside down 7.
Okay, yeah, with the large park going right across Miracle Strip Parkway. So it does not include there's a tiny portion of the auditorium that's included.
Yeah, tiny. So it does cover all the City Hall buildings.
So that entire other side over here is owned by the Liza Jackson Land Trust?
None of this, the reverter clause encumbers the green.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
So none of this part, none of the other part is subject to this sale?
Correct. Oh, no. So they actually, here's another thing, they do contend the entire property. That is another issue that has to be litigated in the case. Our contention has always been that only about half the property is encumbered by the reverter, because one of the deeds does encumber all the property. So they're contending that all is green. We're contending that's the upwards, upside down 7 only.
But for this purchase, the city and its residents would then own this entire parcel?
Correct.
Green and white shaded?
Green and white, yeah, the whole thing.
Together?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're on part of the negotiated deal that it's in the packet, actually, they got to release all their claims to all property.
So how, I guess I don't understand if this were all part of the sale, this is all purchased, this is all owned outright by the city, there's no more reverter clause. Couldn't the city build City Hall on any portion of this property then?
You could, yeah.
Okay, the 7 would no longer have any effect?
Correct. The 7 it would be, the 7 won't exist anymore, other than probably the property appraiser might have it divided.
Right, and just as Councilman Jeter and others have mentioned, even Councilman Walker, if we had a bunch of town hall meetings and the residents said, hey, you know what, it sucks having City Hall right there, you guys can get a whole bunch more for that property and build a City Hall right where Pam Walker's business is, right across the street. Drive a bunch of people in there. Whatever. Build it wherever you want. But that would be an absolute option for this council, future councils, etc., because this entire parcel would then be no deed restriction and completely outright owned by the city of Fort Walton Beach and its residents.
That's correct. Y'all can do what y'all want.
I just wanted to clear that up because the 7 thing had me kind of confused, and when I saw it on the map,
I did a bad job of it.
No, you didn't. I did a bad job of thinking. Anyone else with any questions? Councilman Walker.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I have a question about about your statement there.
That was a lot of questions.
Right. So it can be confusing for sure. Mr. Burns referenced that the Liza Jackson Trust claims that the violation related to parking therefore subjects the entire property to reversion back to them. That's the lawsuit, right?
It's the gist of the lawsuit.
It's the gist of the lawsuit, is that it's a parking problem. So that's one issue. The other issue is that the reverter clause says that if it's not used for City Hall, Parks and Recreation, or auditorium, that it could revert. We're not proposing that. So if we agree that the lawsuit is baseless and weak at best, we can build the City Hall across this entire property. It's just that a portion of it, depends on which side you agree with, a portion of it may still maintain a reverter clause on it. That's it. So if we don't change the use as they did in the Meggs Trust in Shalimar, we're not in peril. The only thing we're in peril of is once again, my opinion, that it's a very weak case about parking claim, that they're entitled to the entire property back, that their great forefathers left to the city they loved, and now they want it back because we've allowed parking somehow. Just ticks me off.
I do have to point this out. So the genesis of all this began on May 21st of 2024 when Councilmember Travis Smith made a motion for staff to bring further information back regarding parking at City Hall to include a potential purchase of the deed's reverter clause. It was seconded by Councilmember Meade, and it did pass unanimously, 7-0 back then. So that was the genesis. People have asked me that too. So just this has been out there for 2 years now.
I voted yes for that.
Yeah.
Was that,
You voted yes.
was there, was there a price established at what the reverter clause would be? Okay, because the package here includes the Meg Trust as an example, but it doesn't provide an appraisal that came with it. So the idea that this reverter clause alone is worth $3.8 million is a taxpayer scam, as far as I'm concerned.
How was the vote that night? Smith made the motion, Meade seconded it. What did the vote go?
7-0.
7-0.
You voted too
That's why I
fast.
said I voted yes.
We all did, didn't we?
Yes.
Schmidt did.
We had no idea of the price. Let's go get a price. This is just the first step. It sounds like, Mr. Jeter, you probably said, it's just the first step. Don't worry about it, it's just the first step.
He does
say that a lot.
That's true.
We don't have to sell it. This is just the first step.
And now we can start sprinting.
That's the way it goes.
Mr. Walker, I agreed with you like all the way up until the very end.
You don't think Jeter would have said that?
No. I agree with you 100% on that.
By passing this, it's just the first step to a new city hall.
It's just until you get that huge taxpayer scam. Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, just a question. So I believe I already know the answer to this, but if this reverter clause were to be purchased, we can chop up that property, sell a portion of the property, and again, hypothetical, we could sell the elderly services property once we close on that from the county and figure out whatever the deal is with that to help fund the redevelopment or development of the city hall that's currently located here. That's the question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. I think everybody would agree that that is definitely possible.
So I formed that in the question just because there's been a couple comments tonight in the past that we don't have a plan for it, but I'm just one of 7, but I'd like to see that concept continue to be birthed in another agenda item, and this is one agenda item at a time, but carving up a portion of this property, getting it to the marketplace, the elderly services building that we got from the county, getting it to the marketplace, taking that funding to finally put some kind of closure to what we're doing with City Hall. Been up here for 10 years, and I remember when Dick Rynearson was a council person, it was like, what are we doing with City Hall? You know what I mean? So with financial restraints coming up possibly in November and the different things that we're going to be debating tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, I mean, just looking for creative ways to find, to get the funding to do something. And that's me, I guess, kind of responding to Payne, as well as some people that may say we don't have a plan. I'm only one of 7, but I'd like to continue this discussion, which is ultimately why I'll probably be supporting a motion to acquire this, and then let's continue to develop it from there.
If one were to be made, we will first offer the public an opportunity to weigh in with any thoughts on this purchase, potential purchase, or not. So anyone from the public wish to speak on this item that the council is discussing. Yes, sir, Mr. Pendleton.
Jeff Pendleton, 11 Higbee Court, Fort Walton Beach. I've just got a question. So you guys, if it goes to vote tonight, you guys are going to vote for $4 million of the perpetual fund for the cemetery to be used because of parking, and you guys just voted to push back 45 days because of parking for Cottage Foods. I don't understand.
I think that is a very loose correlation.
And it could be. I'm just helping.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around.
Yeah, I know you don't
spend
mean it
$4
like
million over a parking issue.
No. I mean, it's $3.87 million, roughly $4 million, that the council is discussing spending to purchase the reverter clause on this giant piece of property that City Hall sits on.
And you guys could use that or other monies to build here without buying that clause out, correct?
No.
So they sued the city. They sued the city about 18 months ago, and they're trying to enforce the reverter clause, which will result in the city losing title to this property.
Right.
And they sued to take the property from the city.
Right, because it was worded that they couldn't use it to gain money, correct? And that's what they're assuming is the parking across the street is making money. The business across the street is
They're
making
saying
money off the
it's
park.
not being used for a public purpose.
We were trying to charge for parking. We were looking into, hey, all these businesses across the street are using City Hall parking lot for their own parking lots and parking large vehicles, boat trailers, all sorts of things in City Hall parking lot. It's also a dangerous situation with people walking across the street in the summertime when that road is crazy busy.
And
So the
maybe I'm
council at the
crazy on this,
time.
but doesn't that fall to Chief Beige?
Oh, absolutely, and we did everything we could do with enforcement on a state road that's well over trafficked during the summertime anyway.
100%. I'm just trying to wrap my head around.
But regardless, we were trying to figure out, could we fence off this parking lot? Is there a private company that could run a parking operation in the City Hall parking lot while still allowing the residents ample parking spaces so that they could do business here for which it was intended? When we put that in front of the Eliza Jackson Land Trust, who has the reverter clause, they said, that is absolutely not allowed. And we're going to sue you because of that.
Okay, yeah, I'm just asking because I was trying to wrap my head around exactly what the money was going to be used for and everything. Thank you for your time, appreciate it.
You got it, buddy. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, does anyone wish to take any action tonight?
Mayor, so move staff's recommendation to include our city attorney and city manager continuing any needed negotiations to finalize this deal.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Schmidt and seconded by Councilman Jeter to, I believe, continue negotiating and finalize this deal.
It'd be to finalize at this point. The material terms have been negotiated.
So finalize was the word you needed.
Additional comments, Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, I mean, we have been discussing this for a period of time, and even though I like that word genesis, you know, I'm not even opposed to, after this ink dries at the end of the year, I think you said, I want to say we were roughly estimating about $150,000 a year in parking revenue. When I went across the street to patronize, you know, renting some pontoon boats, they made it very clear, go across the street and park. And those kind of things with the restaurant across the street. The people that aren't, we could revisit that contract with that vendor to, you know, look at the license plate reader of folks that are out of the county or whatever all that looks like. We can get into that later, but I'm not even opposed to what got the genesis of all this started. And a unanimous vote by Travis, John, Payne, myself, and Nick to take another extra steps to explore the parking conversation. I wouldn't mind revisiting that and taking that off the table as well. So
Bryce voted for it too.
Yeah, I'll let you out. That's on me. I'll let you out. That's on me. But so that was the intent of the motion, and to kind of what Mr. Burns said a little while ago. Yes, multiple workshops, multiple agenda items on the future use of this, but there's a lot of different plays that can be chopped up. I know I've been a big advocate on user fees on boat launches and things like that for out-of-county folks that live out of the county, and I also think there's another revenue stream for folks that are outside the county to park here when they patronize across the street that we're leaving on the table as well. So, that's it.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Jeter?
He said it all.
All right. Councilman Walker?
Yeah, sure. I want to thank Mr. Councilman Schmidt there. He brought up a very good idea. I've got my own ideas. I mean, for the public and anybody up here who may not know this, the history books show that the western portion of this property was brought to council by the Eliza Jackson Trust that told us that someone from up north wanted to buy a portion of it for a Dairy Queen, and as I always like to say, who doesn't love a dipped cone? Cherry's my favorite. I hear they have a root beer one, but anyway, so that portion of the land was cut off and deeded back to them with no reverter clause coming back to us, that if it wasn't sold to Dairy Queen, that it would come back to us. So that didn't happen. So they got it. Dairy Queen apparently went away, and then a hotel, I believe it was a hotelier, public records can show, bought the western portion of this property. So in that vein of transparency and potential planning, of which only we apparently hold individually, There might be a hotel that goes from the western portion of this property that comes across here that backs up to the Parks and Rec over here that we just spent $7.5 million on to increase travel ball, and hotels are a big part of that. So I can see a plan coming together there too. It's just not that it's out in the public. It just seems that's what's happening and that's what's going on. And if we sold it and we got a lot of money for it, the $9 million, and you know, we sold the other property. City Hall is going to have to be somewhere. It just bothers me that we're buying the reverter on the claim that we don't have a plan.
Could be a data center.
Could be.
Too soon, I apologize.
Too late.
Too late. Thank you, Councilman Schmidt, for that transparency. I appreciate it and your thoughts on that.
Thanks, Pete.
Thank you, Councilman Walker. Anyone else wish to speak on this motion from the board? Councilman Brown.
I just want to say I'm going to support it, and not to build hotels or anything, but to build a new city hall. Like you had mentioned, Mr. Jeter, when I first got up here, I said we need to do something about it. Mr. Schmidt echoed it. I mean, this building needs something. I don't know anything about conspiracy theories, but I know that there's no theory that this building needs to be rebuilt, and this is the footprint, and now hopefully if this passes, we'll be able to own it and do with it what we want.
Thank you, sir. I would also like to add that when I arrived here today, I walked into the mayor's office, which is not my office, it's the mayor's office. And I walked in there and there was a giant fan sitting on the floor and a big old giant power pack with all the plugs plugged into it that was put up on the top drawer of the office furniture that sits in there because I was told that room flooded. So that sucks. And, you know, if we have people that come here to City Hall that, you know, we've had a couple instances where somebody comes into town and wants to meet the mayor. Again, not me, the mayor. But here we are, and we're in this horrible room. So if this is a step towards that, I commend you guys for doing it. Council, please vote. And it does pass 6-1. That moves us to item 13.2, the funding discussion for the Community Development Block Grant Program. Back again, Mr. Gibson.
I know it's late. I will be as quick as possible. This does get extremely complicated with the CDBG program. Last council meeting, I was asked to bring back an item kind of for discussion. I think it was primarily around the current annual action plan that's been submitted to HUD for their review. Based off of some of the comments, well, I did try to put a lot of the information in the background for the agenda item on there. Some of the questions or comments that I've heard since then, I kind of wanted to cover really quickly, primarily on like what can the CDBG money be used for overall. This is HUD money. It is designed primarily to focus on low to moderate income families. That basically means people or families that are making 80% or less of the area median income for this area. There are some exceptions to that. It doesn't necessarily have to be the low mod in there. There are 8 presumed benefit categories that HUD does list that we do not have to do any kind of income verification for. Those are things like abused children, battered spouses, elderly, severely disabled, homeless, illiterate adults, persons living with AIDS, and migrant farm workers. Those are some kind of small niche things, but it is typically focused on that low to moderate area. There's 2 different ways we can do this. One of those is kind of like the park that we focused on last year. We did have to do the research on that one, and we did find, I believe the number was 87% of that area is considered to be low to moderate income, which is why that development could happen out there, is because that's going to benefit an area that is predominantly low to moderate income. Same thing could be done for any type of infrastructure projects that are in those areas that are predominantly low to moderate. The other way is for, you basically have to do some sort of income verification, whether it's us or the subrecipients on there, that are verifying that this money is going towards the low to moderate income families in there. And this can be city programs, private programs, as long as they're nonprofits and things like that. We used to do a thing many years, we CDBG money funded our local recreation center for their youth program and teen program to pay for program fees for things like the summer programs and stuff like that for low to moderate income families. Again, if it's something specific like that and individualized, it has to be for the low to moderate income families, and there has to be the income verification with it. So kind of the other side of that, though, is on what types of projects that we can do. There's maximum funding for a couple of categories, and then there's a minimum funding for one. So what they consider public facilities is really what we would consider more capital improvement type projects. These are building buildings, whatever, that type of stuff, capital improvement type stuff. A minimum of 65% of the money that we are allocated has to be spent towards those programs. This is where we often run into the problem with our CDBG program and these applications that come in, is we get a lot of applications for what is categorized as public services. These are going to be things for like manpower to run food pantries, manpower to run homeless shelters, that type of stuff, or supplies for a homeless shelter, stuff that is not a capital improvement. It's just at the end of the program, there's nothing to show for it other than the benefits that it provided during that program. HUD restricts that to a maximum of 15% of the money that can be used for there. And then we've discussed it past the maximum of 20% that can be used for planning and administration of the program. Now, again, those are the maximums on there. There is no maximum on the capital improvement type stuff. We can spend 100% of the money on a capital improvement type project, and that could all go to there. Again, we run into problems there with we just don't get those applications in for those big money things. So with that all being said, going back to the current annual action plan, we did come in February and discuss this with council on kind of what the vision and direction wanted to be for this year's annual action plan and the funding we wanted to go. And the guidance at that point was to go through our normal process, go through the normal advertisement process, work with our community partners in there with our CAC, and get those recommendations and bring them back to y'all, but focus on trying to do large projects in there. Again, the problem with that one, we worked with our CAC, asked them to go out there, find these nonprofits that can bring these bigger projects to us, and unfortunately, again, we're limited by what we get applications in for there. We only received a total of 4 applications this year. 2 of those were for the public facility type things, and 2 of those were for public services. One of those was One Hopeful Place that requested a little over $60,000 for a public facility type project. Another one was for Bridgeway doing public facilities for $25,000. Now that grand total comes up to about $85,631 is what they requested. Again, that minimum of 65% comes up to a total of $87,395. So the total of the public facility projects that were applied for doesn't even meet the minimum requirement that we have to do on there. That's why a lot of times you'll see these things come in there, and we'll put money into the nuisance abatement program that the city manages, that we income verify low to moderate income homes that need, you know, immediate repairs on there. Typically we focus on like roofs and stuff like that, something that's going to make the house habitable where it currently is not. Again, we have to go through that income verification so that we're hitting on that low to moderate income in there. Again, that we do that just so that we can keep in good with HUD, so that we're keeping that minimum of 65% in there for the public facilities types projects on there. And so that's basically how we came up with our funding proposed for this year. I do know at the meeting when we presented the annual action plan on there, the Science Center had come in for a different thing, and some questions came up about whether or not we could fund a roof for them. I did work with Diane Frazier over there about the needs that they have in there and the problems they're running into with their insurance and needing the roof replacement on there. Her and I worked back and forth, and she's basically got until this could go through the whole process next year. So if council does have some concerns on whether or not she could get some funding for there, she is, and I've worked with her, and she's aware of the program now and is happy to apply for the funding next year, and that would satisfy her requirements and her needs out there for the Science Center. If there is the desire for this money to be changed around, however it is from our current annual action plan, ultimately we got to wait for that to get approved by HUD, and then we can change it basically as directed by council on there, depending on the severity and the amount of that change. There's a lot of different processes that have to go through. Could end up being a maximum of a 4, 5, 6 month process to get that change done though.
Thank you.
Dumb it down a little bit. There's two ways they can make changes, really. If they keep the pool, if you use the same applicants from the original pool, it's a much quicker process, ultimately. But if they open it up to any new applicants, if you want to give money to Diane Fraser and the Science Center, that's where we're talking about like a 4 or 5 month process, probably, right?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Jeter.
Any of the applicants that were already approved and awarded the money, or any of the applicants that applied to go the easy route? Can it be the applicants that applied?
Everybody who applied received funding this year. So we did not.
So all we're
not
going to do is
fund
just move
anyone.
money around from them. So we
That's
have to
correct.
go, if we go the other route and open it back up, there's just been a lot of people that I've talked to, and some people who would say, can this money, a public service project, can it be spent at the library?
Again, it would have to be something that focuses specifically on the low to moderate in there. So if there was a library program, you know, kind of like I referenced at the rec center, where, you know, okay, for a team program, or there's a fee for the program for them to do that, yes, CDBG could cover that for low to moderate income families, but that's only if there's like a fee for that we could cover. We couldn't fund like library manpower or any of that kind of stuff.
But you could build like a side, we could build like a side building or a side little place in the library that funded resumes for people that didn't have jobs because they are low to moderate income.
Correct.
As long as it was like an actual structure and not an ongoing program.
It would have to be something that was.
I put it on the agenda. I know we're here late, but I'm the one that's on the agenda last time. I went back and looked at February. Every time we brought this up for all 4 years I've been here, and some people that are running right now, y'all just need to be aware at the beginning of the year to start asking where this money is going, because if you wait too late like this, we give hundreds of thousands of dollars away to things that we're not aware of. I've said every single year, I'm like you, let's do one big project. The first year you broke it down, it's $135,000. If we give it out to a bunch of little small $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, then it takes staff's time. So instead of being able to give out $135,000 to one big super cool project, we only give out 90 because we spend $45,000 worth of staff's time. So from day one, I've said, do a big project, pick a big project with it. We picked a park over there in Savannah Heights last time. I know it's still not done yet. I've also, in the first year that I was up here, we had to go back and I know some people say, well, you can't amend it once you have done this. We've amended it every year because the Shoe Institute didn't use all their money. One year, One Hopeful Place didn't use all their money. So we fund these applicants and we give them money, and everybody's like, well, they already got matching grants. Well, 3 years in the past, we've given them money and then they don't even use it. So at the end of the year, we're trying to use it again. I'll dumb it down real simple. I wasn't at the meeting when this was approved. I saw a bunch of other people with questions. If there is a way, I don't care if it takes 4 to 6 months. It's August. I got 7 months left. We can do this in 4 to 6 months. I think we keep our action plan. We get our funding and we open the gates back up and we promote this and let every single person, because right now you're the smartest person in this room. You know everywhere where it goes. I get it. You know the plan. We need to let everybody in the community know the plan. Maybe go knock on some doors and say, we can get you money. Whether it's Diane, I know she can wait till next year, but anybody who has a leaking roof, wouldn't you want to fix it this year, not next year? She may come back and ask for money this year. We don't have to wait till next year. I think we can all have a lot more say-so on where this $134,000 goes. I don't care to dissect it tonight. I don't know if we need a motion to do that, but the whole reason it was on tonight's agenda is because last time y'all said, well, we need to let the people know by October. I think we need to let them know we're going to open this back up. The money might go right back to the same spot. We might get 20 more applicants, whether it's a library program, fixing Diane Fraser's roof, or doing something else. But I think we should be more involved than the week before going, only 2 people applied. You got to say yes or it's too late. But I want to be involved in the process.
And I'm fine with whatever on there. I mean, ultimately, we've just got to go with whoever applies for the money. And I would love to have more public input on this. I would love to have more applications on this. We've done as much public. I mean, we work with Devin on this stuff to get this out in public. That's why we've discussed it in city council meetings. And we have our CAC that goes out there and they pound the ground and they look for these places. They're out there in the community. They know where the needs are. And if they're not applying for it, I can't do anything with it.
And I think as tight as our budget is this year, I think there's some areas that we could, some of the people that are already getting money on here, like, you know, Bridgeway, they just got millions of dollars from the state. Pat Maney's getting them money. Pat Maney didn't get us any money this year. Pat Maney's getting Bridgeway millions of dollars. So I don't know if, as tight as our shoelace budget is, if we have the money to give to Bridgeway, we might could find somewhere else in our budget that we could offset what this cost. Maybe, we just don't know. We haven't looked hard enough yet. So that's my plan. I don't know if we just need to, I would love to revisit this, reopen it back up and see it. We can wait until October to do it. I just put it on this meeting agenda because everyone said we need to let them know. So that would be my thing. We can wait, and I could table this and put it on the first meeting in October as well when we have time to do it, and then we can take a vote on it then. Does that make sense? I don't want to bombard tonight and get into a can of worms on whether applicants could or couldn't be out there.
Yeah, I mean, I brought up the October because it was basically, that's typically when the funding starts and people start spending their money.
But yes, Ms. Riley, a question, yes?
Thank you, sir. My question is, the monies that are here that I'm looking at, One Hopeful Place is 60,000, Bridgeway 25, One Hopeful Place 44, and then the 7,500 Boys and Girls Club. So is this money already earmarked for them to go to them, or are you talking about readjusting it and then putting it back out?
We haven't even got the money yet. We haven't got it approved yet. So we're just looking.
Is this approved? Why is this on here?
So those numbers that are on there is what was applied for by those agencies. And that's why I broke it down in there between the public facilities and the
But we
public.
can go back. So Boys and Girls Club, for example, I'm sorry.
Hang on. Ms. Riley, did you?
I guess you're saying these were you're just listing whoever applied and how much they applied for. This has not been earmarked and given to, you've not approved it for them to have. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
It's in the process of being approved. So they applied for those monies, and that's when staff takes those applications in there. We, basically make sure that we're staying legal in there, and that's where a lot of times that 65% that has to go to those public facility type things, no more than 15% to the public services, which is why Bridgeway Center on there for the 44,000, they applied for that, but that would be a public service type thing, and the maximum we're allowed to allocate to public services is 20,000. So we cannot give them all that money. Staff goes through and we make sure that we've got all that sort of stuff buttoned up. Then we get with our CAC, our Community Advisory Committee, to go with them and see, hey, what do you feel the community really needs out of all of these? And they give that recommendation to City Council. That was brought in the June meeting in there to fund. Basically, we fully funded One Hopeful Place for their public facility stuff. We fully funded Bridgeway Center for their public facility requirements in there. We fully funded the Boys and Girls Club, their request for $7,500. And then the rest of what we could fund and stay under that 15% cap, we gave to the One Hopeful Place Center. So not that full 44,000.
My question was, is this money already allocated to them? Have they already been told that you are the recipient of these monies?
It's been approved by City Council. We then have to submit that plan to HUD that does a review of it, and they give the final, yes, this is good to go, yes, this is approved. That has not happened yet. So the City Council has done the first initial approval of this for those fundings. It has not been approved by HUD yet. But once HUD comes back and says, yes, this is good, then that money's earmarked.
Right. I think people, they're the recipient, and now we're going to readjust it and say, well, we get to go back in and review it again, and let's put it back out.
Ms. Riley, I can clear this up for you. I don't believe what you're saying is wrong at all. I think what you're saying is correct. This was brought to the City Council. This was voted on by the City Council to move forward with those allocations on that meeting. Is that correct, Mr. Gibson?
That is correct.
On June 23rd, 2026, it was before the City Council. It's not listed in the backup here what the vote was on that.
It was 4-2.
4-2. Okay, so 4-2, the City Council voted to move forward with that allocation of funding. And then now, Ms. Riley, Councilman Jeter at the last meeting brought this back up and said, hey, the money's not actually all the way allocated because HUD still has to approve our city's plan. So can we bring it back up for discussion? So what he's doing tonight is saying, hey, can we put this back out again and see if anyone else would get in on that instead of the ones that we allocated on the 23rd, if that answers your question.
Not really, because I kind of feel like it's misleading to the recipients, because these folks are thinking that they're getting this money. They're just waiting on that last final stage for HUD to approve it.
I believe all the recipients that were in there are here tonight as well.
Right, and that's why we will let the public certainly speak if they want to after the discussion here.
I don't think it's.
I was just gonna say, that's why we put it on this meeting, because we wanted to let them know before. They don't know they got the money yet. HUD hasn't approved it yet, so we were going to let them know now, hey, we may go back and redraw this, similar to the time when we did the big park in Sylvania Heights. We can do one big project with this. We don't have to divide the money up this way. We could go to Boys and Girls Club and give it all to them if they had a big project or something that they wanted to do.
If it was a public facility project, what they're proposing is public services, you could not give it all to something like that.
Or we could open it back up and do the Diane Frazier's roof with it. There's other things we can do with this money. I was making sure we're getting the most maximum use out of these dollars, whether it's some senior programs at the rec center or something we could do at the library. So that's where it came from. We wasn't here to vote on it then, but I was told that, hey, that isn't the final answer because it hadn't been funded yet. So I thought we'd bring it back up and look at it again and say, what do we want to do with it now?
Councilman Walker, you have a question?
I do, thank you. So on the minimum there, 87,395.10, but doesn't meet the minimum with the 60 and the 25, so no awards can be given? What does the minimum mean, I guess is what I'm asking. When it says the minimum is 87, but we don't meet it, or that 2,000 just doesn't get given to us, is that correct?
No. So basically, we have to submit with that minimum on there. That's why what we took was the 2 applications that were for those public facility type projects, fully funded those. The roughly 2,000 that were short of that, we then put into the funding for the nuisance abatement program that the city manages in there. We tend to not fund that if there's other projects that can really use them, but that's kind of our fallback on there to make sure that we those minimum requirements in there. And that program is where we use to do individualized. Somebody can come to us, you know, whatever it is, their sewer lateral is failing and
so we're
okay $10,000 to repair it. We can help out with that.
It just doesn't show on here, so that's why I got you. But so it's really 85 plus the balance is just us filling in.
That's correct.
Okay, gotcha. So it's not going to not be awarded. So.
No.
And then with the public services, I caught what you said there. You said that, that thing will roll with me. You said that the 44-1 can't be funded in that amount. It can only be funded at 20,000.
That's correct.
So theoretically, One Hopeful Place could be given 20,000. Is that correct? And then the 7,500, is that out? Or is it available? Because we've got money left over there, obviously, from that.
We have a maximum of $20,000 that we can allocate to those.
I see.
If the 7,500 comes out of that, that comes out of the 20,000, and that's what's left available for the other ones.
So
if we funded 20,000 to them, we could not fund Boys and Girls.
So right now, it looks like Boys and Girls is out.
No, right now Boys and Girls is getting their full funding.
Oh, from that 20.
The remainder of that 20,000 is what's allocated to go to Bridgeway. I'm sorry, One Hopeful.
One Hopeful.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. That answered my questions. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Jeter.
When will we know we get the money from
Typically by mid-September, but it's on HUD's timeline whenever they approve this. It was submitted to them about 2 weeks ago, and it really just depending on when they get to it.
Yeah, we don't even know we got it yet. It's late. This was my agenda item. I don't want to put it on a future one until we know, but here's my plan, just so y'all know, we'll go from here. When we do get awarded this money, I plan on making a motion to reopen up the application process. If it passes, we'll do it. If we don't, we don't. But there's no action we can take tonight anyway, because we don't even know if we got the funds. So to save everybody a lot of time tonight, I'll just go on and tell you. I plan on reopening the application process to see who else is out there and how we could use this money to maybe help us offset our shoestring budget. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't then. But I'll put it on agenda item, make a quick motion, and we'll go from there.
Now, the standard process on this is once HUD gives us the approval, October 1st turns around, and usually immediately after that, we set up meetings with all the sub-recipients that are going to get the granting. We fill out an MOU, memorandum of understanding with them on this is the money you've got, this is what you're allowed to spend it on, and they start spending immediately.
But you'll know in mid-September if we get it. So the last meeting in September, I'll make a motion. If it passes, cool. If it doesn't, have your meeting in October.
Sure. You're talking about future funding or this year's funding? That's what I'm confused on.
We don't even know we got the money yet. So once we know we get the money in mid-September.
We're getting the money. The question is going to be whether, I mean, we've already been approved for that 134.
This money's already coming.
That's there. The only thing that HUD does on there, they're not really looking to see, oh, do we want to give you money? They review this to make sure that we followed and we put at least 65% of this.
So we don't need to wait. I can make that motion
that we didn't go over the 20% for planning and admin. They're just verifying that we followed their rules. I would give this a 99.9% probably. It's going to be approved.
I got you, Dan. And I'll just do it tonight. Just get it over it so they're not here forever.
Go ahead, Mr.
I'll be very quick. So these 4 figures that we have here, is HUD supposed to be approving these figures?
They approve the annual action plan overall. It does include those figures in there. They have already approved the 134,000. They're going to give that to the city.
But the dollar amount, the way it's allocated to the public facility project, the different areas, the 2 different areas, and then the public service projects. So it appears that all 4 of these different areas, the applicant has put the application in there. They're waiting for HUD to come back, but they've been notified that you're waiting to get an answer from HUD? Is that the question?
Yeah, most of them were here at the meeting when it was
That don't
approved.
seem like a good honor system to me. Because you're having the recipients thinking that they're receiving this money, and now all of a sudden, when HUD approve it, then we go back to the drawing board and open it back up for other folks to apply for. These people have already applied for it. Their mindset is already thinking that they're going to get this money. Other than the 20,000 or so that you said may not happen in there.
To steal from Mr. Davis, my job to do whatever 5 of y'all tell us to do. So if y'all want to redirect it, then I'll redirect it. If y'all want to keep it the same, I'll keep it the same.
You shouldn't have people thinking one way and it's another way. So it's almost like, it's not a promissory note, but it's almost like it's just on an honor system that they're thinking that they're the recipient and they're just waiting for that final stage for HUD to approve it. I could be wrong.
I can't speak for them, but I believe that's probably why most of them are here tonight.
Well, there go some people that apply for it. You can ask them, are they thinking that? Are they thinking? Yeah. Is that what your mindset is?
And what we'll do, Ms. Riley, as well, because this is just an action, direction, discussion item, if there is a motion made, we will absolutely let the public speak before there's a vote. So, if anyone else doesn't have a question.
I have a question for you, sir.
Sure.
If I may.
I love a question.
Would you allow me to ask Mr. Jeter a question? Mr. Jeter, I heard what I thought you were going to do as far as a motion, and I've been kind of just listening to it and watching the flow of things, and it's like these people, and I heard you say you wanted to get the most bang for your buck and stuff. These people, from what I can tell, have been involved in the process for 6 months. CAC's been out there knocking on doors, beating, shaking bushes, and saying, hey, bring us your applications, and they only got 4. And so all the money's allocated to these 4, whether I agree or disagree, more or less, or whatever else, that's what's there. If we approve this, or there's a motion made that approves this, then he starts working, makes the meetings, and it happens, and it's done. If you make a motion, if Mr. Mayor, if I'm correct, if he makes a motion that goes, and Tim, if he makes a motion that says let's go back out for bids, it throws the HUD approval process way down the road, right?
So,
no, you still didn't.
Councilman Walker.
Okay, yeah.
Let me answer the first part of your question because there's only one thing in there that you said that wasn't right.
Gotcha.
This isn't for a vote tonight. There's nothing on this agenda tonight that says council has to approve it. Council already approved it.
You got you. Yes.
It was a 4-2 vote.
Gotcha.
Here's who, as you said, the CAC went out, asked who wants the money.
Yep.
He did the process, comes back to the council votes, 4-2, approve it, see you later.
Yeah.
It's only back now because Councilman Jeter wants to, as he said, whatever he said.
Can I just answer that?
Yeah, for sure.
I've said from day one up here, spend it on big projects. Don't give it to one hopeful place. That's from day one. I was not at this meeting. We've asked to be a part of it. Yeah, I wasn't at the meeting, and I was like, oh, wow, I didn't know that was on there. And then at the same time, Diane Frazier's like, oh, I didn't know I could use it. And we were all like, yeah, you could have used that money to do your roof. So I simply asked one question. I said, can we go back and reverse that? Mr. Burns said, yeah, and here's why. So that's why I'm perfectly fine making a motion. If it passes, it's cool. If it doesn't, I'll do it next meeting. I would love to see Diane Frazier and the Science Center get a new roof and give money to One Hopeful Place. That's in the gist of it. That's what it is. So we have to open the process back up to get other applicants to have a chance at getting this money. I didn't from day one. I won't when I'm off council. I don't support One Hopeful Place. I would rather put a new roof on a science center where kids go than see money go to One Hopeful Place. And I've talked to Ted personally about it. I would love to fund the chamber this year. I'd love to do some other stuff, just not One Hopeful Place. And we have a chance to open this money up. And the fact that they think they already got it, and that's the epitome of, cashing a check. It's an application. You don't have the money yet. So anybody who went and spent this money before you got it, I don't think that's on us. There's always 2 readings to ordinances. There's 2 readings to this and that. I don't think anybody has necessarily spent this money. They might be celebrating that they had it. That's kind of like getting a lottery ticket. You can celebrate that you won, but if you die in a car wreck on the way to Tallahassee to cash it in, you don't get the money. That's not my fault.
Make your motion.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I make a motion to reopen the application process as soon as we're awarded this funding and go specifically to Diane Frazier and ask her to apply for her roof, or anybody else, whether it's Boys and Girls Club or anybody else that wants a nice, big, shiny project, not a soup kitchen.
Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Schmidt, as clearly stated. So I have a discussion, gentlemen, and then we'll let the public speak before we vote.
We've spoken on enough. That's where it came from.
I strongly agree with that. I'm good. So anyone from the public wish to speak on this motion?
Yes.
Then please come up to the podium, tell us your name.
My name is Donna Morgan.
I know your name, but the public needs to know your name.
You said last week, Diane Frazier. If this whole process went out as a grant and people applied for it on time, now you can't just put it back out there like that.
But legally you can.
Well, Diane, then you just need to give it to Diane Frazier. Why let anybody apply for it if you're not going to give it to them? And you sit up there and say, soup kitchens. We don't run a soup kitchen, we run a shelter that does a lot of good things. A lot of good things. Because you don't like that is not my problem. But we applied for that money, we got our grants in on time, we did the things we were supposed to do. So you just want to come along and change the system because you don't like One Hopeful Place. God help you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else from the public wish to speak, and then you can speak for the 10th time.
Hello, my name is Natasha Alexander. This is the first time to a council meeting. Very interesting. I work for Bridgeway. My immediate CEO is Ms. Bonnie Barlow. So hi, if you're watching, so I'm here. And 4.5 hours, 5 hours for an email that I got an invitation to come here. So this isn't, we're celebrating for money that we haven't gotten yet. This was, we applied, as Donna mentioned, on time. We followed the rules and we awaited to get notified, and we were notified, and I was asked to come in place of Mr. Larry McFarland and Ms. Bonnie Barlow. So I'm here to just state that even though I work for Bridgeway, we partner with One Hopeful Place, and we have way too many people that are in need in this city. And though I respect the Science Center, I also know that I've gone for grants, I'm the grant writer, that I have not gotten because I either didn't get in on time, I didn't see it on time, and I have to wait until next year to apply. And I will help her, Diane, apply for next year's grant if that's what she needs. But everybody that applied on time and got the notification at the same time everybody else did. I am well aware of many grants that I missed, and I have to wait until next year, and they're on my calendar for next year. So with that being said, I ask that you take that into consideration when you're making your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? Yes, sir. Oh,
Sorry. Dave Armstrong with the Boys and Girls Club. I have no problem if you open it up next year and allow everybody to follow the process. Earlier, it was stated we have ordinances. They're useless if they're not enforced or followed. It's the same thing right here. We have a process. We followed those processes. Now we're being punished because somebody did not follow it. It's a waste of time, the process, if it's not followed. And that's what you're asking us to do right now. Just throw away the process. It's useless then. And like Ms. Riley stated, you're going against your word. All these nonprofits said, hey, you're going to get this money. We're trying to factor that into our budgets. And now it may be taken out because somebody who did not follow the process wants to get in now, and you're going to allow that? That's all I have to say.
thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Mr.
I guess this is going to be directed to you, Mr. Mayor, for under the Roberts Rule as a point of order. To enforce the rules that was already done. It's 6 steps. It's make a motion, second the motion, state the motion with the exact wording, then you debate it, then you vote ayes and nays, then it's announced pass or fail. Was that done at that meeting where all that was done procedurally, the process, where these folks were told or insinuated that everything would be passed?
The answer to your question to me is yes.
Excuse me, sir?
The answer to your question to me is yes.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Durker?
Hi, Denise Durker, 33 Pryor Road Southeast. I believe, if I'm correct, that the city has been receiving this grant for 30 years, 31 years. I'm assuming the procedure has been the same, but there's an application process, there's a deadline for 30 years. So, and many of you have been on the council for several years. So this shouldn't be a new process. If you decide to open it back up to assist a favored applicant, does that not open up some legal issues?
Potentially.
Potentially, if they've already, not actually, if they did it like right now, no. Like they made a firm decision here tonight, there would be little recourse. But if you allowed it to go into September, there's a good chance that people are starting to obligate themselves that money. But the city still would be pretty insulated from any sort of legal action.
Well, it just seems odd that this has been going on for 31 years, and there's a process in place. These people have abided by it, and there's no surprises here. And you voted on it, it was approved, and now the people that didn't get their way in the vote are coming back and wanting to reopen it. That seems unethical, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item?
I will be quick. All right. I just can't let. All great points. I didn't go back on my word because I never voted the first time and gave them my word. Secondly, I like Bonnie Barlow. We've gone down those roads, but this is a legal path. And I sit here and go, there's a process, there's a process, there's a process. And you new electees will be up here and see that sometimes the process works the way others want it and sometimes not you. And what I mean by that is we also just set up here 4 months ago and gave away $600,000 worth of taxpayers' money when someone had 1 year to do a development order. They had 1 year, we were going to take the money back. But they came right there to that same podium and said, just give me, how many more days they asked for? 45, 90? Just give me 90 more days. So we could have said right then there that night too, no, the process is the process. You lost your $600,000. We didn't. We gave them more time. So all we're doing is giving more people more time. That's strictly where it came from. I think that, and to let you guys know, to stay on this when you get elected in here, it's ironic how we always say these are the same, these are all the applicants we got. They're the same applicants every year. I think there's places in our budget where we could use this $100,000 to help us, other than Bridgeway and One Hopeful Place, and the same applicants applicants that apply every year. I would love to see a big playground built at Boys and Girls Club, then this money go there. It may not be the Science Center, but I bet you if we open the application process back up, we can find some other ways to spend it, but it's always given to us too late. You gotta approve it now. So I love what you guys do. Not going to go down the road. I wanted to say One Hopeful Place earlier. I've been out there before. I've toured it. We just have two different opinions of it, but we won't go down that road tonight. Thank you. I'll stop.
Real quick, Mayor, we got a motion and a second. Let's have a vote.
Real quick, Diane Fraser didn't come in and try to get this application. She just had an issue with her roof. I got to leave that out there. So and this was brought up as a potential solution in the future. So it wasn't like can I go ahead and get in on this money? Just want to put it out here on this turn. So other than that, let's go vote.
All right, council, please God vote. The motion does not pass. All right, that moves us on to 13.3. No, we already did that one. Nice job by us. Nice job by earlier us. That moves us to item 13.4, Mr. Payne, the Choctawhatchee Basin Alliance Estuary Program.
Yes, so Daniel Payne, Public Works Director. The item in front of you is really, it's like Kim will say, it's an appointment, but since it has an agreement on it, it's way down at the end of the agenda under my name for the last item of the night. So CBA was here, but duration, I just told them to go on that since it's so late. But basically, long story short, there's a big staff report in front of you, but really the CBA is rebranding, kind of merging into a different entity, and it has new things. The president of the college, Mel Ponder, you'll see the agreement that he has on there. They have formed, and in the time frame that this agenda was posted into the meeting time, so they are set up. There is an agreement on there. I think Mr. Burns looked at it too. I think we flagged a financial portion of it, but that's typically, we participate with the CBA in like oyster building projects and stuff like that, where we do in-kind services and things like that with them. So it's no designated, hey, we're giving you money year to year. We work hand to hand on projects. Landing, Liza Jackson, we've done it all before. So I do believe the appointment is for a steering council member, and it is a city council member and a alternative representative, and then the mayor to sign the agreement on that side. So, Kim, do you want to take over the appointment?
I would suggest maybe different motions.
Yeah, I would. And I have a question. You said, because what I flagged, which I did put in the recommended motion, was they had some pretty strong language actually in there that, like, we signed up with them, we'd be obligated if they made, like, basically certain funding calls annually, that we have to fund it. And so so we need to actually have them amend that bylaw to state that, it's subject to the council funding it on an annual basis, which, that's typically how anything's done anyway. And so, but I guess, did they change that? Because you said they did something since the agenda got...
No, I think they just set up with the college. They're actually, instead of the CBA, they are the CBA EP.
So if y'all appoint someone tonight, it'll be contingent on them changing the agreement to at least remove that language, just so y'all know.
Appreciate that clarification. Questions from the board for Mr. Payne about this estuary program? Councilman Walker.
I think in the recommendation it says it would be contingent upon the agreement to modify their funding requirement to be discretionary.
Correct.
That's okay. So we did that. Do we know, just out of curiosity, because while it's discretionary, it'll probably come up as a request in the future. Do we know what that mandatory was historically? Is it 5,000? Is it 1,000? Do we know, Mr. Burns, what that number had been previously?
No, I just reviewed the legal side.
Gotcha.
The projects we've worked on beforehand have been like, it's mostly their labor, right? Or the materials or signage. Sure. Like down at the landing and stuff like that. It hasn't been like what I think of like as large capital.
I mean, like 1,500 versus 15,000.
Yes.
That's like, I don't know what numbers you're talking about here.
I think it's even dependent upon what projects come up or themes or improvements in the watershed.
Gotcha. But either way, as Councilman mentioned, it is discretionary.
It would be contingent upon it being, they haven't done it yet, you don't know, but if we approve this recommendation, it would be contingent on them making it discretionary.
Correct. It would be any, whatever threshold or whatever we had in any other project that came into play.
Anyone else with questions for Mr. Payne? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Council, you wish to take any action tonight? Seeing none? Going once? Twice? You do not have to take any action, absolutely not. All right. The discussion dies with lack of motion. That moves us to item 14.
That means it dies. Like they rejected it. So
Okay.
There's no point.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You can sit down.
No, I mean, it's done, it's over, but like nobody wanted to do it. We're good. That moves us to city manager reports, Mr. Davis.
All right, aggressive rain the other day. We had substantial roof damage, water intrusion at the golf course, this property, basically everything that has a roof in the city that's not been maintained over the years, so we'll probably be dipping into some funds for that. I'll bring that back when I have reports from the team. Got a call out to Cara and Jessica in Growth. People took the time out of their day to send very nice emails saying how fantastic they are, so super cool for them. Fire department doing fire department things. Another fire the other day that they halted before it got out of hand, a boat inside of a furniture warehouse. Interesting strategy. Trying to echo your comments from earlier. If anybody in the public is getting your city news off of social media, that is not our social media. I don't understand your logic there. You can call or email me or text me. I will give you the real answer rather than nonsense being spread around on social media. And then two things I'm gonna probably change that have historically operated in a certain way, but just bounce it off council in case there's any heartburn. So the grant process, historically what I'm accustomed to is we would put it on action direction before even applying, because if my board didn't even care to chase the grant, I wasn't gonna waste staff's time, right? Historically here it's the exact opposite. They do all the work and then they go before council to accept the funding. So typically, again, I would do that up front and then put it on consent if you've already told me to do it. So unless there's any heartburn there going forward, that's how I'll be operating. Comments, thoughts on that one? I don't dig the way it's done, yeah.
Is it just for grants or the TD as well, or?
Yeah, that's the other half of my process I'd like to change, but just specific to grants for now, because I think we're doing it backwards. Good, thanks, bye. And so the other half of that comment, same concept with the TDZ, for example. Historically, the TDD, or whatever they're called here, will ping the staff submits the projects that they think are great, and then council awards the funding, approves of the funding if we're awarded, right? I kind of think it should go before council saying, hey, what projects do you want the TDD fund? And then we can do the work on the back end. So unless there's heartburn there, we'll probably change that strategy.
Any heartburn? Change that strategy, is it like going forward for next fiscal year, or?
So the next time the TDD reaches out and says, hey, what do you want? You're gonna start putting it on council to say, hey, I'd like to do some more stuff at the golf course. And then Jacob can run, what happened, this is where it bubbled up to me now, indoor TrackMan. So when this came out, that was Jacob's idea. I had a different idea, and he said, well, your idea is cool and all, but it's kind of dumb, listen to mine. And I was like, dude, you're right, yours is way better. So we submitted that. And then Councilman Browning called me, he's like, what's going on there? He corrected me, right? We did not bring it before council, they just went with what we've historically done. So had we brought it to council, Council Mondale even said go forth with indoor track net. Maybe they would have, maybe they would not have. Maybe they would have had a different idea.
So does that go back to also all of staff as well? Because I'm on the TED board, obviously, and that's why we have people on those boards that communicate with them, other boards, to know what's going on. And there's stuff that staff sends them that they request for that I never even knew about until I heard about from the TED board. So that include everything, not just what directors want, and not what council members want, but even if the finance director or the city manager say, well, let's see if TED will pay for that, that's going to come here too? Everything's going to come here, or just some things?
I think it should, because I'm answering questions saying, why'd you do that? Specific to indoor TrackMan without council's direction. Now it's going to come back before council to just accept the funding, as opposed to, did we even want to do that? So there's a lot of little projects throughout the year that pop up saying, hey, we might be able to use TD funding for that. And I would bring it before council saying, you guys cool with this? Rock and roll. So yes, you have been very invested in that process of late, right? So,
But if that's going forward the next fiscal year, there's going to be someone else appointed to the TED board in a few months anyway. You know what I mean? So going forward, yeah, that process obviously will work for everybody. I think if you're going to do that, though, I really do support that process, but I support it on all fronts, not just on this board or that board or this. It's kind of like I said a few months ago. I'm perfectly fine with the agenda being a page long of all the directors' requests. Like, I'm with you. There's things that directors ask for that I don't even know what they were. And now I was told they got X, they're not even in the budget, and I was told that our budget software doesn't keep track of the things we X out. So it's like, what did all the directors even ask for? I'm with you on that. There might be some things up here that I would have said, yeah, cheap page, you know, he might have got 4 votes to get something he wanted, but we never even saw it. So while I do support that process, I think I support it across the board on everything.
Yeah, I'm
Does that make sense? Yeah. I mean, I wish I was going to be here next year for the budget process. I'm not going to be, but I think next year.
You'll be involved.
He does not wish he was.
Trust me. I promise you I'll be on the boat. But I supported that this year. I wish I could go back and see some of that now. So I do support that. I just think it needs to start like I actually have some candidates running out here that have already asked me, how do we start the budget process earlier? How do we learn this, do this? How do we do this? I think that's how. I think as soon as a director request gets submitted in March or April or whenever y'all require them, we all get to look at them and say, some of you guys might be back up here. I think we should all get to see them and look at them by then.
I'm totally cool with that. That's all I got.
You just said TED, so I was making sure it was all directors.
Specific to this, I was going to do the budget stuff anyway because that was a learning curve for me. I was like, well, it just erases everything.
Yeah.
You know, it's dumb. So, yeah, that was going to fix itself.
My heartburn's gone.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. City Attorney reports.
Okay, and so we're still doing the police union special meeting. I announced that then. I need to announce for the record that the City Council will hold an executive session pursuant to Section 447.605, subsection 1 Florida statutes on September 15th, 2026 at 5 p.m. here at City Hall. The executive session will be closed to the public and will be held for the purpose of discussing matters relating to collective bargaining between the city and the Police Officers Union, and it will be reported by a court reporter, and that will be made available, I believe it's 30 days after the negotiations are complete. And then I don't have anything else.
Thank you, sir. Final comments from the board. Ms. Riley, you go first.
First of all, I want to thank the candidates for your presence here. Amazing that you all sat through a few hours.
See you tomorrow.
I think it was, really like that a lot. The other thing is, I just wanted to say, I got the invitation to attend the Air Force Armament Museum, and it was a celebration of Augustus Tart, who was enslaved and received his freedom and trickled down from Charleston, South Carolina to the Shalimar area and had land that was, the federal government helped deed the land to him, which is now Shalimar. And I thought it was extremely nice celebration. Quite a few elected public officials that attended, and it was amazing. It was a very good, very good event, and I was very proud to be there. Other thing is, I hope that we leave here tonight, and I sincerely mean that. I hope that we leave here tonight with the thought processes, and I know that we're not going to always agree on everything. There's going to be some things that we're going to disagree on, but my heart is with the city, and I just want you all to know that. Normally, if I'm on board with something, I'm on board with it. But if I feel like and so I was a little bit confused on the money part of things, with the CDBG. I think it's an amazing program now. I really do, and I would like to see any nonprofit apply for it. But the goal, I would think, is do follow the process. And so, just wanted you all to know I appreciate being a part of this the discussion, and I appreciate my fellow councilman and woman. Thank you,
Ms. Riley.
Thank you.
Councilman Walker.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Riley, here to speak about Mr. Tarr. I wasn't there, be able to attend, but I had a friend who went and told me about it, and I researched a little bit of history. He was headstone over there and whatnot, but today in researching on that Meg's Trust thing, he had owned part of the property that the Meg's Trust eventually got, so that's kind of neat. Let's see. I know we have a lot of people here speaking on the data center / library, so I wanted to check with us, Jeff, Mr. Davis, are we going to create resolution language to the county asking for moratorium or outright ban on data centers and send it up to them?
I mean, I put that in the weekly report for you guys to consider. It's the trendy topic right now. So
Okay.
if you want us to start working on it.
Okay. Do we look for head nods or?
Head nods. Do we have some head nods? Yes.
We have some yeses?
Sure.
We can't, all right, that's pop, that's majority, yes.
Thank you. And then with it being on the library, that one has come up quite a bit in the public discussion that I've seen. And I went and looked at the budget document you provided us, Mr. Davis, and remember going back through the millage there, and I remember the discussions mostly. I don't remember at any of those meetings us specifically get any head nods or a vote or anything about it doing anything with the library. Who decided to restructure the library hours and staff? Was that one of us, or was that something you?
That's that, yeah.
That's an operations, right?
Yep.
That's an operations cost-saving measures that you took without us, correct? So you do those things without us. I'm getting into, because we're going into a budget discussion tomorrow, and there's a lot of things there that I want to talk about. I won't talk about them all tonight, but I wanted to make sure Mr. Davis is the one who restructured the library hours. There's some rumors out there that we did it, so I wanted to clear that up.
I've been spreading the rumors that you did it.
Oh, man, yeah. And I want the roundabout. I want to close the library. Okay, so, and then on tomorrow's meeting, I know you provided a document there for the budget. I looked through it, and I happened to look at the library, and I did not see, and then I started looking at all the other departments. I don't see an individual line item for utilities.
It's budgeted in Department 1500.
So if I asked you right now, what is the line item budget, or the public asks, what is the line item budget set aside, budgeted for the utilities at the library? How would you tell me? How can I find out?
My budget analyst can tell you.
But the public can't see what we can't see what the utilities are. I remember years ago, it blew my mind that it was $8,800 a month. That was the budgeted amount, and then I believe the actuals came in closer to $4,500, and that's how money ends up getting put back into the general fund, and it gets spent that way, but taxpayers have to support it. So I'm just looking at the game that's being played, and now I can't even see the utilities budgeted amount inside the library. Is that correct? Without
That's
asking?
correct, yeah. I think it was 2 years ago, we decided to move all the utilities in each fund in the 1,500 non-departmental account for accounting, and at the end of the year, we reallocate the expenses.
But you could get that data though, right?
Yeah, I can get the data.
There's no self-clicking clocks, man. I got if you want it, we can provide it. I had Jared actually ran it today, so
Well, I mean, it's the public wants to see what's going on inside their government.
Ask.
Well, yeah, we have computers now, instead of, the old-fashioned way of coming to meet with you and that kind of stuff at midnight. If I want to know how much the utilities are, I go and look and see how much the utilities are. So that's no longer available to them. So I know I found it ironic, and conspiracy theory, Mr. Browning, another one for you, paints conspiracy number 4 tonight. Yeah, exactly. Utilities are budgeted over, and then the amount that's not spent goes into the general fund, and they spend it how they want, but taxpayers have to support the entire budget for the utility budget.
Our new Corvette finance enterprise system. It'll do it all.
But it's going to be a little late after this budget season, so it's dead.
Should have done it several years ago. I don't know what we're just now.
Dead, so it's been of no use. So I will, if you could, yes, I would like to know what the budgeted utilities and actual utilities for the library have been for the last 3 years. So if you could get your analyst to send us that. And then who will get Miss Arrington, if anyone has planned on it? Miss Arrington, she asked her request for the financial case, I guess, supporting the savings that are being proposed by the cuts or reductions, restructuring that you've made in the library. So is that something you'll get out to us and to her? She was asking, hey, y'all are adjusting all the stuff over there. Can you show me the number? Show me how much that's going to save in the scheme of things. Because he was questioning some of the larger elephants, if you will. And
so between the hours and the staff, yeah, I mean, that's an easy calculation, right?
Yeah, sure. Whatever it is that whatever you send to her, I would like to be copied on it. I'm assuming the rest of the people will as well.
I think probably discussed in Savannah, I don't know if she's still here, probably got tired of this. She has a good conversation. Her presentation's really done really well.
Great, thank you. And then I believe this is last public service announcement. I was glad to see so many people showing up here. Data center, okay, I don't think they all recognize we don't have here, but the library as well. But I found it interesting, and I don't know if the public knows this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, Mr. Mayor, whoever knows, the approved around the mound plan, the approved by our body around the mound plan, which is still undetermined at this point, but it shows the library's gone and it's a parking lot. It's called the Central Green, right?
That was one of the things long ago when we had I don't even know, I'm so terrible with years.
Sure.
2017.
That's about right.
When we had a downtown master plan. That's when I sat over there and railed against knocking down the library.
Sure.
Because in one of those proposed ideas, which we got from a consultant,
sure,
they said, hey, here's different looks of what downtown could be like. Obviously, we still have those records. But it was a downtown master plan. So I think that when FDOT said, hey, which one of these two things do you want? They also included that style of a downtown in their, here's what downtown looks like in the future. I don't think FDOT said we need to knock down the library to build year-round the mountain there, if that's what you're getting to.
Well, I was just getting to the fact that it was interesting. I'm like, where have y'all been? I mean, that thing's been slated and stamped, approved by this body that it's going away.
The library?
Yes, that's what the plan shows.
Oh, no.
That's what the plan shows.
Well, the plan isn't like an exact detail of everything that's like, have you looked at like the bridge plan, for example? You love talking about that bridge plan, right?
I like it.
They got it every day. Here's what we're gonna do. And here's all the engineering and everything else. Like that's an actual plan versus this is a 3D rendering of.
Well, I definitely can see how in the future a body, which may or may not consist of me or any of us up here, some of us, but they go, we've been telling you all the time, it's never been there. That's what we approved to the DOT. So the library's not on there, and there was a study to move it.
Yeah, so bits and pieces, right?
Sure.
So we're still circling back with DOT when they start the process. So it's not concrete by any means.
I know, but I'm just saying that the plan that we stamped and approved for Around the Mountain includes the library not being there. It shows a Central Green plan being a part of what we approved. That's all. Just looking that up. And while we're on Around the Mountain, can you or whoever's going to give us an update? I know that we had the budget request denied by stricken by the governor What's the plan?
I don't understand your question.
We had a $750,000 request in the state budget for funding for the next phase of around the mound, and it got struck from the
Yeah.
budget.
It's already done. That was already struck. We were not awarded that.
Right.
So we took half-cent sales tax.
Okay.
The $2.5 million or whatever. County gave us the $600,000 they promised. So it's done and closed. I don't know that I understand.
Budget request got denied, so I didn't recall that we approved the.
We were just trying to get it back from them.
Gotcha. Thank you. And just, I noticed tonight as they were, as the public was making their comments, and it was plentiful and it was nice and all. Sometimes it might have been felt a little long, but is there any chance that we could have move? What's wrong? Sometimes it felt a little long. It was fine. But it would have been nice. I think it would be nice in the future if council comments could come after the public comments, because so many of them spoke and they had questions and they wanted to be addressed, but we had already spoken. As their representatives, we didn't get to speak after the public spoke. So what are the chances of, it seems like it'd be better dialogue with the people who come speak here, at least able to address it.
I generally let everybody, like if somebody's firing right back at you, like you guys all get all mad and raise your hand like I need to say something.
It wasn't so much that, it was just that there were so many there.
If you would have raised your hand at the end of that and said, Mayor, may I address this? And I would have said, sure.
Not always.
Not always. Not always. Not always.
He's like, you can act.
Not always.
You can act.
Right.
That's my recommendation. I'd like to be able to speak after the public comes up there. They give me a lot of good ideas, lots of thoughts, and I'd like to be able to speak more directly, but I will take that as an offer for possibly next time.
As an offer.
We'll see.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on the TDD thing, Mr. Jeter. My question was not because of anything wild going on. It was, all right, we have indoor TrackMan coming. Okay, cool. And then it was, hey, we're going to shift some personnel over there for indoor TrackMan. Awesome. And then we got briefed today, at the end of this year, indoor TrackMan's here. So to me, it's like, when did we approve $300,000 for indoor TrackMan? Because we haven't approved it. So my confusion was not where did it come from, why is this happening? It was when are we going to approve the funds for all the plans that we're making. There's a Get the Coast, indoor TrackMan's coming to Fort Walton Beach Golf Course, but we never approved to spend the funds. So that's why I was asking about it. I didn't ask for it to come before anything happened. I guess Mr. Davis just kind of took the lead on that to bring it here. I was just asking when we approved the funds. That was it.
Yeah, no, he didn't ask me to specifically change the policy, but after this kind of bubbled up, it just doesn't make sense the way we're doing it in the back end. Technically, the council could say, hey, we don't want the funding, thanks, bye. So we've just done all this work prepping for it. See, that's makes sense.
That's all I got.
You got it. Ms. DeBerry.
Well, I'll follow up on that TrackMan. We discussed it, but I don't recall us approving it.
Hasn't come before you to approve it yet.
But we had discussed the TrackMan, I believe.
Numerous times.
Yeah. So help clarify this. So you went ahead and ordered it, or?
No, we've applied for it. TDD has approved it. Now they're gonna send us, I gotta bring it back before council saying, hey, we're ready to accept this money. I don't know when that email comes any day now saying, hey, we're ready to send it to you. Just like you did the last TrackMan, the outdoor guy, right?
Yeah.
So it's, you still get to weigh in one more time.
Okay,
Unfortunately,
thank you for clarifying that.
Trying to get ahead of everything, right? We moved some staff around anticipating, we're getting ready to, the Bay group is getting pulled all the crap out of that Evan Watts room, they're cooking stuff and whatnot. So a lot of work that's going on behind the scenes just to support it. and ultimately council could say, we don't want the money. So,
Jason, real quick, so I think once I review the agreement, it'll be on the agenda right on the 15th.
next month, yeah.
So y'all have the TrackMan agreement before you on the 15th.
Okay, well, that's what, thank you for clarifying that.
Perfect. Anything else, Mr. Berry?
Okay, I just want to tell you, a lot of changes at the rec center, personnel moving around, coming back, and all that. And I've had a lot of comments coming from the residents concerning like the senior activities, and I assured them, for your word that everything's going to stay the same. As far as activities and all that, they were very, very concerned about it. Also, I think I shared it with, he's gone already. Yeah, because it's almost midnight. I was concerned about the lights, the trail lights in the recreation center. Usually they're on all night long, and now they're not on, so I was concerned what was going on with that.
I mean, it could be any number of things, right? So just call me next time. One time a guy forgot to turn them on, one guy,
No,
one time another guy forgot to turn them off.
No,
So-
no, it's been longer than that. Anyway, so it's just different. Also, the library, I was anxious to hear that come up a little bit more. And there was a lot of concern that we were going to get rid of the library, and we have not discussed that. I don't know where that came from. Like you say, there's a lot of things on social media. I got a lot of emails saying, don't get rid of the library. How come we said this? And how come? I didn't say we were going to get rid of it. Matter of fact, I'm all for keeping the library. There's a lot of things that are going around the mountain downtown. I'm all for maybe selling the library building and then moving the functions of the library to a new building. Like over there near the tennis center. I think I took you on a cart ride over there. We own that land. And that's where it should have been built already. There's 5 schools in that area. 5 schools in that area. And there's only 13 parking spaces at the library, the current library. Matter of fact, Tom Tona uses a lot of that. He even cut down part of the wall there to get into the library, to use the public restrooms. So now he has his own restroom and his first car wash stall there. So there's a lot of things that are going on, that we need to discuss, and I want to let the public know I'm not proposing getting rid of the library. I've spent a lot of time at that library. Matter of fact, when the library was built back in, 21, 22, I think, there was a discussion that build it and the people will come. Well, it's not utilized. It hadn't been utilized for, golly, 20 years until Karen and the new librarians that we got there that really got in there and started bringing more activities there. And I'm seeing a lot more activities in the library than I had seen. And I've been here since 1970. My children use the library. This is before. The annex over here, this is where the library was before. We had the Dewey Decimal System there. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify. I don't want to get rid of the library. I'd like to move it from there. I'd like to sell the building and have the contractor build us a new library elsewhere. So we can leave it up for discussion on that. But other than that, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Councilman Jeter.
Yeah, well said. That's why it's the label on there is restructuring the library. And I think what it boils down to is everyone's going to be doing a lot of restructuring of their budget. We're wanting to restructure what we put in the consent agenda right now. I think us and the county are all going to have to restructure the way we do a lot of things. Whether it's the library, whether it's the budget process, it all depends on how some votes go and pass. So I certainly enjoy it. I've got a lot, but I'm going to save most of it for tomorrow. And thanks for clearing that up, Logan. It's not I think it's a great thing to have out there to see. I think we need to do it more. I really sincerely have never felt more so this budget season. It gets blamed on we don't have the software, we don't have this, we don't have that, but council's biggest, number one job up here is approving the budget. That's determined what you do all next year. And nobody up here right now, even Councilman Walker, who probably does more research than any of us, no one can still tell us what's in the budget and what's not this year. I don't think any of us know. So any way that we can solve that problem, whether it's more workshops throughout the year, there's stuff that gets put in that budget and taken out of that budget that we never know or see or comes across any of this voting up here. So I would love to get to a place to fix that, just like the library. I've pulled some numbers, utilities weren't in there. It's around $600,000 or $700,000 loss right now. If the county pulls their co-op funding, it's going to be another $100,000. I've answered all 100 emails that were sent to me. I'm all for finding it, but that's y'all's job up here next year. You gotta find it. I mean, we either gotta get a philanthropist to donate $1 million, or we gotta move. We have to fire a whole department to offset it. I mean, that's the biggest goal up here. So I have no problem doing that and working together, but I also find it ironic. Here's how far we can go down that road. So now there's been an article written on, I didn't even know the people that got transferred out there. So don't put all this on TDD, because I didn't even know the people that were getting transferred out there. That was all done internally. The people that were transferred out there were chosen by staff. How there's an article in the paper that we're getting TrackMan, how TDD has approved it, and how we've transferred employees out there and we're still saying we can take it away. That's crazy. I don't know how we got to that point. Maybe we need to reinvent the entire wheel.
That was my question.
Well, that's my question. Why are we already moving people out there and telling people we got it, and Jared Williams writing articles if we still hadn't voted on it yet?
When we moved people out there, when I was told we were getting the money, I can't imagine council has been directing me to make that an enterprise fund and then say, oh, never mind, we don't want to do this. So it was a me call to transfer people, even though the library's funded this year. I didn't want October 1 to roll around and a whole bunch of people have no idea where their new office is, have no idea how to use the platform they're supposed to use, right? So this is giving people time to acclimate. And again, it's not just the library people that moved to get us under the cap. We moved a finance person that went to school to study finance. She's now a police records clerk. We moved a utility billing lady to the fleet, and she's eventually going to go work in the warehouse to learn that operation. That's not what she came here to do, but that allowed us to get under the cap, because Daniel gave up two full-time positions. So there was several things done to get under the cap and in anticipation of this money being awarded. I didn't want to wait to the last minute and say, hey, by the way, tomorrow you start over there, go figure out where you park, go find who the boss is. So we've had some time to acclimate. So as I said, David did a freaking great job on his reorg in the parks. Top heavy with the supervision, right? So we took two of those positions and moved them over. One's running the pro shop, one's running the TrackMan as it's being built out, but they got to learn how the TrackMan even works. So a lot of moving parts, not just the library. Savannah's presentation tomorrow, again, great job on tracking data. She's made the recommendation, right, that those are the hours that are the least impact to the entire community. So not a huge change in the business function outside of, you have some people that are impacted, right? One lady can get there at 4:30, we close at 4. But if I back that up more, now it's going to impact more people. So Savannah's tracked the data to see where the least impact was to help with a lot of stuff, right?
But it sounds like the majority of this shifting and coverage and stuff you're doing is also to stay under the 3% cap that we got to abide by.
Yeah, I mean,
I get it. So that's.
We got to a point where it was down to cutting bodies. So we cut 2 full-timers from Daniel's operation, 3 part-timers from the library with these new hours. 2 from the daycare, which obviously went away, so it didn't matter, but the positions are just gone.
I think if anything comes from this on the good side, it's a huge educational campaign. I think people are now starting to see how important their involvement in civics is and how their vote, and I'll save more for tomorrow, but out of the 100 emails I replied back to, it was amazing to me on how many people live on Okaloosa Island, Cinco Bayou, Niceville, Navarre, Shalimar, they didn't even realize that they don't pay ad valorem taxes in the city of Fort Walton Beach, which funds our library, right? We can't use TDC, we can't use absent sales tax, it's funded by ad valorem taxes. So there's a lot of people that are like, keep the library. We're gonna do our best to save it. But a lot of those people that want us to keep it don't even live in the city. And I think a lot of people, I have had a lot of good feedback. I'll save it and read them tomorrow, because I've broken it down on what we may have to do to afford to pay for it next year, and every single one of them said, majority of them said, wow, I didn't realize that. Maybe I didn't know what the rollback rate was that we've been doing all those years. I didn't know that we couldn't use money for here and that. So I hope if one thing comes from all of these long meetings that we have, and even tomorrow, I hope it's a huge educational piece to get people out there and vote, whether it's in November or next year or whenever. But when you vote on something, it is eventually going to affect you somehow, some way. That can be on your elected official or a cap or whatever. So I hope we can spend all this in a positive way and continue to educate people and the community be more involved in our budget process somehow, some way. From CDG's funds to TDD funds, the whole nine. Maybe this new software solves all the problems. And we'll go in it a lot more tomorrow. I'll be done.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Merrill.
I'll save them for tomorrow.
No. I have just a couple very brief things. One, the last email we received about the library was 10 minutes ago. Came in while Ms. DeBerry was talking. They have been all day, and it is absolutely very impactful to council members when you receive a lot of emails about a particular subject, especially when they're not just all copy pasta. Like one person wrote it and everybody else just copies that and sends it. Like these people are legitimately, hey, here's how I use the library, and I think that's awesome. What Councilman Jeter said about it is great to see that participation. I so strongly agree with that. Every now and then there's something that just like really pisses off a large group of people in the community. And it's awesome to see them come down here and say, no, this is not acceptable, or this is awesome. We want more of this. That kind of interaction is so great. Really quick, Colonel Hamilton, Hurlburt Field, shout out. Had a great roundtable session with them last week, and a bunch of people in the community. You know, one of my sarcastic friends said, oh, they've been doing this in the area for 20 years and nothing ever gets fixed. These guys are actually working on this in conjunction with Walton County, with Santa Rosa County, with FDOT to alleviate all this base traffic coming in and out of Hurlburt, and that affects a lot of people's lives. So big shout out to them. Shout out Jared Sager for staying here. Nice job, man. I liked what you said earlier. Shout out Adam Champlin, who was in this room earlier, said what I said 7 or 8 years ago about why don't we put a bunch of solar panels on the roof of the library downtown and power all the electricity with it. Ms. Barnes, did I not say that?
You did.
I looked directly at Daniel Payne, who was in the room with me back then, wouldn't make eye contact with me. Should have done that back then. The Florida League of Cities annual meeting, I was down there. Thank you, Ms. Barnes, and everybody that was involved in setting all of that up. But congratulations, Mark Franks. Mayor Shalimar has been elected as the president of the League of Cities. I don't know how that happens, but he is very impressive with it, loves it a lot. Some really interesting stuff there. If you want to learn anything that I learned, reach out to me. I'll talk to you about it. I'll give you 10 minutes. That's going to be enough time. And then shout out Ms. DeBerry for filling in my bingo card for the night. Dewey Decimal System. Very impressive. Very impressive reference. It's 11:34. Jeter wins.
You're closest.